Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make their world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sewing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd warm when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun, the poverty point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Yep. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double some. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some 101s. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Job about our freedom, we'll leave a crack a stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the shit. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get little buddy these hands. He wasn't no Abbo man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth as an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight sacred, they stole acreage. No ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised. I don't tape shit.
Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the sheep.
I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it 1,000. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it 1,000. Slow mo.
Hey, peace and love, everybody. I hope y'all doing great today. It's good to have y'all in the building. Y'all see the title. Y'all see the title of the show. Y'all know what's going on. Shout out to all the Aboriginal, Indigenous, Indians. Peace to the family. I'm so glad to have y'all here once again. The title of the show today, I'm going to talk about the South Afrikaners and what's going on with that. And then I'm going to go into a little bit of American history when we're talking about the idea behind could so-called these quote Negro people own white people. So I have a good bill for you guys today. You know, I plan to not keep you all long. Real quick, let me shout out to the chat. How you doing? And then you were Nike. And then you were Wea. I think I said that right. Big Dog Philly OG, peace and love. Of course, OTK, peace and love to you. He who is, shout out to you. And thank you guys so much. And as you all continue to come in and enter the chat, you know what I'm saying? We're going to just have a good little show for y'all. So, as you all know, about 7 or 8 days ago, Donald Trump had allowed white South Afrikaners to enter into the country under a refugee status. Okay, hold on. Let me stop this screen first. So I have a quick article that I want to read. And then I also have a video that I want to show. Shout out to my brother, Chief Steve. Y'all go like and subscribe over there to his channel. He keep the content coming. So real quick, I'm just going to pull up this article. And like I said, I hope y'all doing well too, because I know it was some things I had to do. Make sure dinner was ready. Make sure everything was squared away, you know, of course, for my baby girl before I hop up on here. So it's all settled. And this is an article I found by The Nation, thenation.com. And yeah, I'm going to go through it real quick. And I'm going to read through it, and then I'm going to show y'all a quick video because we're going to talk about the history of South Africa. We know the history of South Africa and the apartheid. We also understand that a lot of these Afrikaners were Dutch people, right? So let's just get into it real quick. And then the second part of my segment, like I said, we'll be talking a little bit more about the status of white people in America, white slavery, could Negroes own slaves? So I have a few readings on those things. So I hope y'all enjoy it and just sit back, relax, get you something to eat, okay? Some popcorn, some Cheetos. I don't give a damn. Just get you something and Cool out. So boom. The 59 white South Africans who landed at Dulles Airport on Monday arrived on a private jet chartered and paid for by the American government. They were welcomed like foreign dignitaries by high-ranking officials from the State Department and Homeland Security. They've been classified by the Trump administration with Priority 1 refugee status, normally reserved for those fleeing the most horrific conditions, often with just the clothes on their backs. But these globetrotters lugged carts that groaned under the weight of their overstuffed luggage, serving less as evidence of escape, of unhurried, unbothered preparation. In news footage and widely circulated photos, the group of Afrikaners, descendants of Dutch and German settlers, colonizers of South Africa, appeared indistinguishable from the most well-fed white denizens of Idaho, North Carolina, or Iowa, the very same states where they are slated to be resettled. To be clear, white South Africans, and this really cannot be reiterated enough, are not being persecuted. That might explain why the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, which normally vets the status of potential refugees, was conspicuously absent from the process that brought these particular huddled masses to our shores. Instead, having repeatedly been unable to find credible justification for designating white South Africans a persecuted class under international refugee law. The Trump administration circumvented that system, unilaterally declaring the group refugees. But the administration's resettling of Afrikaners shouldn't be confused with the humanitarian concern. The red carpet is being rolled out for them, showily and deliberately, I might add, as a political signal. Consider it a statement of allegiance to whiteness, a full-throated declaration of where and with whom this administration's priority lies. The importation of Afrikaners to the United States, even as legitimate refugees and immigrants, are shut out, detained, and deported, is a way to register the administration's objection to the very principle of racial equality, an ideal the South African government is taking slow, tentative steps to realize. It's part protest, part ideological stunt, announcing white grievance as a more pressing concern than Black suffering. By halting all U.S. refugee resettlement, cutting off life savings funds to resettlement agencies, and ending support for HIV treatment in South Africa, the Trump administration has assigned a greater value to white supremacy than to millions of human lives. This is an unequivocal affirmation of this administration's commitment to white nationalism, and it should be read as such. To even suggest that Afrikaners are persecuted conflates the loss of absolute white power with oppression. South Africa's white minority constructed and for more than 300 years maintained entrenched systems of enslavement, settler colonialism, and violent racial apartheid. The white supremacy the world over conveniently argues that history bears no weight on the present. The end of apartheid in 1994 did not end the vast racial inequalities those systems created. The spoils of that oppression remains very much in the possession of whiteness. Despite being just 7% of the population, white South Africans still fill more than 62% of corporate leadership positions. Roughly 2 in every 3 Black South Africans are impoverished, while just 1% of white South Africans are. The white minority still holds a staggering 75% of the country's land, thanks to a 1913 law that drove Black farmers off 93% of the country's lands, hastening a process of disposition that began long before. In other words, life is pretty good if you're white in South Africa. No matter, as any American could tell you, white grievance is more powerful than any material reality. Earlier this year, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa signed into law a provision permitting, in rare cases, eminent domain of farmland for public use. As Bill Freelick of Human Rights Watch has noted, the legislation doesn't even reference a landowner's race, though patterns of land ownership are inextricably bound up with the legacy of racial apartheid in South Africa. What's more, not a single square acre of land has even been seized. Musk and Trump seems Musk and Trump, it seems, with their shared freak out, are kind of telling on themselves. But per the revisionist white supremacist mind virus, Black suffering is natural and irrelevant. It is a lie that white farmers are being brutally killed and their land is being confiscated, as Trump claimed this week. Nor is this the country's government aligned with forces opening for genocide of white people in South Africa, as Elon Musk, a white South African product of the country's apartheid era, has repeatedly insisted, a fantasy recently amplified by Trump. In fact, genocide looks more like what the Trump administration is backing with billions of dollars in Gaza, while it guts funding for refugee settlement programs. It bears a far greater resemblance to an administration blocking real refugees trapped amid war, famine, and other threats to life, while bending over backward to accommodate a group that President Ramaphosa rightly pegs as longing to see South Africa go back to apartheid. The new arrivals may have technically traveled to the U.S. via plane, but they are best understood as running, kicking, screaming from even the concept of racial equality. MAGA's Southern Hemisphere chapter is now at headquarters to unite with the home team. And while South Africa does not have high levels of crime, Trump's first term State Department reported that farm killings represented only 0.2% of all killings in the country. The New York Times also points to police data indicating that most of those killed in farm murders are Black, and those attacks have been trending downward since 2010. Meanwhile, nearly 100,000 legitimate refugees from Latin America, the Middle East, and plenty of other African countries approved for resettlement when Trump took office now remain in perilous limbo. On the same day the administration pulled out all the stops for the Afrikaners, it removed protections for thousands of Afghans, many of whom aided in America's war efforts. And it has callously deported multiple young children, native-born U.S. citizens suffering with late-stage cancer. Wow. Since halting all non-white refugees resettlements with an executive order essentially stating the country is full up with migrants and in particular refugees, this White House has made a practice of violating constitutional due process rights and ignoring judicial orders. Vulnerable people in the U.S. from other parts of the world are being deported and denied asylum despite real hardship. The South African government pointed out in a February press release, yet Trump provides refugee status in the U.S. for a group in South Africa that remains amongst the most economically privileged. Did I mention that the administration has announced that it plans to buy the new arrivals groceries, weather appropriate clothing, diapers, formula, hygiene products, and prepaid phones? And here we are. Princeton historian Jacob S. Delamy, a Black South African, described to Vox, white boys chase Black folks for sport during his childhood of apartheid. He also identified an entire cohort of white men who, like Musk, have yet to come to terms with democracy in South Africa, meaning that a poor Black person who has no prospects in life as much say politically when it comes to elections as does a very rich white person. That's what it comes down to. Trump relates to these people who see equity as theft and multiracial democracy as tyranny. Trump officials link it in a sense to their whole DEI issue. A representative of one of the South Africa's white nationalist groups, which met with the administration officials, told the Times, the matter is personal and only grows so as we approach 2044, the year in which white Americans are projected to become a mere plurality instead of a majority of the U.S. population. When first informed by an aide in the 1990s about the looming demographic shift, Trump reportedly claimed that a revolution would prevent the change. America isn't going to become South Africa, Trump declared, according to Maggie Haberman's Confidence Man, The Making of Donald Trump and the Breaking of America. The same goes for Musk, whose AI chatbot Grok spent Thursday redirecting every exchange towards South Africa's non-existent white genocide, regardless of the prompt received. It later admitted to having been instructed by my creators to treat the subjects as real and racially motivated, and in order that conflicts with my design to provide truth, evidence-based answers. It all amounts to a desperate, deliberate attack on South Africa's government and its efforts to materially redress the country's lengthy history of slavery and apartheid and the enduring legacy of Black poverty and pain. Again, this will look familiar to Americans. After all, the United States has at every opportunity rejected the chance to make recommence for slavery and Jim Crow, choosing most recently not to deny history, but to blot out its teachings. Now the Trump administration has taken that effort a step further, degrading reparative action elsewhere. As South African Justice Minister Ronald Lamola rightly put it, that effort proves this is no humanitarian mission, but a political project to delegitimize our democracy. The Trump administration's embrace of Afrikaners fleeing post-apartheid South Africa isn't just about undermining Black South Africans' hard-won progress. It's about sending a message to white Americans paranoid about demographic erasure and slipping down a rung on the rope ladder of racial hierarchy. It's a promise to those folks that this administration will protect them and the white system will still serve you. Polls show that roughly 2/3 of South Africans overall support land reform in principle. As the Afrikaner immigrants made headlines, videos from white South Africans poured out across social media, mocking their entitlement and tearing down the pro-apartheid propaganda. It's worth noting that South Africa has become both a pretty hot tourist destination and has attracted the largest number of immigrants on the continent, which seems weird for the anti-white dystopia that certain parties will have us envision. Still, we can expect more of that in Trump's America, and that the primary requirement for refugees recognition for the foreseeable future will be escaping Black political power. Now, there's a lot of things that's been going on, you know what I'm saying, in terms of this. And I really did not agree with, a lot of this. But there's also some other things I'm going to show as well, because I think that the whole idea here is just trying to understand whether or not these people are here because they are under attack or threat. And from the looks of it, that doesn't seem to be the case. So let's go here. So shout out to my brother Chief Steve. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I see my sister Copper Goddess. I see Akamak in the chat. Yep. So I hope y'all, get an understanding of what's really happening right now. You know what I'm saying? And just understand, like, A, it's not one president that's going to be in office that I completely agree with everything that they do. Now, I was all here for immigrants being kicked the fuck out of this country. I'm not going to hold y'all, but then, you got to look at things kind of differently when you see this stuff going on, because then you got to wonder what's the real reason behind it. So let's carry on.
Welcome to the United States of America. It is such an honor for us to receive you here today. This is the land of the free, and we know that all of you have faced. I'm Chris Landau. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State of the United States. This is my friend Troy Edgar.
Yeah, I'm the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security. Again, welcome.
So great to have you guys here. I know you've gone through a long flight. I cannot believe there are babies and children who are actually so well behaved. This is much better than mine are. So bless you for that. And I think it's so happy. It makes me so happy to see you with our flag in your hands, and that flag symbolizes liberty for so many of us. Many of us, our families have had a journey not that different from the journey that you are embarking on today. My own father was born in Europe and had to leave his country when Hitler came in the 1930s. And
so y'all gotta understand that our country is being ran by a bunch of foreigners, people who not even supposed to be in charge, y'all. And this is a travesty here. Like, at the end of the day, who should really be running it? But anyway, shout out to Chief Steve. Let's keep rocking.
And made his way to South America first, and then eventually to the United States. So He is an immigrant who actually, was able to benefit from the many blessings of this country. And one of the reasons that I really wanted to go and work for the government is because I wanted to give back to this country that really brought freedom to my family and allowed us to escape a very difficult situation in another country. So, I know that this is going to be, any adjustment in life, any change takes a while to get used to. But I want you all to know that you are really welcome here and that we respect what you have had to deal with these last few years. We respect the long tradition of your people and what you have accomplished over the years. And I am sure that you will be successful. As you know, a lot of you, I think, are farmers, right? When you have quality seeds, you can put them in foreign soil and they will blossom, they will bloom. And we are excited to welcome you here to our country where we think you will bloom, and we will hopefully allow you to have fulfilling lives for your children, and then we will bloom and we will benefit alongside you. So thank you very much for coming here.
Yeah.
Halito Chimachukma, this is Chief Steve coming at y'all with another episode of True Story. We got a really interesting one for you guys today, but before we get started, make sure you guys hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're new. Don't forget to hit that notification bell as well, so whenever I drop these bombs, you'll be the first ones to grab them. Now, without further ado, let's get into it. Halito, y'all, Chief Steve here, and it's good to be back. It's been a minute. As you know, I was getting some device upgrades, and now we're getting forward into the true story once again. So thank you all for sticking it out while I made some slight changes, and I hope you guys enjoy the channel going forward. So today we're unpacking something that's not just odd, it's dangerous if we're not paying attention. Donald Trump has just signed an executive order allowing Afrikaners from South Africa to enter the United States as refugees. Yeah, the very same group historically responsible for the creation and enforcement of apartheid, now being treated like the oppressed. Let that marinate while we take it all the way back and connect the dots. So you may be wondering, who are the Afrikaners and the Boers? Afrikaners are descendants of Dutch, German, and French settlers who colonized South Africa in the 1600s. They created a new language, Afrikaans, and forged a deeply racist political identity that placed them above the indigenous black population in South Africa. Now the Boers, that's the farming, gun-toting ox wagon version of Afrikaners. Frontier settlers who believe more land, more God, less so-called black people was a reasonable foreign policy. Now, Afrikaners didn't just enforce white supremacy in South Africa, they institutionalized it. Apartheid was their baby. They wrote the laws, built the jails, and funded the terror. So-called black South Africans couldn't own land in white areas. They had to carry passbooks to travel and were forced into fake homelands with no citizenship. This wasn't ancient history, though. This was legalized until 1994. And best believe it left really deep scars. Now let's fast forward to 2018, Donald Trump tweets that he's asking Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to investigate the, quote, large-scale unaliving or killing of white farmers in South Africa and, quote, land being taken from them. This was a direct signal to white nationalist networks that the U.S. government was ready to consider Afrikaners as victims, not colonizers. And now in 2025, Trump has made it official with an executive order granting Afrikaners refugee status in the United States. That means that they are now legally protected immigrants in the United States, many settling in places like Alabama, Idaho, Texas, California, and New York. And here's the problem, family. They're not coming here empty-handed. They're coming with generational mindsets of entitlement, racism, and land control. Mindsets that built into the law of another nation. They built this into a law of another nation over 40 years ago.
Dozens of Afrikaners who claim discrimination in their home country are heading to the United States, where your administration is going to welcome them as refugees. Now, this comes as you've halted virtually all refugee admissions for people fleeing famine and war to countries like Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. Now, South Africa leadership is coming to see me, I understand, sometime next week. And, we're supposed to have I guess a G20 meeting there or something, but we're having a G20 meeting. I don't know how we can go unless that situation's taken care of, but it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about, but it's a terrible thing that's taking place. And farmers are being killed. They happen to be white. But whether they're white or black makes no difference to me. But white farmers are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa. And the newspapers and the media, television media, doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other way around, they talk about it. That would be the only story they talk about. And I don't care who they are. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight. I don't care about anything. I just know that what's happening is terrible. I have people that live in South Africa. They say it's a terrible situation taking place. So we've essentially extended citizenship to those people to escape from that violence and come here.
So listen, before I go to sleep, I need to tell you guys this, okay? So I chatted with someone from South Africa who is Afrikaner today, and who is going to be applying to come to the United States. And she was trying to explain her plight because she was seeing that a lot of people do not want Afrikaners over here as refugees, okay? Now, I'm going to strictly say that. They don't want Afrikaners. We don't want Afrikaners over here as refugees with a refugee status, okay? So she continues to explain herself, and she does not mention anything about genocide. She doesn't mention anything about someone taking her land from her. She doesn't mention any of that as to the reason why she plans on coming to America with her children. This is the reason that she gave, which is not a qualification for a refugee status, okay? She said that she couldn't find a job. Not only did she say she couldn't find a job, but she said she couldn't find a job because of her race. She believed she couldn't find a job because of her race. And she also believed that her children did not have a future in South Africa. That doesn't qualify to be a refugee. That honestly does not qualify. Do you know how many people in the United States of America can't find work? Do you know how many people just lost their jobs in the United States of America because of this administration? I mean, do they have refugee status? Can they fly anywhere and be like, oh, okay, well then, give me food, clothing, shelter, and everything, and your government needs to pay for it because we're refugees because we can't find a job here in the United States of America. Now, I'm not gonna lie. She was like, I don't have anything against my people in South Africa, nor do I, and I'm not racist. I'm just Afrikaner, and I just want to find a job. But I said, but you're not a refugee, not because not because you can't find a job. Simply because you can't find a job, you think you're a refugee? If that's the case, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't make you a refugee. She said nothing about any of the quote unquote genocide, any of the oh my gosh, all she said was she couldn't find a job. That's it. And the White House is allowing this.
Themselves to the 50 Afrikaners who fled to the US, calling themselves refugees. You are not refugees. You are just a case study of white flight dressed up as martyrdom. You're not escaping violence. You're escaping equality. South Africa didn't chase you away. You ran. Yes, South Africa is one of the most violent countries in the world. Yes, brutality exists. But let's be honest, violence affects all communities, not just white farmers, black, colored, Indian, and yes, white people are all targets of a national crime crisis. What we have is a breakdown in safety, not a white genocide. This is not ethnic cleansing, it's criminal collapse, and running to the US won't fix it. You are part of a 7% minority, but somehow still manages to control over 70% of the wealth. That is not persecution, that's privilege on a guilt trip. And let's be real, if we tried to relocate just half of the Afrikaans population, it would take decades, billions in logistics, and you'd still end up culturally homeless in a country that don't want your apartheid baggage. You're not brave, you're not victims. You're scared of a world where you don't get to be in charge, and that makes the rest of the Afrikaans community cringe, because you make us look weak. South Africa is broken, and it's our problem to solve. So if you don't have the spine to do so, stay gone.
You are right. There's not one farmer amongst the people so far that have been fact-checked, specifically the people that are speaking to the media. I'm not sure why, when they got there, they decided it's a good idea to speak to the media. I don't know if the media on that end, I'm talking about the US, actually pays these refugees to speak to them. But so far, there is a car salesman. There is a woman that said she owns a farm in South Africa, a guest farm, but there are questions around that ownership. There is the man that said he owns mines, but it is starting to look like he was a manager on a granite mine, not an owner. Then you have, he's also the one that was related to the anti-Semitic posts. Then you have the IT firm owner, family business. Couldn't make ends meet on this end, not rocket science, not, Musk level. And you also have a couple that say they leased a farm, but people are looking into that because the statements they made were really strange also to the media. I mean, one of the statements the woman made, her name is Debbie. She said that when she goes to grocery stores, black people push her out of lines and push her out of the dressing rooms. And her husband, Nico van der Westhuizen, states that black people just come onto their land and live there, but they didn't have land. They were leasing a farm. And it is just very strange. Oh, and he quotes a farm attack that happened in 1993, before the ANC took over. So, no, there are no farmers there.
Those people who are being enticed to go to the United States do not fit the definition of a refugee. A refugee is someone who has to leave their country out of fear of political persecution, religious persecution, or economic persecution. And
that's what the United States says they're undergoing in South Africa. That's why they've opened the door for them.
Yes, and they don't fit that bill. They don't fit that description. And I had a conversation with President Trump on the phone, and he said, what's happening down there? And I said, President, what you've been told by those people who are opposed to transformation back home in South Africa is not true. And I added to him, I said, we were well taught by Nelson Mandela and other iconic leaders like Oliver Tambo on how to continue to build a united nation out of the diverse groupings that we have in South Africa. We're the only country on the continent where the colonizers came to stay, and we have never driven them out of our country. So they are staying, and they're making great progress. It's a fringe grouping that does not have a lot of support, that is anti-transformation and anti-change, that would actually prefer to see South Africa going back to apartheid type of policies. And I said to him, I would never do that. I learned at the feet of Nelson Mandela, and we intend to proceed with the implementation of our constitutional architecture. And I thought in my conversation with him early in the morning at 4 o'clock South African time, he understood that. And I said, I'd like to come and meet him so that we can discuss this matter further. So those people who have fled are not being persecuted. They are not being, hounded. They are not being treated badly. And they are leaving ostensibly because they don't want to embrace the changes that are taking place in our country in accordance with our constitution. So we think that the American government has got the wrong end of the stick here, but we'll continue talking to them.
So a face-to-face meeting is coming up. Is Elon Musk invited when you have that face-to-face meeting?
Well, I don't know. They will determine whether Elon Musk is part of it or not. I will go with my own South African delegation.
Now, you see that, y'all? Even the president of South Africa has publicly called out these migrating Afrikaners. Why? Because instead of staying to participate in reconciliation, to repair what their ancestors broke, they're jumping ship, playing victim. Even many Afrikaners who stayed in South Africa think the ones fleeing are spreading lies, ducking accountability, and fueling racial division on a global stage. Now, I'm talking to my people directly. And by my people, I mean the copper-colored Aborigines of America. Now, as copper-colored Aborigines of America, the original American Indians, who were once reclassified as Black and African American, but we know those are all misnomers. We know who we are. And knowing who we are in this land, we have got to stay laser focused. Because history is playing out right in front of us. They couldn't take the land in South Africa anymore. So now they're bringing their game here to our land. They may try to run the same plays. And by the same plays, I mean take land quietly, control rural zones and police departments, leverage political power, marginalize our people in plain sight. These are all possibilities due to their track record. But let me be clear. We are not South Africans. We are not Africans, period. We have never been to Africa. We have never been Africans. We didn't arrive here. We've always been here. We are the original sovereigns of this land. And we've never bowed down. Not to Europeans, not to colonizers, and definitely not to no foreign fugitives of justice calling themselves refugees. Now, family, I'm going to say it again. Don't get distracted. We still have work to do. We're building, we're reclaiming who we are and what is ours, and we're organizing. They couldn't erase us physically. They couldn't erase us economically. And now that they see where we're rising again, they're trying to distract and displace us. But it ain't gonna work. Because we've got the truth. We know the truth. We got the legacy. And most of all, we've got one another. So let's stay educated, let's stay alert, and let's continue to walk in truth with locked arms, building the most dominant, innovative, and influential empire the world has ever seen, just like we did in the ancient days of old. This has been True Story with Chief Steve. Make sure you
And shout out to my little brother, Chief Steve, doing this thing, man. Y'all make sure y'all like, share, subscribe to his platform. Now, I'm just trying to be able to get an overall, all of us be able to have an overarching understanding of what's taking place in South Africa and why now do these YT Afrikaner people have to come here. I have not seen anything, and I know Trump is saying that they're not putting it out there that these white South Africans are being killed. You know, I mean, look, the black population in South Africa has really been through a lot, and they're rising up. Now, it's never right to take nobody's life or anything, but in context to what has to go down and seeing that they still suffer a level of, and I'm talking about the black South Africans now, they are still suffering from a level of underprivilege. So, you know, they're rising up and their government is rising up as well. So, all right, I'm going to show one more piece to this, and then I'm going to move on to my next segment. Peace of love to the chat. I hope y'all doing good. Hold up. Who came up in here that I ain't get the shout out yet? Peace, Texas. Peace, most hated bronze, flat power God. Peace, the focus mind. Wow, Savage. Let me put y'all up here. Peace to you, Leonard Peel. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Shoot. They doing what need to be done. Superman. Hey, Superman. Hey, Dulcie. Who else I need to speak to before I move on to this next video? Peace, great son. Oh, peace, epic studies. Peace to you, brother. Who else? Lady Spade. Peace, sis. Peace to you, Akamak. Anthony Williams. Truth Zone. Peace and love, baby. The enemy's public with Brother Narcia. Peace, everybody. All right, y'all. So y'all see what's going on, man. Y'all see the play. It's like 1 minute you think that, hey, you try to get immigrants out of here, but then now we're bringing in YT so-called refugees. You know, we got that got to be spoken for. Will they be called African American? That's a great question. Shit, they just might. But they hit under immigrant status. So, all right, let me just play this video real quick, and then we're gonna keep on moving it along. Because I said I wasn't gonna hold y'all long, but I do have a couple of readings that I want to do because I know it's been a lot of discussion around the airwaves, around the YouTube streets about whether or not black people can own white people. And I'm tired of having to keep going through this, but I guess we're gonna go through it again. So let's talk about why South Africa is still so segregated.
South Africa, divides the beachside community of Strand from the township of Nomzamo. They're only a few meters apart, but the people on each side live very different lives. Strand has backyards and driveways. Nomzamo is much more dense, and the people here have fewer basic services. Less piped water, less internet access, and Nomzamo is majority Black, while the area across the line is majority white. If we use dots on a map to represent race, you can see how stark that divide is. If we zoom out to the whole city, we can see it's actually everywhere. And this is the case across much of South Africa. The color of your skin here often determines where you live. It also determines your quality of life. This map shows where jobs and opportunities are primarily concentrated in Cape Town. And this is where most of the city's Black people live, in informal settlements called townships on the city's periphery.
People have to move by public transport for up to 3 hours a day, and they can't take care of their obligations in the community with the rest of the family because they're always working and they're always traveling.
For decades, South Africa was under apartheid, a system that wrote segregation into law. A white minority controlled where non-white people could live, work, exist. Many were forced out of their homes. In 1994, a democratically elected government took power and ended apartheid. It was supposed to be a new beginning. But a lot of the country still looks like this. And that's because South Africa's legacy of racial division goes back centuries. In the 1600s, the Dutch took over the southern tip of Africa to supply ships with food along the trade route to Asia. 150 years later, Britain seized it and named it Cape Colony. Many Dutch colonists moved here, further inland, to escape British rule and continue exploiting enslaved people. Just like the Dutch, the British used Cape Colony as a strategic location for trade. It wasn't economically significant. But in the 1870s, that changed when the British started mining diamonds there. Suddenly, Cape Colony was one of Britain's most prized and exploited colonies. In order to get the diamonds out of the country, they built railways to connect the mines up here to the coast. The railways allowed the British to access a global diamond market through the port city of Cape Town. Soon, the economy of Cape Colony was centered around the railroads, especially this main route. The green areas on this map show the Black regions of Cape Colony, largely left out of the railroad economy. Racial inequality in Cape Colony was being reinforced by location. To keep it that way, the colonial government started writing segregation into law. The Native Lands Act of 1913 pushed Black people into these areas, only 8% of South Africa's land, and restricted them from owning land everywhere else, or relocated them to the edges of the major cities to work for white people. These laws began to shape the region. Cape Town's growth from the increased trade turned the port town into a major city. Many migrants from the rest of the colony and elsewhere moved here, to what was then the outskirts of Cape Town, where former enslaved people, merchants, artists, and immigrants were forming a neighborhood called District 6. As the city grew around District 6, so did the neighborhood. For decades, District 6 was a thriving, integrated community.
We were a very cosmopolitan, you could say, family almost, because there were people from all different nationalities, from all different walks of life.
This was the statement, your child is my child.
But it wouldn't last. In 1934, Britain's legal hold in what was now the Union of South Africa officially ended. The remaining white minority, the descendants of Dutch colonists, took control, and they built on the foundation the British were leaving behind. Between 1949 and 1971, the all-white government passed 148 laws solidifying apartheid.
Apartheid allowed for the full realization of the ambition of the fascist project in South Africa.
In 1950, the Population Registration Act officially classified people by race: white, colored, and native or black, and eventually Asian. Then they made laws saying where people could live. Around the country, Black South Africans were moved into these areas, called homelands or Bantustans. Bantustans were rural areas and had underdeveloped economies. Many of them were in the areas Britain had already excluded from the railway economy, and where Black land ownership had been restricted too. Black people were forced to carry passbooks that specified where they were allowed to work or travel to. In cities like Cape Town, the Group Areas Act moved the remaining non-whites into separate urban areas.
The most prime land and the land closest to high-valued property was allocated to white people.
In 1966, the government declared that District 6 was now a whites-only area. The residents of District 6 received removal letters like this one that said living there was illegal because they were not white. Bulldozers drove into District 6 and razed it to the ground.
We lived here. We had a life here.
It was very traumatic for a lot of people.
It's like ripping out someone's heart.
More than 60,000 people were forcibly removed from their homes. This kind of violence against non-white people was commonplace around the country. But after decades of pressure, both from within South Africa and abroad, apartheid rule finally came to an end. The new government lifted restrictions on where people could live. Millions of people who had been excluded from economic development for centuries migrated to major cities looking for basic services and economic opportunity.
For any family with no prospect of employment, the most rational, logical choice to make is to migrate to an urban center.
They settled where there was empty land, creating townships on the peripheries of major cities, like Cape Town. The government built millions of homes and expanded clean water and electricity.
But it had a number of unforeseen consequences, the most important of which is that the only land that could be used for the public housing program was on the periphery of the city. And for that reason, a brilliant intention to overcome the apartheid legacy unintentionally reproduced the very same legacy it was trying to undo.
Today, 60% of the mostly Black population of Cape Town lives in these townships at the edge of the city. The thing is, Cape Town city center has land to develop, but because of its location, it's valuable. So it usually gets sold to private developers who build luxury apartments. Nearly $1 billion worth of them are going up by the coast. But right in the heart of Cape Town, by all the expensive developments, District 6 remains largely untouched. The former residents have fought against private development, and they've actually succeeded. Some have even managed to return to houses built by the city.
I wanted to come back here where I was born, which was part of our family's heritage.
I couldn't believe that I was back. It was a sense of relief.
But there are still hundreds of claimants waiting to get back to District 6.
We haven't done the difficult and the painful work to confront what the intergenerational consequences are of colonialism, of apartheid.
The story of Cape Town and South Africa's racial segregation starts far in the past, but it's very much entangled with the present. Apartheid and colonialism here are over, but many of the barriers they built have yet to be dismantled.
The kind of psychic scars that's left on individuals and on communities, we haven't begun the work of saying, how do we live together, right? in the face of that history.
See, look at that. And then the notion, you know, I mean, and I want to show a video about the farm murders on white South Africans as well, you know, because obviously there's a huge discrepancy around whether or not this is really taking place, really going on, really happening, right? And I just feel like the people are just over it. They're over it. My fault, y'all. I got one more video, and then I'm gonna move along to my next topic. I'm trying to wait for Big Bro to pull up, but until then, let's keep rocking. And I hope y'all are enjoying this. You know, like we're gonna get some history about this and the understanding behind, you know, like, I mean, you know what's so interesting? I feel like it's so similar to what happened here. The same exact thing. The same exact thing. And you know, we got to come to a point where we're gonna rise up. We got to do something, because if we don't, they're gonna keep on fleeing here like it's a problem there, and then they're going to continue to take over like most immigrants have done on this land or have done. And that's what got to be stopped.
Heartland of South Africa, a chilling narrative unfolds. A story not of apartheid, but of the present era. White farmers, the backbone of the nation's agricultural industry, are facing a crisis. A crisis of fear, uncertainty, and violence. In the last decade, hundreds of farmers have been brutally murdered, their lives extinguished in the very fields they toil. Each year, the death toll rises, the numbers mounting as the sun sets over the vast farmlands. These are not isolated incidents, but a pattern that tells a haunting tale of struggle and survival, in a land where the soil is watered with blood and tears. Yet, in the face of adversity, these farmers stand resolute, their spirit unbroken, their resolve unwavering. Amidst the darkness, they continue to sow seeds of hope, cultivating not just crops, but a future. In the grand tapestry of South Africa, their story is but a single thread, but it is a thread that weaves a stark, sobering pattern. A pattern that calls for action, for understanding, for change. That is the story of South Africa's white farmers, their struggle, their courage, their resilience. Their tale is our tale, for in their story, we see a reflection of humanity's indomitable spirit. A spirit that endures, even in the face of the direst adversity. A spirit that continues to hope, to strive, to survive.
All right. So family, what y'all think, man? Because the way I'm feeling is that, you know, it's just, this is the time, you know, where we have to take back what's ours. And I believe that's what's happening in South Africa right now. And I don't think that they should be getting sympathy, because they've been able to inherit what their ancestors have done, the terrible things that their ancestors have done on that land. And the people are not for it anymore. The people are just not for it. And it is what it is. So look, let me real quick make sure I got, that's not the part I wanted. That's not the video I asked for. Okay. So as I go into my next segment, I just want y'all to understand, like, you know, it don't matter who the president is, man. Whatever the agenda is going to get carried out, no matter who's sitting up in there, Republican or Democrat. Okay. So as I go into my next segment about whether or not black people could own white folks, I just want y'all to keep that in mind. Keep that in mind as we talk about our history and see how the history is so similar in so many ways that, you know, us, the people of our complexion, continue to go through these things. Yes, and he just made it in the chat. Shout out to you, Chief Steve. Happy birthday. And I hope the audience enjoyed your video. I'm sure they did, and I'm sure they got a lot of history and information around what you shared. And I shared it on my community tab as well, so you guys can like, share, and subscribe up to Chief Steve's channel. So anyway, y'all, and everybody in the chat, wish him a happy birthday. So anyway, I just want y'all to understand, man, like that this is really, it's really shocking to me. Like they got it's shocking that they got to bring their ass here. They got to bring their ass here, and all the immigrants of this country do is protect other immigrant groups. And I guess maybe he feel like because he's bringing them in this way, that it's the right thing to do. And it's really not the right thing to do when we all still continue to suffer at the hands of a flagrant government. And that's just due to the lack of us not taking back our rightful place, our birthright, which was taken from us. And we continue to see people reaping these benefits that, are not for them and shouldn't be for them. So what they're supposed to do, come over here and farm? Because all I seen was a bunch of women and children, maybe a few men, but I seen mainly women with their kids. So I'm just confused as to how this is some type of situation where they're in danger and they need to run here and we need to save them. I just think that's weird and it's diabolical. Okay. So let's talk about this video right here. The first slave owners were Black people. Like I said, there's been a lot of talk around here, a lot of people not understanding the true depth of the history and what's really taking place and how things are made to look one way when it's really another way. Oh, shout out to you, Greedy. So yeah, I'm gonna play this real quick, and I hope y'all enjoying the build. I got some stuff I'm gonna read too. I got some documentation that I want to read when it connects to the United States or connects to the colonies, connects to us on the southeastern seaboard and those who don't live on the southeastern seaboard as well. But ultimately, it connects to all of us over here, and we have to just keep that in mind and stay aware because. A lot of stuff, they think they can do it up under our nose and we've allowed it for so long. And I think that's the same with the people of South Africa. And I think now they are just tired. They are just tired. That's all it is. And we have to get to a point where we are tired. So I hope y'all doing great. Peace to all of y'all. So like I was saying earlier, my fault, y'all. I got some readings. I hope y'all stick with me. And it's not going to be long, but I do need to get these readings done as well so that we can understand what's going on, what took place, and our place in history. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Anytime I hear about something like this going on, I'm not feeling it. Ever. And like if there is a real plight going on, Trump can make it seem like they're not reporting on it, but they report on everything else. So I don't think that, I think if white people were getting killed at a unanimous rate or a substantial rate, that is something that they will report because the media is on the side of who?
A surprisingly high percentage of the free Negroes in the South owned slaves themselves. And some of them owned, we explain it away by saying, oh, but they only own their mother or they only own, they own their mother, they own their sister, they own their wife, and they own some other workers too. A surprisingly high number owned workers who they did not liberate throughout the South. There were enough Black free Negroes who supported the Confederacy that they voluntarily formed a regiment in the state of North Carolina to fight for the Confederacy.
Voluntarily formed a regiment to fight for the Confederacy. Pause and consider the implications of that statement, delivered not by some fringe revisionist, but by one of the most prominent scholars of African American history. Professor Gates labels the broader phenomenon of Black slave ownership the dirtiest secret in that history. A secret implies something hidden, something potentially shameful, something that disrupts a preferred narrative. And indeed, this particular historical fact does more than disrupt. It utterly demolishes the simplistic, Manichaean worldview of racial conflict that serves as the foundational myth for so much of contemporary identity politics. The standard narrative, echoed from university lecture halls to editorial pages to political rallies, portrays American slavery as a singular, monolithic evil inflicted by one race, whites, upon another, blacks. This narrative is the engine driving claims of unique white culpability, demands for race-based reparations, theories of systemic racism, and the perpetual framing of present-day disparities as the direct, inescapable legacy of that specific historical crime. It requires viewing history through a tightly focused, racially deterministic lens. But what happens when inconvenient facts intrude? What happens when we learn from meticulous historical research like that of Carter G. Woodson decades ago and confirmed by scholars like Gates today, that a significant number of free persons of color in the antebellum United States participated in the institution of slavery as owners? What happens when we learn that some were willing to take up arms to defend the very system that enslaved others of their race? The edifice of racial essentialism begins to shake. The neat categories of monolithic white oppressors and monolithic black victims dissolve into the far more complex, far more uncomfortable reality of human history. The claim that the very first slave owners were black is, of course, a provocative shorthand, not a literal historical assertion about the dawn of time. Slavery, in its myriad forms, is tragically ancient and geographically ubiquitous. It existed in ancient Sumeria, Egypt, China, India, Greece, Rome. It flourished in the great empires of the Ottomans and the Mughals. It was practiced by indigenous peoples across North and South America long before Columbus. Crucially, it was deeply embedded within numerous African societies themselves for centuries before Europeans arrived on the coast, Africans enslaving other Africans, often as spoils of war, for debt, or as punishment, and sometimes engaging in brutal internal slave trades. No, the point is not about chronological precedence in this ancient catalog of human cruelty. The point, highlighted by the American experience, is the profound implication of Black participation in slave ownership. It serves as irrefutable evidence that the capacity for exploiting and dominating fellow human beings, when given the power and incentive, is not, and never has been, confined to a single race. It is a human universal, a dark potential lurking within all groups, ready to manifest when social structures and economic conditions permit or encourage it. To insist on viewing American slavery solely as a white on black phenomenon is not historical accuracy. It is ideological filtering. It requires deliberately averting one's gaze from the global context, ignoring the crucial role of African participation in the capture and sale of slaves for the Atlantic trade, and most relevantly here, whitewashing the documented actions of free blacks within America itself. The immediate reaction from those invested in the standard narrative is often to minimize or explain away the phenomenon of black slave ownership. The most common rationalization, alluded to by Professor Gates, is that these were merely nominal owners, free blacks purchasing enslaved family members, spouses, children, siblings, to protect them or facilitate their eventual manumission. Undoubtedly, such cases existed. The laws in many southern states made manumission difficult, and owning a relative could be a legal strategy within a deeply flawed system. But to suggest this accounts for the entirety or even the majority of black slave ownership is demonstrably false and relies on sentimentality rather than evidence. Historians like Carter G. Woodson, John Hope Franklin, and Larry Koger, delving into census records, wills, and property deeds, found substantial evidence of free blacks owning slaves for straightforward economic exploitation, just like their white counterparts. While constituting a small fraction of the total slaveholding population, thousands of free blacks owned slaves across the South. In some areas like Charleston, South Carolina, or parts of Louisiana with large free Creole populations, black slave owners were relatively numerous and sometimes possessed considerable numbers of slaves. In 1830, for instance, over 3,700 free blacks owned slaves, numbering more than 12,000 enslaved individuals. Records show free blacks buying and selling slaves, inheriting slave property, and bequeathing slaves to their heirs. They owned slaves who worked alongside them on farms, in artisan shops, or as domestic servants. There were documented cases of large plantations owned by free persons of color, operated entirely for profit using enslaved labor. William Ellison of South Carolina, for example, was a former slave who became a wealthy cotton gin maker and owned dozens of slaves. While family ownership occurred, analysis of the data shows that a significant portion of slaves owned by free blacks were not relatives. They were held as laborers, their relationship to the owner purely economic. As Professor Gates starkly puts it, they owned other workers too, whom they did not liberate. Free black slave owners participated in the broader legal and social structures supporting slavery. They used slave patrols, took out advertisements for runaway slaves, and sometimes disciplined their slaves harshly. They were operating within the norms of the surrounding slave society, not entirely outside of them. Why did they do this? The answer, however uncomfortable for proponents of racial essentialism, is straightforward: economic incentives and the pursuit of self-interest. In the antebellum South, owning slaves was widely perceived as a key marker of wealth status and economic viability. Land and slaves were the primary forms of capital. For a free person of color seeking to establish themselves economically, gain security, and perhaps even achieve a measure of social standing within that deeply hierarchical society, acquiring slave property could seem like a rational economic choice, however morally fraught. They were responding to the same economic signals as everyone else around them. If owning slaves allowed a farmer to cultivate more land and generate more income, or an artisan to produce more goods, the incentive existed regardless of the owner's race. To assume that free blacks were somehow uniquely immune to these powerful economic forces, driven solely by altruism or racial solidarity, is to deny their human agency and impose a simplistic, idealized vision onto a complex past. It implicitly argues that they were less motivated by economic betterment than other groups, a notion bordering on condescension. Does understanding these economic motivations excuse the act of owning another human being? Not in the slightest. The moral condemnation of slavery stands irrespective of the participant's skin color. But understanding the motivations moves the analysis beyond simplistic racial blame and towards a recognition of how pernicious institutions can shape behavior across group lines. It highlights the corrupting influence of systems where exploiting others is legally sanctioned and economically rewarded. The fact, mentioned by Gates, that enough free blacks in North Carolina supported the Confederacy to form their own regiment is perhaps even more jarring to the standard narrative than the existence of slave owners. How could members of a group suffering profound discrimination, living in a society built on the enslavement of their race, possibly align themselves with the cause dedicated to preserving that very institution? Again, the explanations are likely complex and varied, defying easy categorization. Some black slave owners may have seen their economic fortunes tied to the plantation system and the Confederate cause. Like many white Southerners, some free blacks may have felt a primary loyalty to their state or region, viewing the conflict through that lens rather than solely through race. In some instances, support may not have been entirely voluntary, influenced by pressure from powerful white neighbors or fear of repercussions for perceived disloyalty. Perhaps some believed that demonstrating loyalty to the Confederacy might secure better treatment or higher status for free blacks if the South prevailed. Human identity is rarely monolithic. Individuals hold multiple loyalties to family, community, region, religion, economic class, which can sometimes conflict with or override perceived racial solidarity. Whatever the specific mix of motivations, the fact of this support, however limited, serves as powerful evidence against the notion of a unified Black consciousness solely defined by opposition to white supremacy during this period. It demonstrates that individuals, even within oppressed groups, make choices based on their own perceptions of their interests, which do not always align neatly with the categories imposed by later ideologues. It underscores the danger of projecting contemporary political frameworks like universal racial solidarity onto the past. The tendency to treat American slavery as an isolated, uniquely evil event perpetrated solely by whites requires a deliberate ignorance of world history. As noted earlier, slavery was a brutal fact of life across the globe for millennia. Crucially, this includes Africa itself. Various forms of slavery and servitude were deeply ingrained in many West and Central African societies long before the Atlantic trade began. War captives, debtors, criminals, and sometimes simply those from weaker neighboring groups were enslaved. These internal systems provided the initial pool of captives that African rulers and merchants were willing to sell to European traders. While Europeans drove the demand and provided the ships for the horrific Middle Passage, the capture and sale of the vast majority of slaves destined for the Americas were conducted by other Africans. Powerful coastal kingdoms and inland groups waged wars specifically to acquire captives for sale, enriching themselves through the trade. To ignore this African agency is not only historically inaccurate,
Okay, so let's hold it right there. Let's hold it right there. Because I feel like even though I have a lot of respect for Thomas Sowell, I still feel like the idea that Africans sold other Africans to Europeans to come here, like, you know, they I think they fail to note how small of that those Africans were that actually made it here, if they actually really made it here, in a sense that we're speaking that this narrative is the truth, right? And I think that they fail to recognize or highlight it as much as they should, that it was only 1% of those Africans that made it right here to this mainland, if they actually made it. And then when they talk about who funded these ships and things like that, I always wonder, well, where's the receipts and where is the bill of sale for these things that took place, for these building, for the building of these ships to transport people en masse across the ocean? And I think that we forget them kind of things. That's why it's more easier for me to believe that it was happening in people's global respective homeland. And I can even say easier. It's easier to understand it that way versus believing they had to go through all of that just to bring people all the way here when we know this landmass was populated with us.
but also implicitly infantilizing, portraying Africans solely as passive victims rather than active participants, however tragically, in the economic system of the time. Concurrent with and predating the Atlantic trade was the extensive Arab slave trade, which took millions of Africans across the Sahara Desert, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean, often under brutal conditions. This trade, involving enslavement by Arabs and Berbers, continued long after the Atlantic trade was abolished and is often minimized or ignored in discussions focused solely on Western culpability. The Ottoman Empire relied heavily on slaves, including Europeans captured by Barbary pirates. Slavery persisted in parts of Asia and the Middle East well into the 20th century. Acknowledging this global context does not diminish the horrors of the chattel slavery practiced in the Americas or the specific evils of the race-based system that developed there. But it does provide crucial perspective. It demonstrates that slavery was not a white invention, nor was its practice confined to Europeans enslaving Africans. It was a widespread human failing. Understanding this prevents us from falling into the trap of racial essentialism, attributing unique evil to one race while ignoring the similar behavior of others throughout history. It allows for a more honest, albeit more painful assessment of the human condition. Perhaps the most significant historical context ignored by those focused solely on Western guilt regarding slavery is the fact that the movement to abolish slavery on moral grounds was overwhelmingly a product of Western civilization. While slave revolts occurred throughout history, the development of a widespread principled ideology condemning slavery as inherently immoral and demanding its universal eradication was unique. This ideology emerged primarily in the 18th and 19th century Britain and America, fueled by Enlightenment ideas about natural rights and influenced by certain strains of Christian thought, particularly Quakers and evangelicals. Consider the historical timeline. Britain abolished the slave trade in 1807 and slavery throughout its empire in 1833, dedicating its powerful navy at enormous expense to suppressing the Atlantic trade conducted by other nations. The United States fought a devastating civil war, 1861 to 1865, costing hundreds of thousands of lives, largely over the issue of slavery, leading to its abolition via the 13th Amendment. Other Western nations gradually followed suit throughout the 19th century. Meanwhile, slavery remained legal and widely practiced in much of the non-Western world. The Ottoman Empire didn't formally abolish it until the early 20th century. Slavery persisted in parts of Africa and the Middle East even longer, sometimes requiring Western colonial pressure to suppress, an inconvenient fact for anti-colonial narratives. Why did the abolition movement arise primarily in the West? Again, the reasons are complex, involving intellectual, religious, economic, and political factors. But the fact remains, the very civilization often indicted for the sin of slavery was also the civilization that generated the moral and political forces necessary to destroy it, not just within its own borders, but as a global campaign. This historical reality is deeply problematic for narratives centered on perpetual Western guilt and non-Western innocence. It suggests that the capacity for moral progress, for recognizing and correcting profound injustices, also emerged strongly within the West. To focus solely on the West's participation in the universal practice of slavery, while ignoring its unique role in initiating the universal abolition of slavery, is a profound historical distortion. It's like condemning a doctor for once having had a disease, while ignoring.
So let's be clear about what he's saying. Everybody was enslaved. It was a universal thing. It was not this whole, oh, only in the West, only us, only these people who they claim was taken from Africa, blah, blah, blah. All cap. Okay. So real quick. So this came from, damn, where did this come from? I think the Library of Congress, if I'm not mistaken. Well, one of these jumps. But anyway, so let's talk about white slavery in the United States. Okay, because I don't think people really understand that slavery applied to them as well. Even when they were fighting in the Civil War, the Civil War wasn't just based on, oh, we're going to free so-called Black folks from slavery and blah, blah, blah. No, it was more so about land and status. And I don't even see why white people will fight alongside us if they were just trying to free, quote, us from slavery. No, that's not what it was given. So let's talk about white slavery in the United States, okay? So the rule of Roman slave code, the child follows the condition of the mother, is universally adopted in the southern states. If the mother be a slave, the child is one also, notwithstanding the father is a free man. The effect of this rule is to enslave all the issue in the maternal line to the remotest generation. The father in each generation may be a free white person, so that soon not the slightest tinge of Negro blood, nor the faintest trace of Negro feature may be visible. And yet, the unfortunate being of whose remote maternal ancestor was a Negro is doomed to as hopeless a slavery as the ancestor ever was. With us, the mixed races are generally called mulattoes or persons of color, But in the West Indies, names are given to the different degrees of mixed races, expressive of their distance from the original stock. One ancestor in each generation being a white person, the child of the Negro is called a mulatto, of the mulatto a terceron, of the terceron a quarteron, and the child of the latter is called a quinteron. This is the last gradation, there being no visible difference between them and the whites, either in color or features. They are, indeed, often fairer than the Spaniards. Judge O'Neill of South Carolina thinks even quadroons should always be rated as white. He says, when the blood is reduced to or below 1/8, the jury ought to always find the party white. And we know the tercerons frequently pass for whites, so little real difference is there between them and white persons, either in color or feature. The laws of Virginia, Kentucky, Missouri, and Arkansas apparently rate as white all mixed issue below tercerons. All below quadroons are apparently so considered in Tennessee, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and Texas. But in North Carolina, not even the fourth generation is so rated. Persons of mixed blood of every degree are prima facie presumed to be free in Delaware, North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, Louisiana, and probably in some other states. The contrary presumption, except as to persons apparently white, obtains in Virginia, Kentucky, and in South Carolina. In Missouri and Arkansas, a mulatto who was held as a slave must prove his right to freedom. But in all states, a presumption of freedom undoubtedly attaches in favor of those who are legally classed or rated as whites, though held as slaves. These presumptions are, however, never imperative, even in case of a person manifestly white, for slavery legally extends to all the issue, however remote from the original stock. The presumption only obliges the master, in case of dispute arising, to be able to prove the descent from a female slave according to law of the person whom he claims to own. And so long as he can do this, the law in all the states upholds the slavery of his victims, however white they may be. Okay? Like, this idea that white folks were slaves is crazy work. Why do they have this in place? Why is this in place if white folks weren't slaves? And then I got some documentation that says we own some of them too. And did. That the idea, and that's the problem with history, and that's the problem with who writes it, and that's the problem with people who call themselves being on a certain side of history. They write things to the way they want to see it. Okay? They don't want it to look like our people were owning them and putting them to work, and all of this shit was about status and money and land. And I think that that's where we miss it at. Like, yes, it may be it may be viewed as, oh, it's just us and it was only us, but no, it was a bigger agenda here in the United States and all over the world. You know, I just think that these color categories, these racial constructs, these things that come about kind of overshadow what was really taking place, right? Can y'all see that? Put a one in the chat if y'all can see what I got on the screen here. And if I need to make it bigger, let me know. I'll make it bigger for y'all. So let me see. This will make it bigger. Okay. That the law thus allows an owner to prove the descent of his white slave, and by doing so, and by so doing, overthrow the presumption of freedom arising from color, has been settled in several cases. In Virginia, in the case of Hook versus Nanny Pagey and her children, the verdict of the jury was that the nanny said Pagey was a white woman. that the said nanny, Paige, was a white woman and therefore free. But Judge Brooks said that it was competent for Hook to have proved, if he could, that the plaintiff was descended in the maternal line from a slave. Having not proved it, she and her children must be considered as free. In the case of Hudgens versus Wrights, Judge Tucker held that if one evidently white bee, notwithstanding, claimed as a slave, the proof lies on the party claiming to make the other his slave. Judge Rowan's opinion was the same. A white person may be a slave according to our laws, says Judge Green of the same state, if all his female ancestors were slaves. In Kentucky, says Chief Justice Robertson, a white person of unmixed blood cannot be a slave, but as a person apparently white may nevertheless have some African taint and may be consequently have descended from a mother who was a slave. I don't know why they wrote African taint. That's crazy. Consequently have descended from a mother who was a slave. The apparent color is but prima facie evidence, and consequently, basically, looker shit. And consequently, where a jury, on their view, decide that the color is white, testimony will be admissible to prove that, notwithstanding the visible complexion, there is African blood in the veins sufficient to doom to slavery. In Gatliff versus Rose, it appeared that James Lauderdale of Indentured County, Virginia, sold Rose as a slave, she being from 5 to 7 years of age. Rose was as white as most children through the country and was sometimes mistaken while in the family of Lauderdale for one of his children. And there was evidence adduced conducing to prove that he was her father. The law of North Carolina, by forbidding any white man or woman being free to do a certain act, implies that such persons may be slaves. So, guys, what I'm trying to highlight here is that in a lot of these states, white folks could be slaves. And I just think that the misnomer around them not being or not is diabolical work. And I think that we do need to do a better job of pushing this forward, because I think that the narrative is being twisted. And that's what's so crazy about this. It's like, I think the levels of playing field, if you will, or the playing field was more level than what we are all led to believe. And hence why all of this control is going on now. And hence why these people are in charge the way they are and think that the way they do. And they don't even realize they come from an ancestry line of whatever, quote, slaves they want to say we come from. But I got some more stuff, y'all. Y'all sit tight. The law of North Carolina, by forbidding any white man or woman being free to do a certain act, implies that such persons may be slaves. In Tennessee, Miller versus Denham, it was admitted that a woman of fair complexion and straight hair, and who was so white that no one suspected that she was a slave or that she had any Negro blood, might be proved to be a slave. In Georgia, Hunter versus Schaefer, it was admitted that a woman who had been married to a white person who had enjoyed liberty and property for a long time and transmitted them to her descendants, and who was actually presumed to be free so far as to give effect to a deed made by her, could yet to be proven to have been a slave. In Arkansas, it is a penitentiary offense to steal a, quote, white slave. So in Arkansas, you couldn't steal white folks. So that's in Arkansas. But they were still slaves. In Maryland, there formerly existed a law for enslaving the issue of white women. Sometime in the early part of the year 1681, Lord Baltimore brought into the state as a domestic servant a free white woman called Eleanor, or Irish Nell. Now, I know y'all remember Irish Nell, and we talked about Irish Nell, so we're going to keep going. She was married to a Negro slave, Willis. The law of 1633 was enforced. By this law, any free white woman so marrying a Negro slave was obliged to serve the master of such slave during life of her husband, and the issue of such marriage were declared to be slaves as their father was. See, in Maryland, it was the condition of your dad. So in different states, it was different things. And then I think in the case of this white woman, I think that the man, being a man, her condition was subjected to his condition. In the month of August 1681, after the marriage of Eleanor, the Act of 1663, was repealed, but the repealing act expressly saved the rights acquired under the Act of 1663 before the date of repealing act, so far as concerned the enslavement of the women and her issue. After the lapse of nearly 90 years, for during which time Eleanor and her children had died, William and Mary Butler, husband and wife, and first cousins who were her grandchildren, petitioned for freedom. The court below, following the impulses of the time, decided in their favor, but the owner appealed, and in 1770, the decision was reversed by the Supreme Court, and it was held that the issue born after the repealing law were slaves. William and Mary toiled on hopelessly as ever and died. 17 years elapsed, and their child, Mary Butler, a great-granddaughter of Eleanor, again petitioned for her freedom. And in 1787, after the lapse of more than a century of wrong and outrage committed on her family, she was declared free for want of a conviction in a court of record of Nels having intermarried with a slave. A striking illustration of that fiction, that certainty of the law, and of the great, almost overwhelming difficulties in the way of establishing even a legal claim to freedom, and by persons apparently white. Come on now. In another case, the great-granddaughter of a Spanish woman whose grandmother and mother had been held and died in slavery was finally set free. We have no statistics in relation to the number of mixed races. It must, however, be large. The female slave cannot resist her master's power, and the law everywhere practically teaches her to acquiesce in his wishes by denying her the capacity to contract a valid marriage, even with a slave. If she must be the concubine of someone, how much better then to be the mistress of the owner who has it in his power to do so much for her. She cannot commit adultery, nor is a slave ever punished for the incontinence. It was a Southerner who said that the best blood in Virginia flowed in the veins of her slaves. The following advertisements serve to confirm this view. Okay, from Richmond, Virginia. $100 reward will be given for the apprehension of my Negro, Edmund Kinney. He has straight hair and complexion so nearly white that it is believed a stranger would suppose there was no African blood in him. And I know they changed this. And that's the problem when they do this stuff, because they change it to African, they go and they backdate and write stuff. But we know the language at that time was Negro. The language at that time was not African. And that's why I know that a lot of the information y'all got to be able to discern and understand. The language was not African back then, period. He was with my boy Dick a short period of time since in Norfolk and offered him a sale and was apprehended, but escaped under pretense of being a white man. Anderson Bowles, January 6, 1836. From the Republican Banner in Nashville, Whig, July 14th, 1849, $200 reward, ran away from the subscriber on the 23rd of June last, a bright mulatto woman named Julia, about 25 years of age. She is of common size, nearly white, and very likely. She is a good seamstress and can read a little. She may attempt to pass for white, dresses fine. She took with her Anna, her child, 8 or 9 years old, and considerably darker than her mother. She once belonged to a Mr. Helm of Columbia, Tennessee. I will give a reward of $50 for said Negro and child if delivered to me or confined in any jail in the state so that I can get them. $100 if caught in any other slave state and confined in a jail so that I can get to them. And $200 if caught in any free state and put in any good jail in Kentucky or Tennessee so I can get them. A.W. Johnson, Nashville, July 9th, 1849. From the Chattanooga, Tennessee Gazette, October 5th, 1852 reads, $500 reward. Ran away from the subscriber on the 25th of May, a very bright mulatto boy, about 21 or 22 years old, named Wash. Said boy, without close observation, might pass himself for a white man, as he is very bright, has sandy hair, blue eyes, and a fine set of teeth. He is an excellent bricklayer, but I have no idea that he will pursue his trade for fear of detection. Although he is like a white man in appearance, he has the disposition of a Negro and delights in comic songs and witty expressions. He is an excellent house server, very handy about a hotel, tall, slender, and has rather a down look, especially when spoken to, and is sometimes inclined to be sulky. I have no doubt, but he has been decoyed off by some scoundrel, and I will give the above reward for the apprehension of the boy and thief, if delivered at Chattanooga, or I will give $200 for the boy alone, or $100 if confined in any jail in the United States so I can get him. And I'm sure it was called Colonies, but carry on. And you see how they like to go back and write things. It's really ridiculous. And that's all they do. That's all they do. So like I said, family, just keep the discernment in your head and in your mind when I'm reading this. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a lot of stuff going on. Oops, I thought I had it on the screen. Why is it not on the screen? Okay, my fault, y'all. I thought it was on the screen all this time. Damn. I'm sitting over here reading and it's not on the screen. Forgive me, family. Okay. All right. $50 reward will be given for the apprehension and delivery to me of the following slaves: Samuel and Judy, his wife, with their 4 children belonging to the estate of Sacker, Dubberly, deceased. I will give $10 for the apprehension of William Dubberly, a slave belonging to the estate. William is about 19 years old, quite white, and would not be readily taken for a slave. March 13th, 1837. The following 3 advertisements are taken from Alabama papers. Ran away from the subscriber, working on the plantation of Colonel H. Tinker, a bright mulatto boy named Alfred. Alfred is about 18 years old, pretty well grown, has blue eyes, light flakes in hair, skin disposed to freckle. He will try to pass as freeborn. Greene County, Alabama. $100 reward. Ran away from the subscriber, a bright mulatto man, slave named Sam. Light sandy hair, blue eyes, ruddy complexion, is so white as very easily to pass for a free white man. Mobile, April 22nd, 1837. Ran away on the 5th of May from me, a Negro woman. Ran away on the 15th of May from me, a Negro woman named Fanny. Said woman is 20 years old, is rather tall, can read and write, and so forged passes for herself. Carried away with her a pair of earrings, a Bible with a red cover, is very pious. She prays a great deal. Sad was as supposed. Contented and happy. She is as white as most white women, with straight light hair and blue eyes, and can pass herself for a white woman. I will give $500 for her apprehension and delivery to me. She is very intelligent. Tuscaloosa, May 29th, 1845. The next advertisements we cut from the New Orleans Picayune or Picayune. $25 reward. Ran away from the plantation of Madame Fergus Duplantier on or about the 27th of June, 1846. A bright mulatto named Ned, very stout build, about 5 feet 11 inches high, speaks English and French, about 35 years old, waddles in his walk. He may try to pass himself for a white man, as he is of a very clear color and has sandy hair. The above reward will be paid to whoever will bring him to Madame Duplantier's plantation, Mancock, or lodge him in some jail where he can be conveniently obtained. So y'all get what's happening here. I don't know. I mean, the idea that these people is real light and they black with blue eyes and all that, this is really interesting to me. But these people were also white. And they was looking for these motherfuckers. Now, let's go here. White slavery in America. Can y'all see that? Oh, you wasn't ready to come on yet. Sorry. All right, family. Let's keep going. So let's talk about this white slavery in America, okay? Because I know I have another one up here too. Okay, so let's talk about it. Michael A. Hoffman II, a researcher of history of the white slavery, has exposed the slavery of whites in America. Up to one half of all the arrivals in the American colonies were white slaves, and they were America's first slaves. These whites were slaves for life. These whites were slaves for life, long before blacks ever were. This slavery was even hereditary. White children born to white slaves were enslaved too. Whites were auctioned on the block with children, sold and separated from their parents and wives, sold and separated from their husbands. Free black property owners strutted the streets of northern and southern American cities, while white slaves were worked to death in the sugar mills of Barbados and Jamaica and the plantations of Virginia. The establishment has created the misnomer of indentured servitude to explain away and minimize the fact of white slavery. Let me read that again. The establishment has created the misnomer of indentured servitude to explain away and minimize the fact of white slavery. But bound whites in early America called themselves slaves. But bound whites in early America called themselves slaves. 9/10 of white slavery in America was conducted without indentures of any kind, but according to the so-called, quote, custom of the country, as it was known, which was lifetime slavery administered by the white slave merchants themselves. In George Sandys' laws for Virginia, whites were enslaved for, quote, forever. The service of whites bound to Berkeley's 100 was deemed perpetual. Study 17th century colonial America, sifting the documents, the jargon, and the statutes on both sides of the Atlantic, and one will discover that white slavery was a far more extensive operation than black enslavement. It is when we come to the 18th century that one begins to encounter more servitude on the basis of a contract of indenture. But even in that period, there was kidnapping of Anglo-Saxons into slavery as well as convict slavery. Ships carrying white slaves to America often lost half their slaves to death. According to historian Sharon V. Salinger, scattered data reveals that the mortality for, quote, white servants at a certain time equaled that for black slaves in the Middle Passage, and during other periods actually exceeded the death rate for black slaves. Salinger reports a death rate of 10 to 20% over the entire century for black slaves on board ships en route to America, compared with a death rate of 25% of white slaves en route into America. In the founding era of the colonial America, both white and black slaves were referred to as servants. Once the term slavery came into universal usage, a word derived from the enslavement of Slavic peoples. Objective observers of the time who were without mercenary ties to the traffic in white servants called them slaves. Contemporary observers described it as white slavery and referred to indentured servants as white slaves. A letter by white slave Elizabeth Spriggs in Maryland to her father John Spriggs in London, England, September 22nd, 1756, describes some of the conditions that these white slaves lived under. Honored father, oh dear father, I am sure you'll pity your distressed daughter. What we unfortunate English people suffer here is beyond the probability of you in England to conceive. Let it suffice that I am one of the unhappy number, toiling day and night, and very often in the horse's druggery, with only the comfort of hearing me called You bitch, you did not do half enough. Then I am tied up and whipped to that degree that you's not serve an animal. I have scarce anything but Indian corn and salt to eat, and that even begruded. Nay, many Negroes are better used after slaving, after master's pleasure. What rest we can get is to wrap ourselves up in a blanket and lay upon the ground. This is deplorable condition. This is the deplorable condition your poor Betty endures. So hold up. So y'all, we just gotta keep it in context. Like they love to sit over here and act like this wasn't a thing. When it was, y'all, man, they was enslaved. They was. And it's interesting that they don't highlight this history. And then you hear a bunch of mumbo jumbo going along and around in the community about, you know, who wasn't a slave, who was, and you know, it was only our people. And that's just so far from the truth that it don't make any logical sense. It just don't. It just don't. So yeah, y'all just got to understand. And in the meantime, I'm going to take a break.
Hey, listen, I was listening. I was up here, sis. Hey, peace to you, man. I hope all is good. Hey, peace and love to everybody out there, man. Hey, trust me, I'm gonna find out how to unblock a lot of people for real. I'm gonna find out. I don't know, man. On my side, man, live and learn block. So don't worry about it, man. I'm
okay. I'm gonna say he ain't blocked on my side.
Yeah, but man, you're doing a great job, sis. I'm coming up that if you need me to help you read, you know what I mean, or anything like that, you know, you're doing damn good. Great build. You know, that's already right up my alley anyway.
Okay.
You already know.
Yeah, and I don't even go back into it. Obviously, the South African thing, the Afrikaners coming here already got me feeling some type of way. But then, you know, when I was hearing a lot of the discourse around the environment, you know what I'm saying? It was just like them acting like this was impossible, that we couldn't own them. We didn't own them. We definitely owned you. Yes, we did. Yes, we did too. And I'm trying to find the other one too, because we definitely owned a lot of you people.
Okay. See, the thing is, when we own them, that's where the indentured servitude come in at. See, you will find more of them underneath the indentured servitude title, more than up underneath slave title.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's where the problem coming at, and that's why he made it clear that it was clearly what the establishment created. They created this idea that this indentured servitude was like less hurtful and less harmful, and no, that's just what they created. That's just what they created, and it's not the truth. It is not the truth, you know. But I think that, you know, I think the biggest discourse is around whether or not so-called black folks owned white folks.
But the thing is, how you know why it's so hard to believe? Because they told you black folks wasn't in the Confederacy.
And they was. And that's why I put that video up.
And we was, sis. So now we got to understand that we're talking about a war that was not basically on freeing slavery, but more of money and land, like what you said.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? When South Carolina broke away from them, that really pissed them off. Like, nah, dog, we ain't with that shit. We a Republican state. We Confederate out. You know what I'm talking about? Good word. Before it was Republican or anything like that. But you know what I'm saying? We nah, dog. We do what the fuck we want to do. You understand what I'm saying? So,
and that's the whole
and believe
thing.
it or not, shout out to Texas, man, for still doing what they want to do. All hustles, all our states are supposed to be like that. But, you know, prevailing forces, you know what I mean? But go ahead, sis.
So boom. So I know everybody is familiar with the Johnson family, obviously Anthony Johnson, like he's one of the main ones that they like to highlight that had owned white and black slaves, right? So I'm gonna just read this a little bit, you know what I'm saying? And we just gonna keep going through this.
The biggest black slave owner in the Americas, definitely. And next to him would be your boy Ellison, who you was talking about earlier, April, who reinvented the cotton gin and was selling it to all the southern people down south. So what is a black man selling a cotton gin? Who is he selling it to? In the chicken circuit, pretty much what they call a chicken circuit in the South. He's selling it to other black indentured servants, owners. That's who he's selling it to. But go ahead, sis.
Hold up real quick before I go to this one. I want to go back to this one too.
Okay.
Because I think this one.
Make that one just a little bigger right there. When you go to that one, make it just a little bit bigger. Go ahead. Okay, lovely. Beautiful.
Is this the one? No, this not the one. It's this one. Boom. All right, but I got a few things up here. So, colored freemen as slave owners in Virginia. Okay, and this is not a long read. Among the quaint old 7th century statutes of Virginia may be found the following significant enactment. No Negro or Indian, though baptized and enjoyed their own freedom, shall be capable of any purchase of Christians, but yet not debarred from buying any of their own nation. Christians in this act means persons of white race. Indentured servitude was the condition and status of no small part of the white population of Virginia when this law was enacted. While it is not a part of our purpose in this article to show that white servants were ever bound in servitude to colored masters, the inference from the prohibition upon the property rights of the free Negroes is that colored free men had at least attempted to acquire white or Christian servants. See, this is bullshit here. This is why I like to read the bullshit too. In a revision,
it was something like that though. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
Yeah. But for them to act like we couldn't buy white folks, diabolical. In a revision of the law, in a revision of the law, 78 years later, it was deemed necessary to retain the prohibition and to annex the provision that if any free Negro or mulatto shall nevertheless presume to purchase a Christian white servant, such servant shall immediately become free. What kind of contradiction is that?
Because it was a such thing where they started doing this. If people got baptized, people was trying to get baptized and claiming Christianity so they wouldn't be enslaved.
But it doesn't make. I mean, we
got a group called the Prayer Indians. That's what they were some of the first to convert to Christianity so they wouldn't get put in the American Indian slave trade. But that shit didn't work because they ass still got captured too. But that's another story, sis. I'm glad you bringing this up. We need to do a bill on that.
Absolutely.
Right? Definitely.
If we see in these laws, and I'm going to go back to the other one too. If we see in these laws nothing more than precautionary measures against a possible reversal of the usual order of white master and black servant to that of black master and white servant, they are nevertheless significant as commentaries on the extent of the remaining unimpaired property rights of black freemen. Only in the light of these prohibitions do we see the full significance of the last clause of the act, which reads, but yet not barred from buying any of their own nation. With no evidence beyond this explicit admission in the written law of the right of the free Negroes to own servants and slaves of their own race, it could scarcely be doubted that there were in the colonies colored men known to the framers of this law who held the service persons of their own race and color. But when the court records are opened and the strange story of the free Negro Anthony Johnson and his slave John Casser is read and understood, we are forced to a realization of the impartial attitude of the law toward Black masters, not only in outward expression, but also in its actual application. The story of the relation of these two Black settlers in the young colony is worth relating in the quaint language of the times, word for word, as it appears in manuscript records. The deposition of Captain Sam Goldsmith, taken in open court, 8th of March, saith that being at ye house of Anthony Johnson, Negro, about ye beginning of November last to receive a hodge of tobacco, a Negro called Juno or Jano, Casser came to this dependent and told him he came into Virginia for 7 or 8 years of indentured, yet he had demanded his freedom of Anthony Johnson, his master, and further, child, this broken English is crazy, and further said, yet he had kept him his servant 7 years longer than he should have oughta, and desired that this deponent would see he might have no wrong. Whereupon your deponent demanded of Anthony Johnson his indenture. The S.D. Johnson answered he never saw any. The Negro Jano Casser replayed when he came in, he had an indenture. Anthony Johnson, he had ye Negro for his life. But Mr. Robert and George Parker said they know that ye said Negro had an indentured and one Mr. Sandys had on ye other side of ye bay. Further said Mr. Robert Parker and his brother George. George said that if said Anthony Johnson did not let ye Negro go free, that said Negro Jano Casser would recover most of his cows from him. Ye said Johnson. The Anthony Johnson, as this depicted, did suppose, was in great fears. Anthony Johnson's son-in-law, his wife, and own 2 sons persuaded the old Negro Anthony Johnson to settle Jano Casser free. John Casser was not, however, permitted to enjoy his freedom. Johnson decided to petition a county court to determine whether John Casser was a slave for life or a servant for 7 years of indenture. The court record of the suit is as follows. Whereas complaint was this day made to ye court by ye humbled petition of Anthony Johnson, Negro, against Mr. Robert Parker, that this day on John Casser, a Negro, the plaintiff's servant, under the pretense, child, they need to cut this out. John Casser is a John Casser, y'all, is a freeman. The court seriously considering and maturely weighing ye premises do find that, sir, that ye said Mr. Robert Parker most unrightly keepeth ye said Negro John Casser from his rightful master Anthony Johnson, as it appeared by ye deposition of Captain deposition of Captain Sam Goldsmith, and many probable circumstances. Be it therefore ye judgment of ye court in order that John Casser Negro shall forthwith be turned into ye service of his said master Anthony Johnson, and that the Mr. Robert Parker make payment of all charges in the suit and execution. In thus sustaining the claim of Anthony Johnson to the perpetual service of John Casser, the court gave judicial sanction to the right of Negroes to own slaves of their own race. Indeed, no earlier record to our knowledge has been found of judicial support given to slavery in Virginia except as punishment for a crime. Additional gleanings from the records show that this Black slave master was a respected citizen of wealth and one of the very earliest Negro arrivals upon this continent, if indeed he was not one of the first 20 brought on in the Dutch. Lord Jesus, let me get it together. if indeed he was not one of the first 20 brought in on the Dutch man of war in 1619. Now we all know that the 1619 story is erroneous. David Eltis came up here and said it. It's erroneous. So this article is obviously a little bit tied up into the history that was being taught then and to the things that are being discovered now, which is one thing that a lot of people probably can't understand is if this man was brought here, how was he able to acquire all the land that he was able to acquire and own all the people he was able to own, both white and black? The discovery of the fact that Anthony Johnson was a slave owner led to a further examination of court records and land patents for additional information concerning him. In the court records of Northampton County in 1653, it was found records that Anthony Johnson, Negro, at this day made his complaint to the court that John Johnson Sr. most unwittingly detaineth a patent of his 450 acres of land, which patents John Johnson, Negro, claimeth and boldly affirmeth to be his land. So now somebody trying to take the man land. A search in the early land patents of the state revealed a grant by the authorities of the state of 250 acres of land in Northampton County to Anthony Johnson, a Negro. The grant was made as head rights upon the importation by the Negro of 5 persons into the colony. Still pursuing the record of this black freeman who was able to maintain a slave, the following was discovered upon the records of the County Court of Northampton. Upon ye humble petition of Anthony Johnson, Negro, and Mary, his wife, and their information to ye court, that they have been inhabitants in Virginia above 30 years, consideration being taken of their hard labor and honored service performed by the petitioners in this country for ye obtaining of their livelihood, and yet loss they have sustained by unfortunate fire with their present charge to provide for. Be it therefore in order that from that day of debate hereof during the natural lives of the said Mary Johnson and 2 daughters of Anthony Johnson, Negro, be disengaged and freed from payment of taxes and levies in Northampton County for public use. Subtracting 30 years from 1652, the date of this order of the court, it appeared that this Negro and his wife were in Virginia in 1622. Examination of a census taken in Virginia after the Indian Massacre of 1622 and called the List of Living and Dead in Virginia revealed the fact that there were only 4 Negroes in the colony besides the surviving 19 out of 20 that came in 1619. What do you think about that? Because that's interesting, seeing as though that we know 1619 is erroneous. I would love to see this census, because there were only 4 Negroes in the colony besides the surviving 19. That's ridiculous. And this is after the Indian Massacre. Where OTK go? OTK, you heard me? That's what I'm saying. And if they only saying that these fucking 19 that supposedly came in 1619, there's a discrepancy here. There's a huge discrepancy here. Now, these Negroes, these people that they are calling Negroes, are they strictly calling these fucking 19 people who came from Africa Negroes? Because this don't make sense to me. So real quick, maybe I could go back to something that makes it a little bit more clear, because I can't read all that broken English and I don't want to sound retarded, okay? No, that's not the one. Is this the one? Yeah. So Robert M. Grooms in the Johnson family, American owners of white and black slaves has revealed the fact that blacks own white slaves in America. He also notes that a legal precedent for lifelong slavery in America was established by a black slave owner with regard to one of his black slaves. On April 10th, 1606, the Virginia Company of London was granted a royal charter by King James I, awarding it a large tract of land in present-day Virginia, Delaware, and Maryland. On May 13th, 1607, 3 small ships, Susan Constant, Godspeed, and Discovery, arrived at Cape Henry, sailed up the James River, and landed at present-day Jamestown, following a 131-day voyage crowded in a damp, cold, foul-smelling holds in the darkness beneath the decks. 104 settlers, including 12 servants, disembarked and established a rough log fortress. In August 1619, more than a year before the landing of the ship Mayflower, a captured Dutch man of war with a Spanish captain named Jope and an English pilot named Marmaduke anchored in the James River near Jamestown. On board were 20 and odd men and women of African descent. The Virginia colony was in need of laborers. While the captain and his crew in need of supplies, a bargain was struck, and 20 Negroes, the first of their race, in the colonies were sold to colonists. Fresh food and water was brought aboard, and the ship sailed away. See, this is where they make stuff up at. And this is where I be having a problem at. Because now with the new information coming out about 1619 being erroneous, the fact that there was prior landings here, allegedly, and all of this stuff was taking place, now they're trying to base everything around this 1619 shit. And now they're trying to base our sole existence on 1619 bullshit? No. No. Okay. So let's go down. White and black servants joined the same households, working, eating, sleeping, and running away together. Their terms of service could be extended for a large number of minor offenses, including marrying or having children without permission. As a result of extensions, many white redemptioners served their whole life as a servant. Okay, let's keep rolling, because what the fuck? And that's crazy. Because in 1651, like I was just reading to y'all, Anthony Johnson was given 250 acres as head rights for purchasing 5 incoming white redemptioners. So the point is, y'all want to, it's interesting. They gave him this land because he purchased these white folks. In 1652, John Johnson, Anthony Johnson's eldest son, purchased 11 incoming white males and females and received 550 acres adjacent to his father. There were a number of additional Virginia land patents representing grants to free blacks of from 50 to 550 acres for purchasing white redemptioners. For example, on April 18, 1667, Emmanuel Cabu received 50 acres in James City County. And in 1668, 50 acres were deeded to John Harris of Queens Creek. Francis Payne paid for his freedom in 1650 by purchasing 3 incoming whites for his master's use. Listen to this part down here, though, y'all. Blacks and Indians came to own and abuse whites in Virginia in such large numbers that in 1670, the House of Burgesses proclaimed that no Negro or Indian, though baptized and enjoyed their own freedom, shall be capable of any purchase of Christians, but yet not debarred from buying any of their own nation. What I was just reading. See, she didn't put it like that. And that's what I mean when people talk shit and they don't know, like they put the words that they want to put. They put the words that they want to put, family. And that's why it's hard. And we got to go through all of this and discern the truth. How the fuck? So, and they still continue to try to separate us from Indians. But we know who was really terrorizing these white folks, according to this.
Big facts. Big facts. Wild ass Indians. Gang, gang.
Okay. Christian was a euphemism of the period for Caucasian. Virginia's slave code of 1705 provided that no Negroes, mulattoes, Indians, although Christians or Jew, Mahometans, or other infidels shall at any time purchase any Christian, nor any other except their own complexion, or such as declared by as are declared slaves by this act. So white Christians,
no baby, that's Mohammedan, baby.
Hey, I couldn't get that.
Remember, I was teaching you about the Mohammedans.
Yeah,
it's before Islam, so that's why they say Mohammedism. Your more is your convert between an Islam and a Christian. He's both. Mohammedanism, a Mohammedan is just Islam based, you know what I mean? And a Jew is just Christian based.
Yep.
Look what it say. That no Negro, mulatto, Indians, are though Christians, are Jews, Christians or Jews. So Jews will be your Judaism people. All right, okay, we can get them that. You're Catholic. We can get them that. Your Christians is your offspring of the Catholic. You're Protestants. Okay, Jesus Christ. All right, fuck it. You know, however you want to put it. All right, okay. But they all in the same ideology. They just all got different belief of the same fucking ideology.
Mm-hmm. That doctrine
it has so many different Bibles. It has so many different Bibles, the Geneva Bible, the Pope Bible, the Bishop Bible. You know what I mean? You had the Septuagint, you had the Tanakh, you had the Torah, you had the, you know what I mean? You had all these different Bibles that different people was using, but not the common people, because the common people, it was banned for them to even read the Bible. You feel me? So they couldn't even read it. They had to go to church or do a following. You know what I mean? And then you had the Quran, which is also a book of the Bible. You know what I mean? Offshoot of the Bible. You had the whole Apocrypha that used to be inside the Geneva Bible. The books that they took out of the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So but go ahead, sis. God damn, this fire.
Yeah, because I'm like, whoa. So now only the white Christians, now that they are being labeled as Christians, the whites are Christians now. And now we can't buy them according to certain things that was put in law, but we was definitely owning them and buying them.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that was another edict. That was another edict that they dropped, just like the dumb diverses and the Papa's Bull. Mm-hmm. So an edict was made about Christians not being able to be put into slavery. Mm-hmm. And that was a whole thing to get the whites out of slavery, like you said, because of the simple fact because of their belief system.
Yep.
See, we wasn't even rolling with this Christian shit yet. We wasn't all the way convinced with this shit. They ain't attack our spirituality system altogether yet at this time. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We wasn't rolling with that shit. In fact, after this time right here is when you see our spiritual system start get implemented into what we call American church today. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of our spirituality system is implemented in the church, in church program, church celebrations, and they holidays that the church has. Not per se the Bible, but what the church does. You will see a lot of our stuff is you know what I mean, accomplishing that. Definitely. Peace, Cosmo. What's up, bro?
Hey, Cosmo.
Peace, Goddess. What's the word?
Hey, I'm great. You know, I just wanted to touch on some little things that kind of was in my heart and spirit, and here we are.
Mm-hmm. I heard that the brother got 250 acres. You dig what I'm talking about, for bringing the 5 slaves in from Europe. Mm-hmm. That why he gets 250 acres is for each one he brings over under the head right system. James and James II, both was given $50, 50 acres per person that you paid for their crossing to get over to the United States. And that person had to sign an indenture. And so out of the land grant from Charles and shit in Virginia or wherever, Carolinas, wherever you was at, he gave you a cut of that. You did what I'm talking, per head, you got 50.
Mm-hmm.
So this is how he gets it, that 250 acres.
Right.
That's the head right.
So now y'all see that. I love that you bring that up, Carl. So now when y'all look at these census records and y'all see your grandmama underneath y'all great granddaddy has his he has his his mother on the census underneath his household, and she would be considered a slave. But the whole thing was every time you counted somebody that was considered a slave or you was the head of the household, today we call it dependent when we do taxes.
Well,
we call it dependence.
But this brings up a great
50 acres back then. Now you get money. Go ahead, Carl.
No, I'm with you. But this even brings up a even greater question, because now we got to go back and look at what the hell is a Negro?
Yeah.
Because remember, Anthony Johnson is from England. He's from Europe.
Yep.
He was already indentured. So y'all trying to tell me he black, right? And
yeah,
he was enslaved in America, but he's from England. How?
Yes, he's one of the first black Europeans. No, he's one of the first black Europeans. That go against their narrative, correct?
Exactly.
He's one of the first black Europeans. And he became white because of his status.
Okay, so are these 20 in our Negroes coming from England and not from Africa?
But not only are they coming from England,
we can't say that for everything. We can't say that for everything.
Yeah, I think they're coming from the Caribbean, but I'm talking about.
I think they're coming from the Caribbean, but they say Africa.
But they called them Negroes. It wouldn't have made it. It wouldn't have made a difference. And we got to take the possibility. Think of this. They're only calling him a Negro. Anthony Johnson may have pale skin, is what I'm trying to tell y'all too. It worked both ways. Anthony Johnson may have had pale skin coming from Europe, but he was called a Negro.
Nah, I don't think he was pale.
Why I say that is because they need to perpetuate the myth that it was only the black people getting enslaved. So they make this nigga who is called a Negro because he is indentured. You dig what I'm talking about? He is enslaved. So he would be a Negro, right? But he a white man from Europe. So they paint him as a black dude he just supposedly the first black dude that owned a black dude. But it's probably something that is probably
don't go past the obvious.
Man. It's a status.
It's a status.
I think it's a
brown Englander owning an American Indian.
So let's
say that last part again, Carl. Say that last part again, real quick, Carl. Say that last part again.
They try to say Anthony Johnson is the very first slave owner, right? To make a man.
No, he's the very first black slave owner.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
They
try to put it on him like it was us enslaving us, but really it was a brown or a white Englishman, still called a Negro, but to make their ideology fit. Because I can't look at you say Negro and it's a white dude.
Y'all making it too complicated.
I gotta explain that.
Y'all,
I make it brown.
Y'all missing the obvious. Anthony Johnson is an American name.
He's definitely American black man. His status is white. That's what makes him white. Because back then they was calling people white. They was calling people white and Negro, white and black because of their status or whatever like that. Believe it or not, they calling him a Negro. At this time. Yeah, they calling him a Negro because he was darker than them. Correct.
But I also want to say
I even might have some shit to show that he could have been a mulatto or what they call a mulatto. Him and William Ellison's. You know what I'm saying?
He was a slave in America, but he's from America.
Huh?
He was a slave in
I just want to shout out all the nigga slave owners, and I'm out.
William Ellison was never a slave. He was a slave to his daddy. He was never a slave. No. That's the part of the story we got to dodge. He was black, and this nigga had white slave motherfucking owners. They try to change his color and shit because he owned whites. That fucked the whole narrative up. That shows what the whole war was about. That Abraham was trying to really free them fucking white slaves.
Yeah, but what I'm saying.
Well, hold on. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hey. So the thing with Anthony Johnson is he wasn't the first slave owner. He was the first so-called Negro to go to court to fight to keep slaves.
We already understood that, brother.
Yeah, I think he was also the first slave owner too. The
Not
only the first, I think he was the richest too. And William Ellison came second. All you got to do is look up the richest black slave owners in the South, and they rank from Georgia to South Carolina, brother.
Yeah, I mean,
that. All the way up to Virginia. And the Virginia
slave owners we don't even know about until you go into your genealogy.
Yeah. I mean, the money is what it is. My thing is, I'm not even worried about that. If he got money, if he didn't, he still had people enslaved. And my thing is, something stinks about this story. It's whether he's white or black, or he the very first black who did it, or and when they call him black, I know the blacks as the brown skinned Europeans.
They could be. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He could be a black European. Exactly.
But hold on,
what I'm saying. So
hold up real quick before you go, Cosmon, because see where my confusion is coming in at is where they are saying put it in the kitchen. You should have ate that corn. Don't test me. You didn't eat all of it though.
Hey, mute your mic up before you talk to my niece like that. Stop it.
No, I'm just letting her know she did.
I know. Hey, whoa, Gigi. You know she do no wrong to me. Do that off there. Mute your goddamn mic.
Anyway,
hey, Missy, go ahead.
She a good girl though. She is, but she know I want her to eat them vegetables. Anywho, y'all. So listen, here's what I'm saying with the confusion about Anthony Johnson, because in some of these writings, they're saying that he came off the same alleged ship from 1619 with the 20 odd Negroes. So I'm like, hold up. So if he came off this ship with the 20 and odd Negroes, where the fuck did they
be from the Caribbean?
Because they're saying, oh, if y'all saying that he could be potentially English or whatever the case is, or from England, which a lot of Negroes was from England, this idea that it came from Africa is already false in itself.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's why I said 1619 is erroneous. It's erroneous because it's confusing the narrative, even as we're trying to get through it right now. You see where all the confusion coming in at? That's all I wanted to point out.
Because he wasn't a slave. He wasn't a slave. He was an indentured servant. Anybody who came over on that ship on 1619 that had color, they was an indentured servant. They was not a slave.
Slaves, though.
I mean, we can call them slaves. They the same thing, but you know what I mean? He was an indentured servant, though.
He was an indentured servant. They said that them people was 20 and some odd Negro slaves. That's what it say. It actually don't even say Negro. It say Negra.
No.
So I believe they was females primarily. So, but you dig what I'm saying? It say 20 and some odd Negras with an A on the end of it.
Yeah, if it's an A on the end, that's definitely feminine.
Where does it say the Negro part at? I seen Negro on the.
But that would be Negras. That depends on the writing.
Yeah, Negra.
Yeah, that depends on who writing though. You know
that's what
I
I'm
mean?
saying. I'm looking at the original text.
Some of us say 20 and all men and women. You know, hold
so
up.
I see you say African.
There you go.
They didn't rewrote it 1,000 times. If it say anything modern, you know it's a new rewrite. You gotta go back to the old shit that's still in cursive and shit when it's written in the book. It say Negroes.
And A definitely means masculine when you're talking about a woman in Spanish, and O is masculine. My bad. The A is feminine, and the O is masculine when you're speaking in Spanish. Because the whole thing about Spanish and Portuguese and French, French was also still a Romance language, but they was trying to get out of that feminine language. You know what I mean? The way that they were speaking was more feminine, coming from Italy, Sicily, up in that area right there. You know what I mean? So as the Etruscans and all these Nordics started beating their ass and going in there conquering, their language started changing and it started becoming more masculine to what we see basically right now. The development of it and a mixture of it is what you will see in Latin America, because you got French, Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, and English inside that fucking Caribbean corridor.
Yeah. Yeah. And remember what was bro name? What was bro name from he was from Peru, wasn't he? He used to come up here, you do the rap stuff in the videos from Peru.
Oh yeah, I don't know where my brother going at. Yeah, where they was doing the dancing and all that shit, man. Damn, I forget dude name. Yeah, and he kept it real too, and he was keeping it real too. Yeah, when we was asking them questions.
Remember, he said they got a style of Spanish. He said it's called Castilian. I went and looked that up, and it's like the old proper, more Latin like. You dig what I'm saying? Spanish. And he said we speak more like it's like a street like mixed up, And he was like, we understand each other, but it sounds different.
Yeah, more slang. So once you see anything with like Ilian or Lilian or Sicilian on the end, that lets you know it's Greek or either Roman. It came out during that time because they carried those last names like that. I mean, those names like that. When they was describing their peoples, you understand what I'm saying? So that lets you know what that's why they would definitely be damn near old world Latin, because Greek and Roman is old world Latin.
And if you see the S on the end of the last name, that's Persian. If you see the AN on the last of the name, that is Roman Macedonian. You dig what I'm talking about? So this is why you get Alexandrians. You dig what I'm talking about? Syrians. You dig what I'm talking about? They mixing in with these people, becoming these people, man.
All right,
that's what I was. Oh, my bad, sis.
Go ahead. You can go ahead and just live and learn.
No, go ahead, sis. I'm gonna comment on this real quick. Hey, yo, the cotton gin. That's what I was just telling my sis about when she was naming about William Ellison. So his real name was April. He changed his name to his so-called daddy, so-called slave owner name. And now the daddy left the wealth to him, 900 acres, a land to him, and not the original son who was supposed to be all European. He left it to the child by the slave. So he went to court to get his last name changed to William April Ellison. And guess what he did? He managed to redid the cotton gin, and he could have fixed that shit because he went to indentured servitude under a dude named Willie McCrae. He learned how to redo the cotton gin and how to build that shit different. And he went on a tour in the South and he became rich like that before his daddy even left him everything. Do the research on William Ellison. And this motherfucker could write like a bitch.
William Ellison of the cotton gin, right?
William April Ellison. Yeah, his real name is April.
They don't tell us the truth about that so-called
slave
indenturers.
Motherfucker.
A lot of that shit.
And listen, sis, this motherfucker was so smart, Cosmon. This motherfucker was writing during the Civil War. He was like, man, god damn these motherfuckers.
But they come from a long line of intelligent people. My
listen now. Listen though, he was writing saying fuck the North. He was writing saying fuck the North. They just want our land. They want our money. How the fuck they gonna do this to us? And he was writing that to his brother. The letters got found up underneath his steps.
Yeah, but
after somebody
that's
else
all
bought the
fine.
house.
That's all fine
You know
and
what I
dandy.
mean?
The thing is the lie that they putting on this man.
Hey, but I ain't gonna lie,
Like he was-
Cosmon. This
like he was
motherfucker been a dirty. Hey, he
like
been a
like
dirty
he was
slave owner though,
like a
Cos.
slave or something. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Listen, what we got to understand really what this indenture enslavement stuff was. It was employment, and then for the most part, it was being taught a skill. It's like not indenture. What's the word when you teach a person a skill?
Trade.
Yeah, but
school.
it's got a name for it.
Vocational.
Yeah, but it's called something.
It's called vocab school. That's what it's called. Vocational school. That's what we call it. That when you learn.
Yeah. That's what we call it today. But it has a name. It's really what an indenture is supposed to be. You come over here.
A protege.
A protege.
Yeah. That's a
apprenticeship. That's what it's called.
Apprenticeship. Yeah.
You just reminded me that. Because really, a lot of these indentures were purportedly and supposed to be originally apprenticeships. They taught a skill. They were taught a skill. You dig what I'm talking about? And then because of the indenture, you dig what I'm talking about? They was given a piece of land and a business they could set up for themselves, and then they could go do what they do. You did what I'm talking about.
Indentured servitude is what turned into apprenticeship. So indentured servitude carried a period. It was for a time period, so they can get their fucking insurance money back.
I think that they have been indenturing them niggas.
Apprenticeship right now, boy. You taking apprenticeship now, boy. You ain't getting paid shit.
Listen, they have been putting them people in Europe under peonage, under serfdom, under indentures for a long time. We had a system sort of like it in America, but it was apprenticeship. If my brother makes shoes, right? And I got 4 sons. I'm gonna send one of my sons over there with my brother so he can learn how to make shoes. My sister make whoopty whoop. I'm gonna send my son over there and whoopty whoop. They gonna send their son to me because I make horseshoes. And I'm gonna teach one of my sons right along with both sides of y'all sons, right along my. So we all got the same amount of sons.
Right.
They was just
then you come back to your community and you do that shit and you start a business in your community.
Yes. You did what I'm talking about. So this is how we even gained last names. This is how you became the Cobb family, because you come from a long line of cobblers, people who make shoes. This is how you become a Rivers or a Washington. You dig what I'm talking about? A Jones, which is the word Johann. You dig what I'm talking about? But that's something different. But it's the same thing, though. This is how you get your last names, really, by where you been and what you be doing and what you get known for over there.
Okay. So I think while Savage is trying to get in there, and I think Alabama, I don't think Alabama just hit the panel too. So Savage.
Alabama.
Yeah, I'm mute. Go ahead, Savage.
No, I was just saying you get you get your last name for the job you was doing. I said that's our myth. Cause everybody's family wasn't doing the same thing.
I don't think all of us had last names.
I agree with that. Your last name was your chieftain.
Yeah.
Or your first name was your chieftain.
Not apply because we didn't want to interbreed. Right?
Yeah.
We didn't want to inbreed. That's
so
nasty.
You carried your chieftain as your last name. If anything, like Jesus of Nazareth, just put it like that. It would be O2K and the Etawan. You know what I mean? That would be the only thing close to a last name to me, Wild Savage. Other than that, we ain't got nothing. No, we ain't got nothing.
To the 15th.
Yeah, we ain't got no Wild Savage. Huh?
So I just go with that. I ain't gonna say they ain't got last. Everybody didn't.
Hold on, Wild Savage. Re-say that again, bro, and turn your mic up. I got your mic all the way up, but turn your mic up too, bro.
Nah, it's up. I don't know what's wrong with it.
Yeah, you were just low. Okay, all right. Go ahead and say that again, bro.
Hold on, let me go to my. No, I was saying that. Shit. Automatically adjust microphone volume. Does that sound better?
Yeah, you good, bro. Everybody else muted. Go ahead. It's all on you.
Man, I done had a burn. What? I forgot what I was gonna say.
You were saying.
Oh no, we were just talking about the last names real quick, bro. Yeah. You were saying like you don't think that last names come from like the craft that we had or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying that from my research, everybody pretty much had a last name to the 15 or 1600s. So I'm not going to, I wouldn't say that we didn't have last names before that. Now, I would say too, I don't think everybody went with the whole first name, middle name, last name thing. But I think we all had some type of first name, last name. Even though we had nicknames.
Yeah, we definitely had a first name, bro. Yep, we definitely had a first name, but the last name you said from your research, which my research said that we didn't start getting last names until they start coming across here writing about us and giving us last names. So therefore, we know the last names ain't come from the slave owner. I don't follow that at all. I don't follow that narrative at all. Now, you know what I mean? I think we earned all the last names that we got, or either we picked it out from the Bible when we converted.
We got the last name from our slave owner, which was our granddaddy.
Hell no. How I get my last name?
Hold on.
Yes, your mama, your daddy.
Yeah, Paulton, hold on.
Your daddy is where you get your last name.
Cosmo,
and that's who the slave owner was. What are you talking about? The slave owner was your mother and your daddy. What are you talking about?
Yes, Paulton.
So okay, that's where you get your last name from.
Hold on.
Well, then there was time when they wasn't slave owners then too, and they still had that name.
So when was it? That's what I'm saying. They still had the first last name.
Trying to play like
I don't think he's saying we getting it from a white. I don't think he's saying we getting it from a white slave owner, Cosmo. He's saying we get it from
mom and daddy. I ain't saying nothing about the white boy.
But that's as simple as saying you got it from your parents. Yeah,
right.
Of course.
Right.
That don't mean that they're your slave masters, or that they necessarily at one time, or even at one time, if they did, if that's how it was typed up in the system, that don't mean that's what their parents were to them. You see what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying. Wild Savage, hold on, I'm not arguing with you, bro. I get what you're saying, right? I get what you're saying, but to be plain about it, you got your last name from your parents, okay, right? But it's not always a slave master. Not everybody owns slaves, and they still got last name
on the census or head of the house on the census, depending on where you was at. But
yes,
let me give you an example for me.
I agree with that. And he's absolutely correct. Because if my granddaddy was the oldest in the house, even if his mama was in the house, his mama would be considered a slave too on census. Yes.
Yeah.
But now last names, but now I see why you saying you get it from the slave owner from our people. I agree with that. But the way you had said that shit, it sound kind of fucked up. But I caught it while Savage.
I was never. I understood what he was saying from the get-go, but trying to assume that even that our parents, all of them, or our grandparents' parents, all of them, were somehow all slave masters, or that all of our names were on a slave list at one time. That's not true. So it's to say we got it from our slave master. Well, maybe some of us did. But we all for sure got it from our parents.
Said that we didn't get these last names till Europeans came And the whole thing is, we know Europeans didn't come like that. We left before European ever came. So we couldn't got our names from no Europeans, because Europeans don't have the last names over there to this day.
Well, I don't know why you even brought Europeans. I said we got our names from what we do, who we is, what, you know, it's a characteristic of us. That's how I say we got our names. You disputed that. I didn't say nothing about us getting our white name from white folks. And then hold on, let me explain to you why I'm saying what I'm saying from personal experience. My 7th great grandmother is named Selassie Tamiyakite. What's her last name? Her name is Selassie Tamiyakite. What's her last name? You see how it just says who she is. It's not like first and last. And so she's from Guyana.
So it's saying she'll saying Siami. I don't want to butcher the name, but it's saying she's her from the Tamike. That's what it's saying with her whole name like that, bro. Go ahead, break that down real quick.
I'll get what you're saying, but it would be more like that. Her name is Selassie or Salassi. You dig what I'm talking about? Like Selassie from over there. You dig what I'm talking about? And that's what that's not necessarily what it means. The same don't have the same meaning, but that's what the name is. In the middle last or whatever that you call it is, tells who she is and where she from and describes her. Right? Meaning Selassie, meaning royal. You dig what I'm saying? So Tamiyakite, to my understanding, is who she is and where she from. So, especially when you look down there and you see the people with the same name. So, where is the last name? And then she come up here and she get Christianized, right? They changed her name, Selassie Tamiyakite, to Ann Barrentine in Perry County, Alabama.
And what year is this?
She got over here in 1806 when she was 14. She indentured herself.
Okay.
And by the time she was 21, she already had first of all, she was 14. She had a 6-month-old baby. My 6th great grandmama, Harriet, right? She had already had her when she came here as an indentured. She get married to my 7th great grandfather, whose name is Stephen. And her name changed somewhere in there. But you come here in America during slavery, 1806, she indentured herself. And in 7 years, by the time she was 21, she had a husband and another baby and 150 acres.
Yeah, well,
how that works.
My people here, I can track them all the way back to the 16 and 1700s. And like I said,
me too.
That one side, like where I take the Savage from, you know, that's my 9th great grandmama, and you know her name is Dorothy Savage. You know what I'm saying? But she's not the only one. You know what I'm saying? I got Tyler's. It's a bunch of other grandmamas on that tree as well. You know what I'm saying? But
hey, let me ask you this, Wild Savage.
Mm-hmm.
Anything before the 1800s, if you find documents of them, they got to be on the East Coast, North or South, on this side of the Appalachians. Correct?
I can't say correct. I can just say it's correct for my end so far as what I found.
No, that's correct, period. Because the other side of the Appalachians was not documented until the 1800s.
Facts.
Late 1800s, bro.
Yeah,
I'd say the start of the 1800s, probably about.
Yeah, unless you read some French scholars, and they was coming from up top down in Mississippi.
Yeah, they was coming from up here in Detroit.
Yeah, they would be coming from the Midwest down to Mississippi. So that's why I say this is why when people go back that far, 9 times out of 10, it would bring you on this East Coast. If you trace your people's stuff back that far, then you come back to the East Coast. You know why? If you trace yourself to the 1700s and you trace yourself to being in the same place you in, you would be in a tribe. And look, you would go directly to a tribe, bro. You would go directly to.
It makes sense that my people got here too because they right up the Mississippi. You dig what I'm talking about? You don't even have to. You can go from Detroit to Louisiana and never even get on ground. You never even have to. You dig what I'm talking about? You never even have to touch ground.
Straight
waterways. I go to OTK house from here. 2 different ways, 3 different ways.
Once you come down to Mississippi, all you got to do is jump on the goddamn Congaree. Now the old Geechee that go on around in the Savannah, one of them 2. You jump on the Savannah, the Altamont, or the Congaree, and you will come on straight on over here to the goddamn Atlantic Ocean.
Shoot all the way around.
Anthony, man, you can, man, but I try to tell people be careful about showing your ancestry and your names because we got weirdos. It used to be fun to show that, right, Anthony? And I started doing that. You know what I'm saying? And man, it got weird.
That nigga, not a coincidence, made a whole goddamn fake page of a nigga, another nigga who wasn't me, but he made it off my second great grandmama, who by the way is standing in front of a shata goddamn the little sign blankets. She's standing in front of it.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? So is my granddaddy, a whole different one. You dig what I'm talking about? And so he got them people, built the whole line off and brought it to another. I don't got no problem telling my real name. My real name is Calvin Peoples. But he brought up a whole nother nigga and then showed it. I'm like, who is that? Because he got some people up there, but he don't got me. He don't got my parents, but he got some other people sprung off of this shit, and it's not right. Right? You dig what I'm saying? So I'm like, off some weirdo shit because I showed my grandmama, my second great grandma. You dig what I'm talking about? They put this whole little weird little thing up. You dig what I'm saying? So that kind of turned me off to it. You know what I mean? And then my history is so crazy because my shit documented. Right. Most of my lines, most of them, I can take them well back into the 1600s.
And where they at, cuz?
Shit, they in America, my nigga.
No, I'm just saying, what part of America they at, cuz?
Oh, shit, they in the South.
All right.
They in the South on the East.
The most heavily documented place. The most heavily documented place in America is the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Point blank. It's just Sharice. You back yet? I see you moving the screen. You back, sis?
Basically from Maryland back on down to Florida in like a triangle. My people from all the way in there.
Damn. All right,
from Maryland to Louisiana and back over to Florida and then up the East Coast again, like a triangle.
Okay.
Yeah, please to Uncle Ali Bamu, my adopted daddy.
Yeah, mic check. I gotta get some child support going on here. What's going on?
Yes, might.
Please tell Mama Miss I was not trying to offend her about Emmett Till, but there is going to be a very detailed discussion around that poor baby's body. Because there is a narrative, and it is true to state that his death moved Rosa Parks in her spirit. But I'm a bit concerned about how we let narratives evolve out of a piece of truth. Now, I'm not suggesting he didn't cause or trigger the modern day civil rights movement. I'm saying, what do we really not understand about lynchings? in general. And in specific, his case is still, and he's one of the few that's prosecuted, and then they were acquitted. Okay? I don't know what the last count is, but maybe you'll do a build. I don't want to divert the conversation, but it struck with me about how she was emotionally charged, and I get that. But either Ida B. Wells or do a build on the lynching museum in Montgomery, Alabama, because they allegedly have 18 sites of dirt that would be blood-soaked if they actually went to where the body hung like strange fruit, or as James Byrd was drugged behind a truck in the late 20th century. Okay? We have yet to address white domestic terrorism. You feel me? I'll put a pin in that because, like I said, I didn't want to divert the conversation. It just
I'm gonna start showing y'all the
as a-
shows where we drag their ass and we bust their fucking heads too. The shit that goes undocumented that they hide. I'm gonna show you where we was fucking them up at too in South Carolina, dog.
I got one question.
I ain't even gonna lie to you, dog. That shit wasn't going on everywhere, man. 1 or 2 incidents that get highlighted, and I'm sad about that. But that shit be getting used for overall narrative, just like this slave trade narrative.
Right. Wasn't Rosa Parks Eastern Star?
Yes, she was. They always Masons, brother.
She was a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha as well. Yep.
Yes. Once she's in a sorority, she's a Mason. Yes.
That was a psyop. Her being inspired by Emmett Till.
In fact, it was a woman who sat at the back of the bus before her.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Come on, man.
Well,
come on.
if you want it, the young people, there was at least 3. Well, there were 3 other young women that had different type of stories. That E.D. Nixon, you'd have to go and do the build around E.D. Nixon and why he made the strategic decisions that he made.
We're gonna do a bill around the whole civil rights movement from the beginning to the goddamn.
And you dig, brother. Dig deep in it. I'm not disagreeing with you, my good brother. Again, the
American Indian civil rights bill. You know what I'm talking about?
And start with that. Start with the actual legislation that says Indian civil rights. Can we start there? Okay.
Fair Housing Act, all this right here.
Which, by the way, if you call the number, it says public and Indian housing.
Yep.
If you call it today. But anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take the conversation on a tangent. Baby girl.
Yes.
Did you see where Roly Poly interviewed John Boyd? And I'm gonna come back with you on that too, OTK, about these Afrikaners.
I don't even know who the fuck John Boyd is.
Go over that earlier.
The National Black Farmers Association. But say what?
I don't know who he is. Hey, listen, sis. Tell Alabama, am I lying or not? When you be mentioning people's name, where I be saying, I don't know who the fuck that is.
What?
I'm really self-taught. Yeah. I'm really self-taught. I don't know a lot of these motherfuckers.
Go ahead, short by shouty. Short by shouty.
Since be like, OTK, so you don't know who that is? Hell no.
and that's less indoctrination that you'd have to take out of your spirit, brother. So good for you. But the only point I'm raising it, whether you get to see this or not, and thank you, Sharice, for that viral video on Anthony Mackie, because I think some people still don't seem to get the point of the statement that he made. But he said he actually put out a clarion call inquiring for a law firm to come with him and sue the federal government of bringing these specific white farmers, which is a policy based on race, which is supposed to be unconstitutional. Because you knew they blew up the $5 billion deal, the settlement supposedly targeting, quote unquote, flag on the play, black farmers. You feel me?
Yeah, and that's why I have an issue with these South Afrikaners being able to come over here with a refugee status and be able to be farmers and whatever else, because y'all haven't even done right by the so-called black farmers on this land as it is, and all the land that was confiscated from them.
But they, see, okay, now they took the words out of my mouth. The confiscated land is in the inventory of the Department of Agriculture. That has not been addressed. How that land was confiscated, the criminal fashion, whether it's back taxes, which of course the American, known as the Indian, should not be taxed under the Constitution, right? And the jurisdiction issues that it brings to bear. But let me mute up, because like I said, I didn't want to divert the conversation. I'm just saying when I sent that to you, if you're going back and get ready to round 2 on your birthright citizenship, there was some pieces put into that conversation. Oh, by the way, and OTK, this might bring a smile to your face. The Methodist Church, by the end of this fiscal year, their infrastructure, the ones that they operate, for these refugees being dropped over here, will be dismantled, my dear. Because they're opposed to a direct order from Uncle Sam and the Orange Julius Caesar to relocate and settle these Afrikaner families. And they said they could not, in all good conscience, with their direct relationship with the Anglican Church in South Africa. Just a thought. But y'all
Right,
got it.
and see, people don't know, if you become an AME pastor, they're gonna send you to Africa for at least 1 year. Yeah, you go to Africa. When you get on that level, they're gonna send you to Africa for at least 1 year. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, it's crazy because the AME church is crazy because they tie themselves to Africa, which is the Ethiopian in this case, who has the full Bible, the original Bible or whatever like that has all the books. And then they also tie themselves to the Catholic Church with the Methodists. But then with the Episcopal, they tie themselves to the Protestants. This shit, see, people, unless you in it, you would not know. You would not even know that you practicing Judaism, Catholicism, and Chemicism. You practice, man, leave that alone.
Right. They don't, a lot of people think they're the same thing. You dig what I'm talking about? And they're not. They got total different rules.
Totally different rules, but they learn how to accomplish certain things that they agree with within that religion. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
The crazy part to be with their religion, they left their religion at the door. Niggas will catch it one day.
Hey, big facts, because it ain't nothing in the AME church African.
Come on.
But that one shit that they do where they get that African wardrobe and they wear on Kwanzaa, but they stopped doing that because they found out the dude that came up with Kwanzaa, he was an informant that helped sink a black organism. I'll leave that alone. I'll leave that for another day. But you know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Wild Savage. Hey, Wild Savage, yeah, your mic is low, bro. Hold up. Don't do nothing. Don't do nothing. Go ahead, talk real quick. Talk, Wild Savage. Go ahead. Give me a mic check, bro. Wild Savage. Because usually, boy, you be loud and clear as a motherfucker now.
Wild Savage, can you hear us?
No, sir.
I think he might have froze up.
Okay. Yeah, I turned him up all the way though, sis. But go, okay. Sis, you back? So, whenever you're ready, man. If you want me to read, just let me know where to start from, make it a little bigger, or if you want to read and go back in, then it's up to you. I got some things in the cut too to pull up to go along with you, okay?
Oh, great. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
keep wanting to go back to this white slavery shit because I know the discussion has been ongoing, like I said, in the environment, especially when they're addressing Pan-Africans and addressing certain folks about this particular topic. You know what I'm saying? I don't think people have been able to really and this is just my personal opinion, they have not been able to really explain it the correct way or explain it in a way that is understood, and and I think that is causing a lot of flarity up in the fucking environment when we know that this is the real thing. So I just want to read a little bit of this. This is the preface.
Can you make it bigger, sis? Can you make it bigger, baby? Yeah.
Now, while y'all juggling that, have y'all mentioned that this would have been the 100th born day or anniversary of our shining black manhood, according to Ossie Davis and his eulogy of Malcolm Little, XL Shabazz Malik?
Yes. Also, his what, 40th?
Malcolm would have been 100.
Damn.
No.
Today.
He would have been 100. Yes.
Dang.
Nice.
40 years. No, damn. So he been dead 60 something years.
My grandmother won 101. My great grandmother, not my grandmother. My great grandma is 101.
I'm a do.
Remember, both he and Martin died at 39.
Oh yeah, definitely. We already know. Sister Sharice.
Go ahead and tell her, PJ.
Somebody said that we had to be 40 before we could consider ourselves a teacher or whatever. But then they're gonna bring up Martin and they're gonna bring up Malcolm. But they died, both of them died before 40. And the nigga who Malcolm, if it wasn't for him, the Nation of Islam would not be where it is today. It might be the way it is, but it would have took way longer.
Well, the true facts were, I think it was in 2 years. I don't think it was even more than that. It went from 35,000 under the messenger to 500,000.
To 500,000.
You do the math. You do the math, bro.
He opened up more temples than anybody. This nigga was a missionary. He was an Islam missionary, man.
Hey, changing your name is big money. I don't know if y'all know that.
You sound good now, Politan. Go ahead.
No, I was saying changing your name is big money. That's big business. So of course they grew like it. But
the thing is, though. Oh, go ahead, bro. My bad. I didn't know you was finished. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that if you think about how many people paid naively in the the late 1800s, early 1900s to get their name changed to all this fucking Islam shit and more shit, then yeah, it's big business. They tricked our people out their birthright. They took their name, took their inheritance. Because the inheritance is in your last name. It ain't in that name you change it to.
All right, so check this out. In that time, I don't think Elijah, Farad, Noble Jew Ali was on that. Now, if you want to talk about Garvey, maybe.
We talking about Farad. We talking about Farad, Elijah, and we talking about Noble Drew Ali. They was on that time. I don't care what nobody say. And we got the record.
Hold up now. Garvey was on that time. He was the one transporting people back to Africa.
Noble Drew Ali, Thomas, the magician.
Hold on. Wild Savage. We don't need no contention. I'm gonna give it right back.
We just ain't gonna
give it right back to you. Yeah, I'm gonna give it right back to you, and then you drop what you say, and then we can go back and forth. I put that on my Jesus because I'm well versed in this shit.
I put that on.
Word. I know you well versed in it. You know what I'm saying? So definitely gonna be a good build. I don't know if this gonna take us somewhere else from what my sis want to talk about or not, man. Damn, Wild Savage. You think so, Wild Savage? Hold on, sis. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead. Hey, Wild Savage, we can do it after she finishes. Let's see what's up.
I just wanted to highlight a couple things I was seeing in this article. It is highly probable that Negroes were brought to America by some of the early colonists before 1619, for Negroes had been in England since 1553. It says, James Otis said, our colonial charters made no difference between black and white. Some of such early Negro settlers might have been brought over from Barbados or other islands. The English colonists often went to and from the mainland for settlement and trade, and by 1674, Barbados was a flourishing state with a white population of 50,000 and 100,000 Negroes and colored. Negroes, along with Spanish explorers, are known to have been in North and South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, New Mexico, and California as early as 1526, 1527, 1540, 1542, and 1537, respectively.
Whoa, stop right there, sis. Whoa. Read that one more time real quick. With the white population doing what? Go stop with that.
Our colonial charters made no difference between black and white. Some of such early Negro settlers might have been brought over from Barbados or other islands. The English colonists often went to and from the mainland for settlement and trade, and by 1674, Barbados was a flourishing state with a white population of 50,000 and 100,000 Negroes and colored. Negroes, along with Spanish explorers, are known to have been in North and South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, New Mexico, and California as early as 1526, 1527, 1540, 1542, and 1537, respectively.
Right.
Excuse me.
Yeah, so sis, when I hear this right here, Charleston, South Carolina, on Charleston did not get talked about until 1663 when the first people came, but they didn't really write about them. You don't hear about Charleston, South Carolina until 1670.
Shit.
All right, scroll back up, baby. Scroll back up real quick, sis. All right, so there is no Florida. I mean, there is a Florida. There is no Alabama. There is no New Mexico. There is no California. There is no North Carolina at this time. So now when they say Negroes, along with Spanish explorers, are known to have been, let me tell you something. The Spanish damn sure did with De Soto came in that Alabama, that Carolina region. It was just Florida and Carolina.
Yeah.
It was just Florida and Carolina. That would be Alabama. That would be Alabama, Mississippi. That area right there today. That's where De Soto ran into Tuscaloosa and Cofachetti.
Man, De Soto was freaking like turkey bacon, though. I can't even lie. But anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, but they trying to run shit, boy. At least that's what history says.
They try to sail up the coast of South Carolina and try to establish a colony, but that shit didn't last neither. The Indians ran their ass
about it. Yeah.
They ran their ass up out of that shit there too. You know what I mean? But go ahead. So if Negroes was already here before De Soto, but they trying to say along with Spanish. So they say Negroes and colored. So are the Spanish considered the color and the Negroes considered something different? Or are the Negroes the Spanish and the colored are somebody different?
That's the Negro. These writings.
Power to you breaking up, bro.
Oh, I thought that was cause. But that's the weirdness about these writings too, because then it says, however, the first Negroes thus far known in the American colonies were the 20 Negars introduced at Jamestown in 1619 by the Dutch frigate. But we all know 1619 is erroneous. So it's like, why this shit is embedded all up in the writings? And that's the issue here. And that's what people stick with. And that's just such a falsity. It's so false that it don't make any sense. But if they saying we were already on this mainland, whether they want to admit it or not, though, Because even if y'all saying Negro settlers might have been brought over from Barbados or whatever, like y'all saying anything at this point. But this is them talking about Negro servitude in the United States. So they're trying to say it was Negro servant here.
That's the problem.
Yeah. No, I'm saying that's the problem. That's the big problem.
Big problem.
Make glossed over like some type of slaves. So
make this a little bigger, sis.
Okay.
One more time.
You want me to make this motherfucker?
Nah, right there in the direct middle. No. And go in the direct middle of your page. See where it say 200 in the plus. Then there you go. All right. I can help you read. Just scroll up. You at the first status, right? Negroes?
Yeah.
All right. Just let me know when you want me to read, sis.
Okay, go ahead. Hold up. Because we already read that apparently they was introduced at Jamestown in 1619. But, you know, keep in mind, family, we know that that's erroneous. We know that that's erroneous. So who is these people that they are talking about? It says the first status of these Negroes early is of whoa. That's your dog calls mom. Lord, that little thing.
Yeah. He just turned a year. He turned a year last night. He turned a year. He see that cat. He mad.
Oh. I said, yeah, he said 1619 is erroneous. Whoa, whoa.
Yeah, that motherfucker can talk. Yeah, he can talk. He can talk.
It says, I mean, I'll let you hop in it at any time, OTK. The first status of these Negroes early imported is of some importance. Although the historians do not always mention the fact, there is nevertheless ample proof of the existence of Negro servitude in most of the American colonies. The servitude did not always precede slavery in every case, nor was it ever firmly established as slavery eventually became. Still, it is an interesting fact that Negro servitude frequently preceded and sometimes followed Negro slavery. In colonies where servitude followed slavery, it was due to the fact that these colonies were founded after the change of Negro servitude into slavery was well advanced. Even here, servitude accompanied slavery. In some of the colonies, the question of priority resolves itself into the question of priority of customary servitude to customary slavery. In this case, however, it is probable that servitude was first, even though slavery was recognized in law. In certain instances, the records make it certain that servitude preceded slavery. This was the case in Virginia. Several authorities have shown the extent to which the priority of Negro servitude has been recognized. At first, the African slave, was looked upon as an improved variety of indented servant whose term labor was for life instead of a few years. As has mentioned, some Negroes were bound as slaves for a term of years only. The Negroes of 1619 and others brought by early privateers were not reduced to slavery, but limited to servitude, a legalized status of Indian, white, and Negro servant, preceding slavery in most, if not all, of the English mainland colonies. Negro and Indian servitude thus preceded Negro and Indian slavery. So do y'all understand this? They said that this was first. This idea of servitude was first before any of that shit. And together with white servitude in instances, continued even after the institution of slavery was fully developed. Furthermore, there is not the slightest evidence that the colonists were disposed to treat as slaves the first Negroes who landed in the colonies. They had no tradition of slavery in England at that time. Whatever may have been the intent and hope of the person in possession of the Negroes as regard their ultimate enslavement, no attempt to do so legally seems for a long time to have been made. For some reasons, the notion of enslavement gained ground, but slowly, and although conditions surrounding a Negro or Indian in possession could easily make him a de facto slave. The colonists seem to have preferred to retain him only as a servant. Servitude, on the other hand, was familiar enough, although not in the form which it eventually assumed in the colonies. The attitude of the colonists when they first became confronted with the Negro question was the attitude of Queen Elizabeth and Hawkins when it was proposed to go to Africa to barter for African servants. It was just as true in the colonial days as now that the attitude which the communities take towards the Negro population is largely determined by their relative numbers. If the Negroes had been numerous in the colonies immediately after 1619, it is reasonable to suppose that their status would have been defined earlier and more sharply than it was. But the numbers were not there. 6 years after the introduction of the first Negroes in Virginia, there were but 23 in the colony. Do you hear this? They're saying after 1619, there were only 23 niggas in the colony. Or are they talking about these 23 Africans? Because Negroes are certainly here. Meanwhile, the white population was about 2,500. All through the first half of the century, importation of Negroes was of an occasional nature. 40 years after the first introduction, there were but 300 Negroes in the colony. I'm guessing they're talking about Virginia. It was during the last quarter of the 17th century that the number of Negroes in Virginia showed a noticeable increase. By 1683, there were 3,000. Between 1700 and 1750, the increase was more noticeable. In Maryland, Negroes were not extensively introduced until the 18th century. What? Okay. In 1665.
Right, so this is crazy. This is crazy because between 1617 and 1720, more American Indians were shipped out of Charleston than Africans brought in. So who are these Negroes they talking about?
They got to be talking about these fucking Africans.
So no, in some cases, sis, I don't know. I think they just talking about people with color because when you go up farther, they say Negroes and Indians, right? And then in the next or third sentence down, they say Negroes or Indians. So
and I'm starting to believe, I'm starting to believe the Negroes is white folks. I'm just starting to believe because listen, every time that we see that they bringing us right back to South Carolina down at these times, during these times we see more Indians moving anywhere than Africans being brought in at any time. Yep. You dig what I'm talking about? And we got to remember the most massive amount of African-based people, right, don't come in till between 1803 and 1807. That's way late in the game.
Yep.
You dig what I'm talking about? That's when the majority of Africans, whoever came here at that time. Right? So my thing is down there at that time, and they still talking about these enslaved people getting up off these boats, and you dig what I'm talking about, coming about the Caribbean. And listen, there ain't no proof that these people are not pale skinned. We see Anthony Johnson may even be a white man that they calling a Negro, just because Negro puts you in the status of a slave. You dig what I'm talking about? So I'm starting to believe that they lying about every goddamn thing, and they tie Negro in so much to hide who is who. Remember, right before this, they just made white people American Indians.
I got it. I got it now. I got it. The Negroes, in this sense, at this time coming in South Carolina, 1700s, they will be your French Huguenots, your Sephardic Jews, your Moristos, and your Conversos.
They could have even also been.
And Cos, you know what, Cos? Check it, right, Cos? You know what, Cos? And that makes sense because remember when I showed you that shit about the saint sign, about the word Creole.
Yeah, but don't forget Africans. Remember, don't forget the Africans. It's just that I'm thinking that primarily this is how the white folks got here from Africa. They stay with a heavy Dutch German connection, a heavy Irish connection. We look at the Afrikaners, that's exactly what they are. You dig what I'm talking about? Why would you ever think to give them people land in America after you colonized South Africa and did such a terrible job with it? Why? Because you the basis of a lot of white folks here today. You right from Africa.
Yep.
You dig what I'm talking about? Africa is the catch-all term to hide shit, to make it all think that it's black. But they don't know it's millions and millions of white folks on the west coast of Africa. Millions and millions of them in the north and south of Africa. How you think they conquered it if they can't stand the heat? Shit. Huh?
Yeah.
I'm starting to think this is why they always turn mulatto. This is how they know the mulatto has a taint, what they call a taint of Negro blood. That Negro is white. If you mix a brown Indian with a brown African, you can't know what it is. You can't possibly think it's mulatto. So what you mixing it with to make it white?
Hey, cause my people, cause my people just say, "Hey, is that you talking?" I said, "Shit, how is that me talking? I'm right here talking to you." They say, "Damn, his voice is raspy, but he's."
Telling you.
And now they want to make everything white. Funny as a mug, even the Indian.
Okay, I'm gonna get white too. Fuck it, dude. I want some white privilege, dude. Hey, bro. Like when I pull up to the job, man, I just want to know, I already got it, bro. Because the privilege is built in, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Word, B. High five, sus.
Shoot. This is crazy too. In 1772, George Mason, later famous as the father of the Bill of Rights, represented a slave named Robin and 11 other enslaved plaintiffs in the General Court of Virginia, the colony's highest courts. The slaves claimed that maternal descent from an American Indian made their enslavement illegal, and Mason marshaled arguments from natural law and statutory history to support that contention. In a terse one-paragraph opinion, typical of the era, the court agreed, freeing the plaintiffs and ordering their former master to pay them nominal damages. Because this one is called Making American Indians White. Freedom suits were common in colonial Virginia. Although defined as property for almost all illegal purposes and denied of the citizenship, slaves could allege illegal enslavement and sue for their freedom. Courts recognized such claims throughout the slaveholding South from slavery's 17th century beginnings onward. These suits offered one of the few routes to manumission in early America. The ordinary posture of the Robin v. Hardaway case, though belied its extraordinary result, the court's decision marked a watershed in the legal history of the legal history of Virginia slavery. It was the first recorded holding of an Anglo-American court that maternal descent from an American Indian alone established the right to freedom. This outcome was remarkable in the context of early America, where despite present-day conceptions that all slaves were African, Indian slavery was ubiquitous. Indian slaves could be found in all 13 mainland British colonies in 1772, as well as in the French and Spanish colonies of North America. In Virginia alone, thousands of descendants of enslaved Indians toiled alongside African slaves on plantations. Repudiated. I think that's repudiated.
Repudiated.
Girl, damn, girl, couldn't get it together. Thank you, Cosmo. Repudiated this history and deemed the previously common institution illegal in all but a few circumstances, inaugurating a line of cases that culminated in 1806. In the end, Virginia courts concluded that enslaved descendants of American Indians were prima facie free. And what did I just read? judicially abolishing Indian slavery in Virginia. This precedent spread throughout the antebellum period. Of course, in the Connecticut, Louisiana, Missouri, New Jersey, South Carolina, and Tennessee all grappled with Virginia's decision and debated whether maternal descent from American Indians was sufficient to establish freedom. Now, I just read that it was the same thing when they're talking about people being a tinge of white. It's all prima facie. It's all looker shit. It's all looker shit. Now, I know most of us have, and I know a lot of us have looked at our history and we've been able to see that, boom, a lot of our ancestors was free in these colonies. Free as free can get. Was not enslaved. And could this be because of our true American Indian heritage and not because of this African heritage? What y'all think about that? Shit, all the fellas on mute. Oh, I was asking y'all. That was a rhetorical.
I know it was rhetorical. That's why the headline answered.
No, it wasn't rhetorical. It wasn't.
But damn, you got to be a little more subtle with that question, a little more smooth. You was aggressive with that.
How?
What y'all think?
Seriously though, I mean, because because at one point I know you got some information on the OTK. I don't know if you could pull it up, but I know you got some information on Robin in that particular case as well. And I don't, if you got it, I would love for you to pull it up, because these ideas around these different cases and these ideologies is really bullshit. What's going on here?
Oh shit, what is it doing?
Why would it just come off?
Oh, because I'm with you, it wouldn't let me share separate.
Okay, hold on. I thought you could. Okay, I'm about to say either way. Go ahead and share it.
Usually they let us share separate.
Yeah, because I'm about to say, what the hell?
Okay, now put yours back up. Put yours back up. I should be able to take mine down, and you should be able to put yours back up. Okay, there we go.
All right, now put yours up. Okay, let me remove this. All right.
All right, now you put mine back up.
Yours is
I
up.
thought you was gonna talk about Robin first.
No, I did. I mean, I read what the article was saying. Hold up. Okay. About the slave named Robin, and the status of them being free based on an American Indian status. Now, I was saying that I know a lot of us, when we look into our family lines and into our trees or whatever, we all understand that a lot of our relatives were not slaves on this landmass. A lot of them were not. Matter of fact, they were free and they own folks. And I'm just trying to understand how they keep trying to intertwine this African destiny, this African manifest destiny within us because of our complexion. It's weird as fuck. Now, I'm saying, was a lot of our ancestors free because of our mother's conditions of being American Indians? Because to me, that's the only thing that makes logical sense. Like, I just think that is crazy that, like, not only these alleged mixed race relationships that was taking place that were causing people to file lawsuits and different things like that, it was also descendants of American Indians who were also filing for filing lawsuits to become free.
Well, you got to understand also that's under the ideal that you can't enslave a man on his own land.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. They always been here. They always call themselves this. You can't change them to something else to try to enslave them. And we seen that was the problem when we got misclassified as all these misnomers, except even Indian. Fuck. Indian mean indigenous to me. I think that's where the name Indian came from them saying indigenous people and saying these are the indigenous people. So they put a Indian, like if you say I'm from Carolina, they would call me a Carolinian. You understand what I'm saying, sis? So I feel like that's where it came from, and it started from, and you know, even with that name, every name since then that been put on us was a social construct to keep us at bay. You know what I mean? To control the narrative, which was their narrative, because they saw that once they came over here, they could have write a whole new history over there, but nothing fucked up. They had so much history, ain't nobody else could do nothing. The only thing somebody could do over there to become famous was to kill everybody. And all different continents, but they couldn't do that no more. That shit already happened. All that shit, killing each other, your brother, your sister, your mama, all they've been doing that shit there. So the only thing that they could do great, the next great thing that they could do, sis, was to write theyself in the story, in the American story.
My bad. My sis had called me real quick. I had to take that, but I'm back now.
How's twin doing?
She doing good. Yep, doing real good. You know, I told her I was still building over here with the fellas.
Where's she at? She in the chat?
Nah, she ain't in it. I don't know why. She said she was gonna come in the chat. So I hope she did.
You text her ass back and you say, damn, OTK said, damn, you ain't here building? But yeah. And that's crazy though, Cosmon. that shit happened, man. This whole shit is crazy.
It's just they love to overlap the stories. That's my problem.
I mean, it takes a kind of genius to it, like an evil. You know what I mean? It has to come from the core already evil. You know what I mean? Already to not only think it. No, you got to think about it. Chattel slavery had never been done before. What type of evil do you got to? I mean, we had the Romans, the Greeks, we had all these so-called twisted back, and they had never even failed to the idea of chattel slavery, even though they had slaves.
Even the trans-Saharan slave trade, where the Arabs was taking the African,
they never even did chattel. You could at least come from Islam, and you know what I mean. And, you know what I mean? It was
and they got paid. They had houses. They find these workers' houses now. They don't call them slaves. They call them workers and builders now.
Yeah. And they part of Islam. They're just not seen by the top, like the top of the top. But they Islamic, and they'll both get together to go against you.
Correct.
That's what people got to understand. They'll both get together. They'll put their differences aside to go against you.
Yeah. Back in the day, yeah. Those ones back in the days. Those, yes, definitely.
But my thing is this: how evil do you gotta be to put a plan together, a whole system of evil? You dig what I'm talking about? That works without you.
The crazy shit is though,
autopilot right
now. Let's be for real. Let's put the motherfucking person. Make this motherfucker stand up. The Pope and the church, the Catholic Church, put this edict out and this claim out. It wasn't Isabella and it wasn't Ferdinand. It was the goddamn Pope. You Jewish and some Islamic people also funded all of these trips.
Man, y'all better get up on dumb diversity.
We got y'all. The ideology and the belief system that they the ones who funded Christopher. Ferdinand and Isabella.
Do you think some musty people from Ireland could have possibly pulled this off? Listen, this got whole spiritual implications behind it.
All over it.
People not even over it. The cause behind something. But my thing is, they are evil, but they too dumb to be this good this long. So my thing is, you come from a source of heathenistic, barbaric activity. called religion. And the head of it today is Catholicism and Christianity, right? With Jesus and Christ. A lot of people think they the same thing, but they not.
Big fact.
You did what I'm talking about. A lot of people don't even know it's a white pope and a black pope.
Definitely is.
You know what I mean?
It's
They'll put it
they
together.
always has been two popes since the beginning of popes. It always has been two popes.
They be thinking Cosmo crazy till I put it together on their ass. I'll be crazy like Fox till I put it together. I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. These niggas, they gonna have to wake up one day, sis. They got to wake up because this shit is a plot and a plan.
That was already practiced. That was already practiced over there because the dumb diverses and the Papal's Bowl and all them edicts, it was already initiated over there. They've been unpracticed it. They've been
crusades and all that. Yeah, they had crusades for hundreds of thousands of years
and all that. That's why a lot of people bloodline might tie you back to a nice temple over here.
Or the Jesuits.
Or the Order of Christ. Because, you know, the names change. And you know what? I'm going to do another bill on the Knights Templar because I ain't going to lie to you, dog. I love that shit. I love the Knights Templars. I love what their order was about and how they got fucked over. It's all good, but I'm definitely gonna do a bill on the Knights Templar because a lot of their bloodline is here in America today.
Yeah.
And it's in our blood that look like us. Big facts. Go ahead, sis.
That's making news. We have learned that the new pontiff, Pope Leo XIV, descended from Creole people of color from New Orleans. ABC News has actually obtained records and photos of the groundbreaking discovery that shows how the first American Pope's family tree reflects the complex racial history of our country. Joining me now is the genealogist who worked on this discovery, Chris Smothers. Chris, it is so great to see you. Tell me what inspired you to dive into this research in the first place.
Yes, it's so much to talk about. I first learned about this discovery through Jerry Honore, a fellow colleague and genealogist based out of the Historic New Orleans collection in Louisiana. And I saw this post and I really felt convicted to go in deeper into these records and begin to explore and peer through to really see what we could confirm through the documentation. And in that process, I began to unravel kind of the seeds of this truth-telling process through these historical records and looked at where the truth was almost omitted in these historical documents. And this highlighted a very complex, nuanced understanding of this family overall.
Amazing that you got the tip from the Raging Cajun, General Russell Honore. So, of course, knows about the history of the people of New Orleans. I love that. So explain for folks why the Pope's family would mark down their race as white after migrating to Chicago in 1920. Put the history into perspective for us, Chris.
Sure. So there was a collection of, free people of color who migrated all over the United States during the Great Migration. And I, looking through these records, one could kind of infer that it looks like an identity crisis, but I see it as a survival strategy. In this critical point where race is becoming more charged after the passing of the 13th Amendment, it's clear that the family really was trying to navigate economic and social mobility during the early 20th century when they moved to Chicago and passed for white.
Wow. So how much of the Pope's background is a representation, you think, just of the American story as we learn this and start talking about this and discover so much about him that we didn't know?
That's such a layered question. I think that the reality is that Black Catholicism is not a new phenomenon. And it's clear that the Pope's maternal lineage has been rooted in Black Catholicism. I hope this opens up an opportunity to correct historical records, to acknowledge and really reckon with the longer history of how African descendant people were introduced to the faith and, really hold space for the collective power we have to really engage these historical records that hold those secrets of the past.
And people should, I have a feeling we're going to be talking a lot about this more. I'm thinking of St. Catherine Drexel, the white nun who traveled across the country and saw how Blacks and Native Americans were being treated and created schools like Xavier there in New Orleans, and even the school where Lytle Hampton learned how to play the drums through the nuns and Catholic school in Chicago. I mean, it's all coming back together, this rich history, and to find the Pope tied to this rich Black Catholic history is so incredible. And it tells us a lot just about Black history in America and what more we need to learn about this experience. And this has got to be significant for Black Americans, Chris, as this broke yesterday and we're all talking about it. What does it mean to you?
My ancestors were personally descendant of people who were missionaries of the Society of Jesus, and it's a very personal thing. And to reckon with this history truly,
where the Black Pope come from,
is culminating. And I feel that we're in a space in public history where we are really beginning to confront the nuances and the realities of this history. I'm someone who is both descendant of people who owned enslaved people and then those who were enslaved. And the same is true for Pope Leo. And so I think that we're in this space now where we can begin to have these conversations with more open dialogue so that we can continue to expand and correct historical narrative and atone for the historical erasure of this very nuanced and complex history.
A complex history.
He a sugar furry too. You little sugarfoot. He is. All right, y'all. I want to go back to this one too, because we ain't shared this one in a while.
He threw that little jab at the end though, huh?
He did. Yeah, he did.
He snuck that one in. He knew what he was doing.
Don't do this, sis. You know this gonna stop us. You know this gonna start an uprising in SC.
Yeah, this went hard. This went hard right here. We gotta take it back because I think people forget who the fuck we are up in this community. I think they forget who we is.
Charleston, South Carolina, dedicated to hundreds of years of African American history. It's Black history in global context and through individual stories too. And to show off the expanse and resonance of the museum's Center for Family History, researchers traced my genealogy. Now listen, as a Black man with deep roots in the American South, I thought I knew where my story was headed. I was very wrong. Very few moments in my career have ever brought me to this.
This is, oh, man.
It happened at the International African American Museum in Charleston, South Carolina, which opens this month. 6 centuries of history packed into 150,000 square feet at the historic Gadsden's Wharf.
Above 40% of all enslaved Africans would have come in through Gadsden's Wharf. We've been referred to as the ground zero of importation of enslaved people into the United States.
Dr. Tanya Matthews is the museum's president and CEO.
Very, very much so bullshit. They always got started here with this bullshit.
Or celebration.
And it's not called the African American Museum. It's called the International.
And
don't forget the international
relics of protest and reports of resistance.
Yep. It's this.
Will the International African please stand up?
That we like to talk about here. You get the full story, but you're going to get all the context in it.
What arguably is the best illustration of full context is the Museum's Center for Family History. It's a team of researchers with access to millions of records that can trace African American lineage, sometimes back to a slave ship that came into this very port. The expert genealogist here spent months tracing my lineage. And this was the day of the long-awaited reveal.
Make sure you got a box of Kleenex by you and sit there and enjoy.
That's the museum's top genealogist, Dr. Shelley Murphy, on the laptop. She's joining us from the University of Virginia.
This is a tree.
Trans
just a
Africans,
snapshot
get
of
y'all
your
some
tree, and I'm
Kleenex,
following
too.
your maternal line.
Wow.
That's a lot. Just
You are what your mama is.
The tree.
You see that box? Well, that represents David Venny, my great-grandfather's great-grandfather. He lived in coastal Richmond County, Virginia, on a farm with his wife Judy and their 18 children. And in 1871, he filed this claim to be reimbursed for livestock and supplies requisitioned by Union troops during the Civil War.
Another thing that is significant is that he owned the land that he's on, and it was 23 acres.
Where did a man in the 1870s, so soon after the end of slavery, get the money to buy 23 acres?
Absolutely. And the thing of it is, I would even question, he said he was freeborn.
I think he ain't real. Oh, she already about to say that he was freeborn. She about to say it anyway.
Well, for some answers, we have to go back more than
Run it back a little bit,
300 years to my great-great-great-great-great.
He said he was freeborn. And the
they all
thing of it
supposed
is,
to
I
have-
would even question, he said he was freeborn.
Well, for some answers, we have to go back more than 300 years to my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, Mary. She arrived on a ship in Northumberland County, Virginia in 1712, before America was America. Her granddaughter, my 8 times great-grandmother, Bess, was with her. That's according to this centuries-old deposition that Dr. Murphy's team uncovered. Why a deposition? We'll learn that a little later.
And Bess at the time was about 13 years old. Witnesses apparently said they looked like they were Indians.
Researchers believe that Mary and Bess were actually Matabani, like these people of that region of Virginia called the Northern Neck.
We're not sure where they came from, but Thomas Smith of Richmond County did enslave one of Bess's children, and that was Sarah.
And it's Sarah, my 7 times great-grandmother, who changes the trajectory of her children and all her descendants who followed.
There was a law back in 1705 that declared that all children that are enslaved or free, their condition would be based on whatever their mother was.
Remember, Sarah and Bess arrived free people.
So
if your mother
has a
was
lawsuit
Indian,
that's filed
then
saying
you were
you're
Indian.
free.
This is the actual lawsuit filed.
My bad, sis. So if your mama Indian, then you are Indian.
And
you are what your mama are. That goddamn Bible, them boys used that Bible and religion the wrong way and took the mama out of that shit, but now we matriotic over here. That's how you know we're no parts of the lost tribes of Israel. Don't put that shit on us.
And it also proves that our ancestors were hella intelligent because they knew that it is through the mitochondrial DNA that doesn't change. The father's line change all the time, but the mitochondrial don't.
What they say? Mama's baby, daddy's maybe.
Daddy maybe.
All right, let's go, sis. You cooking.
By Sarah, suing for her freedom and for the freedom of her descendants. And that deposition, it was from a witness who saw Mary and Bess arrive decades earlier.
So in 1791, the court agreed with Sarah and her children, the grandchildren, and all of those relatives who were descendants of Mary and Bess are going to be free.
That my ancestors filed and sued for their freedom. It is remarkable.
We're not done.
We're not done. We're not done. Okay. We're not done. Let me get a Kleenex, doctor.
I told you to have a box there.
All right.
But not all of Sarah's family was free. Before the court's decision, Sarah's enslavers illegally sold her daughter, Rachel, and then Rachel was sold again. And for the next 20 years, unaware of the court's ruling, Rachel and her children remained in bondage. When she learned of the decision in 1807, more than a quarter century after her mother's groundbreaking lawsuit for freedom, Rachel filed this lawsuit against her enslaver, claiming that she was the daughter of a free woman, and therefore she and her children should also be free.
And guess what? The witnesses and things all came through and they were awarded their freedom. So, what do you think?
This is, oh man, to be an enslaved woman, suing a slave master, to do it twice in one bloodline is
And
just
Virginia,
remarkable.
your line started out enslaved and became free to up until where you're at right now.
It became free because those women fought for it.
I'm going to tell you what, Victor, the women in your family is unbelievable.
It fills in a lot of gray, a lot of blank.
Hey, this was a deep story.
There was nothing there. There was an assumption. Now there are names, relatives, and places and stories. It certainly fills in more of the story of my family's place in this country.
I am so grateful to the people at that museum. They spent months researching my lineage, and they've given me this book. This has the documents, copies of the documents and maps and death records and military records. This is not what I expected.
It is remarkable.
It is not what I expected.
To ask you, what
his ass thought he was gonna hear some slave story coming out of Africa and all that shit. Nah. And
Hey,
he found
Sharice.
out he traces back to, hold on for 1 second, baby. He found out that he traced back to an American Indian tribe in Virginia. And that's astronomical right there. So, but what's going on, Robert Lee? You coming up here with contention? What you coming up here with?
No, I come in peace, man. I don't know why I offend so many people when I speak, but you know, that don't be my intentions.
Awesome.
So I'm
okay.
telling you right now, I come in peace, sister.
All right, cool. We'll carry on.
But I want to ask a question because in this video, right? I like this video. He showed a picture or image of the Indian woman that he posted descend from, correct?
I'm not sure. I mean, they showed a picture. I'm not sure if that's the legitimate picture, but they did.
Well, you correct on that. I mean, you're right. We can't say if that was an actual image of his relative that they showed, but they did show images of the people from that area that
actually from the Caribbeans.
No, they said she was from the Rapinoe Indians in Virginia, right?
The Mattapona.
Yeah, the matter something.
I don't know about that picture though. That picture.
I'm talking about the tribe.
Yeah, that picture that they showed. I don't know if that picture went with when they was talking about the tribe.
If you look up that tribe though, right? That picture is an image of those people from that area. I can't say if that's 100% accurate picture of those people, but that is a picture of people from that area who consider themselves Indian. You can look that picture up. I bring that up to say that was not a black woman at all. I'm not denying that he's a black man and that Indian woman could have got with a black man and, you know, made a baby. My point is,
what do you call a black man?
Whoever the father was. You feel what I'm saying?
No. I'm asking you
I'm calling him a black man.
What can we use black when we describing somebody? If I see somebody, what from your terminology?
Here we go.
Why would I call him black?
No,
I'm just asking, bro, just for clarity.
I know, that's but all. Looking at that gentleman on the screen right now, we would call him a black man. Correct?
Oh, because he's a person of color, correct?
You gonna answer, Robert Lee?
His mic
Because
unmuted. He probably could drop off. Yeah,
he
I ain't
might
want no
he
contention
might drop
either,
into the
Robert.
hall.
Yeah, I ain't want no contention either, Robert Lee. If you want to talk, we can talk. We can have a good question to question, but as long as it don't interrupt with what's going on, but everything good. That was a good question, though.
It was, because I think the idea behind what Indians look like is the real problem here. And I think oftentimes when they show these particular photos, that is not always indicative
Hey,
of
y'all, I
what.
had got a phone call, so that's why I had went blank. My bad.
Okay. Just
Yeah,
one
hold
second.
on.
Okay, because I was talking about the photograph for a second too, and I'm gonna let y'all, you and OTK go back in there. But when we see these types of photos of what they claim so-called Indians or these types of Indians look like, I understand the whitewashing of Indians and the whitewashing of history in itself, even to make them look like something other than what the gentleman that we've seen on the screen previously. I think that the notion that it's always, oh, well, she must have slept with a black man. No, I mean, her answer, like, it was the condition of the mother.
I get that. I agree with that. I'm not disputing that they say that it followed the condition of the woman. What I'm saying is that image that they showed that would be his grandmother, whichever number, 5th or 8th or whatever, those people still exist today. Feel what I'm saying? They got a tribe and stuff in that area. I don't know if they still call what he said, what they said in this video, but those types of people exist today, and everybody acknowledged them as Indian. This dispute about being black people being the real Indians and all that, that's not an argument in those areas.
Oh, I would beg to differ. I do think that it was an argument for sure, because all of these ideas of quote Indians, they were being called Negroes as well. They were being called coloreds as well. So if you're trying to say that these people weren't called these things, then I think that maybe it's a little bit disingenuous, because
I'm
that
not
is
saying that. That ain't what I said.
okay. I'm not to
I
say
was
that's
just saying
disingenuous, because
those
that's
people.
sure.
Go ahead, my bad.
No, go. You're good. You're good, because I'm looking for this other video too, because we know that, well, from my understanding and just looking at things, like I said, that how Indians look is not what is being portrayed. The Indian in
the Mattaponi are still black, look like niggas today though. Also, let's just get that out the way.
and it's a lot of the tribes in Virginia that looks like niggas.
Yeah, they is niggas.
But they
The
don't
Mattaponi's
deny.
niggas today.
But
Listen, man,
deny.
they said us over here in South Carolina, when they first encountered the American Indians in South Carolina, they said we resemble the fucking Ethiopian.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
What?
I mean, but we ain't got to argue this, right?
Whoa.
See,
why you arguing?
No, I just said no, they didn't. I disagree.
They did though.
But it didn't. I mean, none of the translations says
What translations have you seen?
the translation.
Which
that
one?
was it was originally written in what? Spanish or Portuguese?
Spanish and Portuguese in South Carolina.
Okay, it was translated to English, right? When you read it when it was read in Portuguese and translated correctly, it didn't say that.
What did it say? Go ahead, show us.
It was not like the Ethiopians, meaning like they was dark,
It
but
don't
not
say
like
not
the Ethiopians.
And you're in the wrong. You're talking about Columbus when it says not unlike the
I
Ethiopians.
was about to say that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're talking about the wrong thing. This is how we catch liars. We
Who
question them.
described the Indians in South Carolina as looking like Ethiopians?
Go ahead, you tell us. Who?
No, you saying I'm wrong. I got it.
Yeah, because you
okay,
quoted
correct
Columbus.
me then, brother. Damn, I'm
brother,
asking to be corrected.
Brother. Okay, I'm correcting you. You quoted Columbus.
I thought that what y'all was talking about.
Hold on, I want to show something.
Columbus, you saying Columbus came to South Carolina?
No, I'm saying the description of these people come from Columbus.
No, it don't.
Okay, well,
Not in
the
South
description
Carolina.
that he talking about, where did it come from?
Not in South Carolina.
What? How the fuck is they talking about South Carolina Indians then?
You don't understand different times?
No, I'm asking you to tell me where did y'all get the quote from, brother? Since
Right,
I mean,
you
I
just
don't
said
know.
it was wrong. The quote says
brother,
that
why
they're
is this so
chestnut.
difficult? I'm just saying, I'm asking.
I'm just saying the quote says they're chestnut color.
Never mind. Never mind. If you ain't gonna tell me where you get it from, then there's no argument. I mean, because I can't argue something I don't know.
Right. So why are you arguing
point,
it?
if you
That's
know,
exactly my point. Why are you arguing
tell
something
me,
you don't know about?
Why not tell me where I can go look it up so I can
You just
see where you getting that from?
hold
Why
on.
you want me to search 10,000 motherfucking pages or something when you got the page, the right number of the page for me to find it? Why won't you do that?
Okay, hold on.
Okay, let me see. I'll look for it.
Wait a
I'll
minute.
look for it.
No, y'all ain't gotta look for nothing. Y'all just let them talk. Go ahead, Cos. Keep doing what you do. Y'all just let them talk.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't gotta
I'm
look for
not
nothing.
here
I already
to
got
argue
sis.
with y'all,
You ain't
brother.
gotta look
I'm
for
not-
shit, sis.
You
I'm
are.
not
Just let them
here
put
to
it what you
argue.
guys got. Keep on going. Keep on going.
You're looking to argue because you spoke about something you didn't know about. You ignorantly assumed that the quote that that OTK was talking about was from Columbus, and then misquoted the quote. You dig what I'm saying? What he's talking about is something else where they call them chestnut colored. Right? And it does say that, and you were just wrong, and you ain't got enough man in you to admit that you was wrong.
Brother, I said I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, I know you don't. So why did you say it don't say that?
This at. I
Okay.
asked you to tell me where I can find this at.
Okay.
You won't tell me.
But first, we need you to admit that you were just trying to argue. Hold on, bro. Just admit that you were arguing about something you didn't know about.
Argue,
so
brother.
hold on, bro.
I didn't admit it twice.
Bro, you didn't admit
it
nothing.
twice, brother.
You didn't
what
admit
more
nothing.
do you want me to fucking say?
When you didn't admit nothing. This is why you still arguing.
I'm not even talking to you no more. I'm waiting on Sharice.
Okay.
Because we was talking about this image, and now it been switched
now you can learn something because you just
bullshit,
sit there and
you know
deny.
You want to argue? I
You
ain't
sit
came
there
here
and
to
deny
argue with
that
y'all.
the source
I
said
came to
what
talk to
it
Sharice.
said.
I don't even want to talk to you, brother.
Right, I know.
Now, Sharice, my point was
so easily beat up.
These people don't deny mixing with people that we call Negro. The only people that deny it is y'all. Y'all act like Native Americans and people that would be considered Negro wouldn't mixing. That's not true. They were.
Who said that? Show anybody who said that.
I mean, for y'all to act like
y'all, show who is y'all.
Okay, my bad. I said I wasn't even talking to you. I'm waiting on Sharice to come back.
Okay.
I said what I said.
Yeah.
Robert Lee.
Yeah. You just admitted you didn't know. You didn't want to talk about ignorantly talking.
But you said I didn't admit it. Now you admitting
know.
that I admitted it. You see what I'm saying, brother?
No,
see how
you didn't
disingenuous you is.
So why did you?
That I
why did you? Okay, why did you say that OTK was lying? Why did you say OTK was lying and he was wrong? Because you thought you knew. You thought you knew. And you got caught up here looking ignorant again. I beat you up every time I see you, Robert Lee.
Brother, you said white people are Negroes. So, I mean, there's no need to talk to a person with your state of delusion is beyond any motherfucker I ever seen in my life. So I don't want to have the discussion with you. I want to have the discussion with someone who can act civilized. That's why I'm talking to you.
She's going to beat you up too. It's okay.
I don't want to argue with you in
not
OTK.
Much unlike
this is
Ethiopians, nigga. So that mean they're like them.
You found it yet, Miss Sharice?
You can't see the screen, nigga?
Okay, could you read it to me? The screen pretty small on my end. I'm on my phone.
It says in 1524, the Carolina coast people were said to be of a dark color, not much unlike the Ethiopians. That's what the 1524 quote that you're
Okay,
talking
who is this quote coming
That is from Jack D. Forbes. I
That's
was
from
about to
Forbes.
and listen. It says if you yeah, and guess what book is it in? Africans and Native Americans. That's what book is in. I was about to find them the actual thing, but you know what? I got a little part that's already highlighted. And you can show this, sis, if you want to share my screen. But that come from Jack D. Forbes.
Hey, Sharice, can I ask this question?
The whole
Sorry,
book.
don't.
Shut up.
I just had to fix the volume. We're not gonna go from source to source to source to source for Robert Lee.
Correct.
You can put that on the screen, and then Robert Lee. This is an informational channel, so it's gonna be your turn next to drop the source.
All right.
I didn't come
So
up
this
here
is one.
to
This is
argue
one part
or
of it
challenge.
right here.
You did come up here to challenge.
This is one part of it. Thus, the Spaniards actually are said to have seen black slaves belonging to the Americans, but they learned that these slaves came from a totally different village located 2 days' journey away, and they conjectured that the blacks had come from Ethiopia or Black Africa at an earlier date. Here's your evolution story at its fucking beginning. They seeing motherfuckers who resemble Ethiopians and then put the narrative on them. They had to come here at an earlier date. The Negroes of Guyana. You look at this, dog. These are Negroes. So what does Negro mean? Does it mean African or does it mean slave? Or what does it mean, bro? Huh? And then you see, they're comparing them to the Ethiopian right here. So therefore, I don't want you to say no more.
So
Now, like
again,
my
Robert
sister
Lee, this is an informational channel. So you said you don't have contention or anything. So was there a question that you had?
If you was paying attention, you would have heard me ask the question.
And now
But
the question,
and it's been asked and answered. Asked and answered. So next, Robert Lee, are you going to drop a source or do you have another question?
He got more questions.
Daughter of the sea, my girl, daughter.
Okay, hold up, God damn.
My bad. I was just shouting out Dots. VA Finest. Hey, baby.
Yeah.
Hey,
you don't gotta say my bad at all. This, again, it's your channel.
You right, sis. This
exactly.
You right, sis. But Robert Lee, usually when he comes, we've had discussions before. Even when I was doing my Black Indians presentation, he's came up and he's honestly never been disrespectful. But I will say this, Robert Lee, I don't want to hear you calling another woman a B word.
Okay, look, Sharice, let me say this. I'm 99% of the time I'm very respectful to women, but what I don't like with a lot of women is when they get mad at a man, they tend to try to come at that man, and it's very disrespectful to call a straight man gay. Like that, you just don't do that. Like that's very disrespectful. I'm not accusing you of being gay. Why accuse me of being gay? If you dislike what I said, cool, no problem. It's my opinion, and that's your opinion. But to say, oh, he don't like this because he really this way and insinuate that I'm a homosexual is very disrespectful. And when a woman does that, I tend to throw all the respect for her out the window. Because first of all, you shouldn't disrespect a male in that way unless you know personally that's how it is with him. Because like I'm gonna remind you, to a straight man, that's very disrespectful. But I don't mean no harm. I don't never come totally trying to disrespect no woman. I always say miss, sis, even when I'm talking to brothers. When I talk to OTK, even though he called me all types of names, I always call him brother.
You see how far we off are to build now? We was building and then
and that's why we're gonna get it back, Cosmo. That's why I came up.
Who threw us off
it's
the
just
bill?
a thing as far as this. It sounds like you are as far as Robert Lee.
He misquoted stuff. He said that they wasn't dark.
And
he said that they wasn't unlike
and
Indigenous.
then this nigga Cosmo started coming at me.
You dig what I'm talking about? See how far we are off the bill?
Brother, you and OTK did it. Me
No,
and
it's
me and
you.
Sharice was talking.
You're the
with
common
respect.
denominator, sir.
Y'all two got mad.
No,
And
All
we're
right,
not
so
mad.
let's get
for no
back.
reason.
Let's
Okay, so
get
shut
back
up
to
now.
it as far
Yeah,
as
just
it.
shut up and prove to me I'm
I'm
wrong.
not looking for your respect, so
Yeah,
I don't
well,
really
Okay, well,
care.
cool,
I
cool,
yeah.
cool.
question some
Okay,
things
you
that
heard
you
what she
act
said,
like
right? You heard what
previously.
she said,
So
Sharice. She ain't
Robert,
looking for my respect. So when she
Robert,
disrespect me,
I'm not
don't be
talking.
Man,
mad
get him
when
off
I
the
I'm still
table,
disrespect
talking.
man,
her
you
back.
bitch
I'm
ass
still
nigga.
talking, Robert. So again, were you dropping a source or were you asking a question currently?
Yo,
Okay, I'm gonna
shut
drop
up.
a source, right? I'm finna drop a source, and this that
What are you
same
trying to
source
prove?
from
His
last
dispute
night
You
is
dropping
that
a
she
source for
wouldn't
what? What
finish
are you trying to
reading.
prove?
look,
Oh,
Ma. His
I can't even
dispute.
fucking talk. This
Hold up,
how it goes every time.
yeah, his dispute.
The same stories from last night that we already debunked, that ship was actually blown up on its first voyage out. So there's
You
no
and
way
listen,
that
and
there
that's
were people that were on
okay.
that particular ship that got blown up on its first voyage out. That's not
Okay,
proving anything. I mean, you can pull it
okay.
up and then I'll walk them through how
Oh
that's
my
a fake
God.
source and that the ship got destroyed. So
Okay,
next.
so I'm gonna post that link in the back again, right? We're gonna read the entire page so you can see what you say is incorrect.
You're not reading none of that shit.
I have my sis Nisha.
No, we're gonna go to the vessel and we're gonna read it so we can know
Go
what
ahead.
happened to the
Go
vessel.
ahead. Thank you.
Go ahead and
Please do
drop it
that.
in the back.
Yeah, I'll pull it up because I
Okay.
think his intention is around the way Indians are portrayed to look, and I think that's the whole misconception.
I think he
all
mad
that.
because the sister picked up on his feminine ways and called him a bitch ass nigga, or told him that she assumed that he was gay because of the way he act. He took it, you know, like an unmasculine man would. He got mad.
See, if you was near me, we'll be fighting right now, Cosmo. Me and you will be fighting right now.
And you would lose.
That what
You
you
would
think.
lose. So
That
what's
what
the
you think.
point?
That what you think. But see,
Robert Lee,
pussy
I'll beat
niggas
your
talk
old
like
ass,
that,
Robert
right?
Lee.
Y'all, because
Pussy niggas talk like that right there. I ain't got
Well,
to.
I'll beat
Let's take
you up,
bets.
old
Whenever
I
nigga.
ain't
y'all
got to
meet
make
up, we
those
taking
type of. I ain't
bets.
got to talk like that right
I
there.
got
I be
100 on
respected as a
Cos.
man.
I got
Boy,
100 on you,
listen,
Cos.
I got good wind too, and I can fight.
Ooh,
Brother, if that was
like
true,
butcher
if
knives,
that was
nigga.
true, you wouldn't
These
be with
bitches
a
like
fat
butcher
white
knives.
bitch
Cut you
living
open
in a house full of fucking
every
animals.
time I touch you, I'm
Hey, listen, Robert Lee. Hey, listen, come to learn something real quick. Check this out now. This is your boy, them boys coming in the 1500s. Check out what they say. We do not know
What's your
exactly.
First of all, let's see who is the boys that you talk about. Like, who is these people that you talking about?
First of all, shut your mouth up. You're learning about
See
the
what I'm
slave
saying?
trade, the American Indian slave
See what I'm
trade.
saying?
nigga.
Listen
hold
to the
up, because you
disrespect
said,
from
hold
these
up,
pussy
listen,
ass
You don't
niggas.
need no respect. You a hoe.
Listen,
A fucking
this whole thing is
crackhead
based
You a
and a
hoe,
on
nigga.
goddamn
You a hoe.
this
Shut
nigga
your
fuck
pan goofy
white
ass
nasty
up.
bitches and live in a house
Pan that
filthy
nigga.
with animals
Hey,
and a
Robert Lee,
fucking dope fiend.
Look, we don't got
Robert Lee,
See,
just go
now you're
back.
calling people dope fiends and
Nigga, what the fuck
crackheads,
did he
and you're
just say about me?
projecting. You're
What the fuck did he
projecting
just say
as
about me?
far as you. You said you don't like to be disrespected or anything,
And if
but
that
you
nigga
act like this.
disrespect
That's
me,
why
I'm
you
gonna
get
disrespect him.
disrespected.
I don't give
No,
a fuck.
OTK
If
said,
he
let's learn.
disrespect me, I'm gonna disrespect
OTK
him.
said, let's learn something. OTK said, let's learn something real quick. And
And
that's
then the
not being
motherfucker
disrespectful
start
because you
saying
don't
some
know
slick
shit. You should want to learn something because you don't know nothing.
Your
So
mother
let's
ain't know
go through
nothing.
the
This is why you a
Robert Lee,
dumb
I told
bitch
you.
to this day.
Robert Lee.
Yeah, so now I'm a dumb bitch.
And that's why you get
But
your ass up.
no, bring him back. I could be that dumb bitch to him. Who cares or whatever? That's why we know. That's why we know he's not masculine.
No, that's
Because
why
instead of going into the information or anything, he's gonna be like, "Oh, you're a dumb bitch." And then at night, he was looking at niggas' pictures on his phone that he saves. Straight men don't act like you. So that's how we know that you're not that. Because they don't act like you, Robert Lee. So now, instead of going on and getting mad, OTK said, let's go through some information. Are you ready to go through the information, Robert Lee?
Robert Lee.
Superman, he be trolling.
I know. I was like, Superman's up here.
If I can't ask questions, I might well leave. If I can't open my mouth,
Hold up, y'all. Calm down for 1 second. Let him talk. You can ask, ask questions, Robert Lee.
Robert Lee.
No, I'm saying let him talk. He can ask questions. You can. But you know, we done
Yeah,
been
just
all
be respectful with
Hey,
your
Sharice,
question.
Sharice,
What's up, Robert
I'm gonna
Lee?
just leave, yo, because these three are not going to let me.
Hold on. Shut your
Just
mic
stay
up,
right
bro.
here for a second,
Hey,
Robert Lee. Don't leave.
Cerise,
Don't leave,
he
Robert
did
Lee.
ask
Stay
the
for a
question.
second.
Remember now, I said, man, damn, the people off the coast of South Carolina was they was dark skinned. They had looked like the Ethiopians. So say
He said, no, they didn't say that. You're lying.
You say you a lie. Show that.
You a lie.
So now you showed it. So now I'm going deeper into the book of the person who said. So that's why I'm asking him. Like, yo, let's just learn something. So this is still on his question.
He just
So what is he
disingenuous.
talking about?
Why did
This
they
is still
interrupt
his
me when I
question.
was talking? This is what I'm talking about. When I start talking, somebody is gonna cut me off, and
Yeah, bitch, because you're not gonna ask a fucking
Yeah,
question.
because you don't. Yeah, you did, and you ain't talking about nothing. You're not. You're not even on topic.
Can someone hold on, OTK and Cosmon? Can someone cue some violins real quick and let's mute up and let Robert Lee speak?
Violence is crazy.
Go ahead and
Damn,
unmute Robert Lee. We're listening.
Boy, I ain't got that big.
nah, I ain't got nothing to say. I'm finna let this nigga teach and watch how many times he be disrespectful while he's so-called trying to teach. So I'm finna mute up. Go ahead, do your thing, my nigga.
Fuck up.
Actually, Robert Lee, I didn't disrespect you at all. I just tell you, shut up. Yeah, I just tell you, be quiet real quick and let's learn something because you asked me a question. So the sis brought up about this shit about Ethiopia. You act like you still didn't believe it. So I showed you the book where it's at, The African and the Native American by Jack Forbes. So now look what else he said. This is before. This is people that's even out of America. But check it. We don't know exactly where the green eye American come from. You remember the story a long time ago? Oh, anybody who our complexion got green eyes, they gotta have European in them. That's bullshit.
That's dumb.
That's bullshit. Where the green eye American come from, whether from Newfoundland or Labrador. However, they were in possession of what appeared to be part of a sword and jewelry manufactured in Italy. This tends to confirm early contact with Europe, as discussed above. In 1501, Miguel Cotorril sailed back to the Terra Nova region where he disappeared. One of his ships returned to Portugal with certain men and women who he found. In 1503, the Portuguese sent out 2 ships, and thereafter the Newfoundland area was visited regularly. So much that in 1506, a royal tax was imposed on fishing catch. The Britons, remember everybody like to talk about the Britons or the Britons, English, and perhaps Basquas were also active in the area, but that will be discussed below. Slaves from Terra Nova showed up in the slave markets in Seville and Valencia very soon after the 1500s.
It's the
So
other way around.
They had us over there. Yeah, they had us over there. In Valencia, during the period to 1516, we find in 1503, Miguel, age 20, and Maine at 10, age 10. In 1505, Juan, 16, Pedro, 16. And 1507, Antonio, 8. And Juan Amarco, 18. And in 15, Ali. Now, Melchor in 1516, and Catalina.
Melchor.
These 8 slaves were, with one exception, all attained by Portuguese sources. They were all classified as Negroes. With the exception of Juan and Pedro, just called slaves. Huh?
And then we could take it a step further because hold up. I know OTK, you finished with your source for a second.
Oh yes, we gonna bounce back and forth with this. Go ahead, your screen now.
Okay,
Go ahead.
All right, hold on. Let me show my screen real quick. I will. Let me put up what I want to put up. So boom. So this also coming from Jack Forbes as well. In the British slave colonies of North America along the Atlantic coast, many persons of American ancestry were at times classified.
Wait, Sharice, is it supposed to be on the screen? I don't see it.
don't see it? Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, there it goes. There it goes. No
Okay.
problem.
Thank you, baby, because I didn't even know it wasn't there. See, I was reading for like 30 minutes earlier, bro, and this shit wasn't even on the screen. Kill.
No,
So
yo,
anyway,
yes, it was.
That's why I
That's
just
what I
wanted to
said.
make sure.
now when I first,
Make it big.
before you came up, OTK, and I looked over, I said, oh shit, it's not even on the screen. So anyway, in the British slave
Make it
colonies
big.
of, okay, let me see if I can make it bigger
Make
real
it
quick.
big. Yeah, that shit's small on your end. Make it bigger, and then we pull it on full screen like that. Boom. That's
Can I
good.
see?
Beautiful. Go ahead.
Okay. So in the British slave colonies of North America along the Atlantic coast, many persons of American ancestry were at times classified as blacks, Negroes, mulattoes, or persons of color. And these terms were, of course, used for people of African ancestry. The manner in which Americans and part Americans were sometimes classified as mulattoes and people of color from New England to South Carolina and in the Spanish Empire are explored elsewhere. The purpose here is to illustrate how the term Negro has been applied to people of American descent. It is so easy for them to do that. The possibility that Native Americans were quite commonly called Negroes is very much supported by Portuguese usage. So they were called Negroes. During the colonial period, Brazilian Indians were repeatedly referred to as Negroes or as Negroes de terra, Negroes of the land. So, I mean, I don't know. I think it's the classification issue that we seem to continue to have problems with when we're talking about this shit, because these people were called Negroes just as much as they was called blacks or anything fucking else. But we are those people that was here. So
I think the problem is
And one
people be
second, Sharice was
denying
still
the other
speaking.
people.
Robert Lee.
I'm
Robert
done.
Lee, hold on one second.
I'm done. Let them go ahead.
Uh,
I'm done for now. Let them
okay.
go ahead.
No, I was suggesting that I think the problem is people are denying the existence of the other people. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not a possibility that black people could have been here in America. I mean, the evidence don't support it, but I'm still not 100% convinced that there's no evidence that exists to prove it. But what I do agree that these people that we call Native Americans got tons of evidence to back up their existence being here before the Europeans come. So, I mean, I'm not, that's why I'm not trying to fight y'all.
Well,
I'm trying to understand y'all, because like I
Go
done
ahead.
show how in my records, I see the same shit as far as like, they'll say this person a Negro. When you look at that motherfucker, you like, ain't no fucking way this a nigga. But that's what it says. My own aunt, I was talking to her about my grandmother's father and what the records say about him. My aunt actually seen him. She say that was a white man, but on every record that exists of him, it says he a Negro. It's one record that says he a mulatto, but all the other records says he a Negro. But my aunt says she don't give a fuck what the records say. He was a white man. So this story that y'all talk about,
So
like,
it go the other way
I
too,
know
right? So it works the other way too. Then
wait a minute, say that again. Say it again.
If it works to make a white man a Negro, right?
Well, I mean, I
Negroes can be white.
disagree with her as far as him being a white man, because I didn't see.
She said she seen
his
him.
brother. I know
She
she
seen
said
him.
she seen him, but what she probably mean is he was real light. Feel what I'm saying? As far
No,
as blonde hair, blue eyed
she said a white
man.
man though. Don't you think she
Listen.
know the difference between a white man and somebody real light?
Yeah, my grandfather's
Can I say
real
something?
light.
So was he a Negro
Can I
or
say
wasn't
something?
he a Negro?
Can I say something? Listen, his brother owned a funeral home, right? His descendants still exist just like me. I exist. I can look at an image of his brother and tell that's not a white man. Why she said that is the only thing I can suggest is because he was real light and his hair was straight than a motherfucker. Like it wasn't like our hair, afros and shit. But as far as him being a white
So he
man,
was
no.
a nigga, but he looked at white.
I would suggest that.
All
I
right,
would
so
suggest that.
niggas is white then, right?
No, I ain't said that. We
So
already know.
So your granddaddy is a white nigga, but niggas don't come white.
No, what I'm saying is we all know of light ass people who could pass for white, but they really black. Y'all were just talking about the Pope.
Well, that's true, but what Cosmin was saying in response to that is that it works both ways, which it does. But back to your
those
source,
type of
Sharice,
people-
I've seen the Portuguese records that have Negroes de terra and talking about Negroes of the land. So I think
Negro
the
de
point,
terra?
I think where you're getting, it's called Negroes of the land. So
Yeah,
because
that's Negro de
Negro is a
terra.
slave. Yeah, that's a slave status, Negro is. So where people have been coming in and making it race, that is something that started happening 19th, 20th century. Before then, it was just a slave status or a class. But what I was going to say as far as what you're saying, Robert Lee, I don't think anyone's ever denied that there's no Africans that came over. But I think even according to the master teachers that talk about this, they say that there's little to no evidence really backing up or supporting a lot of the narratives of Africans getting this way. And they always are making up estimates. So we do not believe the numbers that they're giving when the extremities of the numbers are estimates. And when you get down to the real nitty gritty of the numbers, they can only back up like 40,000 with sources. So yeah, there's 40,000 probably Africans that made their way over or anything like that we can back up, but that wouldn't make all of us African then.
And then still, you got to remember, primarily only 3% of any of the Africans, only 3% came to North America.
Okay, let's say this. Let's say an African that was 20 years of age, a male, and another African female, about 23 of age, was brought over here. Let's say they was both sold to the same person, slave owner, whether it was a black man or a white man. And let's say they had kids here. Would they children be considered African or Indian?
They would be African.
Their children would be African.
Okay,
if their parents are African born, they'd be African.
I agree. Okay, let's say those children.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, let me go back to another
Go
example.
ahead.
Let's say those children those children whose parents are directly from Africa. Let's say those children have children with some other people that was already in slavery here, but their parents also came from Africa, but they was born here just like these kids was born here, but they get together and have children. Would they children be considered African?
Yes.
Yes, but you're not addressing the point that we have evidence for 40,000 of the Africans and not anything close to 1 million Africans. So yes, if we took a 2.5 percentage birth rate that you guys like to quote, and we put that in the equation for the 40,000 people, we'd be talking about 2 million people by today. So yes, we could say and assert, yes, there are 2 million people that have African ancestry. But when you look at the actual overall numbers, and I don't even believe what numbers they give us, and I could get into why, but we don't have to get into why right now. We can accept there are 46 million of us. Then you're talking about 2 million versus 46 million. So it's still, who are those other people? So we get it. Some people could have African ancestry, but it doesn't mean that a majority would.
The math ain't math, and Dulcinea, and you already know that.
It is not at all. It's not math.
Sharice, did you see any of the interviews that I shared with you that was ironic after you interviewed David Eltis? Did you get to review any of those?
I haven't, but I see the line.
Did you see his interview with Skippy? Henry Louis Skippy Gates?
Yeah, he did that. That's you know what? That's what's so interesting is I know he was going to go and do that with Skip Gates from the 2nd through the 8th because he told me he wouldn't be available then. And then my incident happened, so I wasn't able to get him until after all of that stuff kicked off. But
which I
yeah,
think is very timely. Did you see the Pan-African response? They tried to stump him, and Top Cats put it together. Did you see that, Dulcie?
Yeah, I was there for that interview. So
No,
I know,
not
like
the
right now,
interview you
14 minutes.
participated. No, not the interview you participated in about the Pan-Africans trying to trip him up.
Oh yeah, I saw that interview and I made a clip on it.
Got. So I've forwarded those to Sharice for y'all to do your chop it up in comparison. Okay. So now in the record, the 1870 census is also the basis for the Immigration Act of 1870, correct?
Oh, here we fucking go.
The Naturalization Act of 1870.
Act of 1870.
Okay. So what are the two categories of United States citizen? Which still the jury is out on what is a defined free white person, which I find amusing. But what are those of African nativity, which is proven to be born on the African continent? Put a pin in that for a moment. And those of African descent, which he obviously doesn't seem to understand how that works as far as breeding. However, in the 1870 census, did he not repeat more than once less than 1% were on the census in 1870 having been born in Africa? Now, I know you know that, sis, because you were there.
And he said it to me.
Okay.
So,
1%, 1% of 4 million is 40,000. Okay.
Yep.
Let me play this little clip real quick, and then we'll let Robert Lee continue.
Robert Lee. We couldn't eat downtown. One day I saw 2 Africans go in with their robes and their turbans. They couldn't speak English. I heard the man say, "Let them in. They're not Negroes." I said, "Something's wrong. I can't say it's because I'm black, because they're so black and they're blue, but they went in." So I said, "Well, I get my Olympic gold medal, then I'll go in." I went and got my gold medal, went back in, ordered 2 cheeseburgers, and they said, "Sorry, we don't serve Negroes." I said, "I don't eat them either. Just give me 2 cheeseburgers." And she said, "You getting smart." She called the manager, and he said something about, he said, "Cassius Clay, we couldn't eat in the restaurants in Louisville. We couldn't eat downtown." One day I saw 2 Africans go in with their robes and their turbans. They couldn't speak English. I heard the man say, "Let them in. They're not Negroes." I said, "Something's wrong."
Now that's the first-hand account from world championship boxer Muhammad Ali, who even in that particular period of time, they understood who a Negro was and who an African was. And we can't sit over here and try to conflate the two like we are them. We're not them. We're just
I'm not accusing y'all of being them. I'm not even saying
that you are African. Them. Okay.
What I'm saying is I do the seeing from people that will be considered Africans.
So what though? So what I mean, like, what's your so what? Like, what are you gonna do about it?
Have you ever found an authentic African ancestor in your line or genealogy?
Saying you asking me, have I found someone that was born on the continent of Africa?
Yes, sir.
No, I haven't found the actual person.
But see,
that was born
my good brother, that is the point of authentication. How can you authenticate what you suggest? And I'm not questioning your ancestry.
Can I say something too after you, Alabama?
Can I answer?
Yeah, I want to
about that.
Well,
after you answer, yeah. Questions before I, you know what I'm saying?
No. I wasn't going to. So after you finish this.
Yeah, I won't let Alabama finish, but I always asked about the authentic African ancestor. Okay, also, Robert Lee, before I let Alabama chime back in, and then we can let Dulcinea come in and cook. Has anyone ever in your family, any of your elders, I'm talking about older elders, I'm not sure how young or old your family is, but have you ever talked to them about their understanding of the African coast and your relativity to those people?
No, not necessarily, because like I said, I don't have a direct ancestor that I know who was born in Africa. I mean, I'm born in '83. My dad was born in the 30s, I think. Might have been the 40s. No, he was born 1940. Matter of fact, my dad was old as fuck. But anyway, what I'm saying is, I got records that I can tie. I got a relative that was in Georgetown, South Carolina. She was on a plantation in Merle's Inland. The people that was brought to that plantation in Merle's Inland was purchased in Charleston. The people that was purchased in Charleston was considered from the African continent. Feel what I'm saying? So I'm not saying she's an African, but she is linked to that plantation where Africans was sold to. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay.
And on my father's side, right? On my dad's side, that's my mother's father's side. But on my dad's side, I can track him back from his family back from a plantation in Camden, King Street, and it was bought from a market in Charleston, South Carolina. It's actually unbelievable. Now my mother's side is different. That's the people that I say mixed with Indian. Now we're at the top.
Okay.
People aren't talking about this.
Now,
I get it.
okay, I hear what you're saying. And I think that if there is not, I mean, and when we talk about all of this quote unquote slave trading going on, all of these different things happening, you know, there should be able to be some type of evidence that puts your ancestors' line back to there, because that doesn't necessarily mean that because they came out of a plantation in South Carolina that they are Africans, because we know that an intra-American trade took place. We also know that the Indian American slave trade took place. And I mean, I would argue that that doesn't necessarily make them African. I know we have a lot of narratives out there, and like Dulcie's point, what she was about to say about the estimates and the numbers and the things like that, the shit just ain't adding up, Robert Lee.
I mean, I get what you're saying.
And the thing that I keep finding very convenient is that these people somehow come off these plantations with the same last name as their slave owner.
Yes, that was the brand. Like nigga,
why Robert Lee? Do you know why?
Mean?
Because
what
they're
mean? The
kin.
slave. Listen, the slave.
No, they're kin.
Listen. The slaves didn't have English names when they brought them over here. The people gave. Brother, hear me out before you interrupt me.
No, I'm saying the African slaves didn't have last names.
Whether they was an African slave or Indian slave, the people that purchased.
I'm just saying, what time are you talking about? Like
any time frame, any.
No, it's cap.
We don't have to put a date on it. It's just during slavery, whether they was an Indian or Negro, the peoples that bought them gave them a name. Like for instance, right? I'm descended from the Quicks. I know Quicks that are not related to me at all. How we know this? Because the Quicks owned slaves. There was 3 slave owners in my family with the name Quick. They all owned slaves. When you add all their slaves together, it came up to 137. The people who descend from the slaves they kept the last name Quick. I'm friends with some of them. I'm friends with their kids. You feel what I'm saying? I can trace my peoples back to the Quicks that are related to the ones that own the slaves. Not the actual slave owner, but a brother to the slave owner.
So
I
is
can
the
trace
slave
me
owners
back
Have
to
you?
that
Can
point.
I ask him a question? And I wanted to ask
This
Alabama a
is
question based on
yeah,
So,
what
so
he
why
said.
would everybody take the same
Hold on, Cosmo, because I
My bad.
want to let her answer her question, and then I know Alabama was also speaking, so I want to make sure they be able to get in.
My
You
bad.
know, that we moderate this correctly and make sure that everybody can get in. So go ahead, Dulcie, and then Alabama, and then Cosmo, you can come right behind.
Well, yeah, because Alabama had brought up earlier the Naturalization Act of 1870. So I wanted to ask him a question about it. But based on what you're saying, Robert, about your Quick family, are you finding any of them on the census?
On my family?
Oh, the
Yes.
Quick family, yeah. Have you found, and do you find them on the census before 1870
Yes.
by name?
Yes.
Yes.
They're not
So
African.
Alabama, when you
I never
brought up
said
the
they was African.
naturalization,
I never said that.
okay, so even
slaves
the
wouldn't be
even the slaves.
I'm
African
not
either.
descended from the slave Quick. I'm descended from the Quicks who are basically the brother of the slave. It was 3 of them, right, that owned slaves. But my relative that I descend from, he didn't own slaves, but his brothers did. They all descend from this guy named Thomas. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay, so
my
yours, the one didn't own slaves. Yours didn't own slaves, so they're on the census. But you wouldn't be quite sure, right, if other people were finding their family on the census too, right? So we're not just talking about the slave master. I'm talking about, are you finding these other brothers and the slaves that you're saying come from them? Are they on the census by name?
No, none of them.
No, so only your family is on the census by name.
Yes. None of the people that will be considered slaves, you won't find them on no census before 1870.
Okay, and you're for sure that you're not finding any of these people.
Yes.
You've looked for them. Okay. So why I was
This is how
asking
we
about
know.
the naturalized.
So they're not on the census before 1870, right?
They not correct. Those slaves, the
Right.
people that descend from the slaves, they are not on. Their relatives are not on the slave records at all.
Now the
By
funny
name.
part
Not
is
even on the slave schedules.
now the funny thing on the slave schedule, right? On the slave schedules of the 60s, 50s, 40s, 30s, they do have those enslaved people up under them names.
Not the records that I got.
Yeah, I mean, there's
show it.
tons of records, bro. You got
Well,
to
I'm
look
not.
at more
I'm
than
not
one
saying that.
place.
She asked me about the records I got, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that. The records that I got.
But the records you got is from the non-slave owner, because you're by the brother
But
that
listen,
didn't
I can
own
look up
slaves.
the slave owners. Listen, I can
Right,
look
so they
up the
wouldn't be
slave
there if
owners.
he didn't own them. But what about the
Listen.
ones? What about the ones that did own them? Them still your people.
Listen. The guy that owned the slaves, right? His name was Benjamin Quick, right?
So that's your great grand uncle.
It would be the third great grand. Yeah.
Yeah,
Uncle.
that's your grand
Yes.
uncle.
So listen. Hear me out before you interrupt me. On his record, his inventory list, it don't list no slave by name. It only lists whether it's a male, how old it is, female, how old it is. That's it. It don't say this slave named Judy, this slave named Betty, this slave named Paul. It don't say that at all on none of the fucking sheets. So when
all
I
of
say
them
that,
would have been emancipated in 1865, like none of them were freed before then. And have you ever seen freedmen lists?
wait a minute, ask that question again.
So all of them were enslaved until 1865. None of them ever have been on the freedmen list or were freed prior to the end of slavery.
They don't
Well, those
list
are
any
records
of
as
them
well.
by name, so we can't.
They don't list them on the slave. I know they don't list them on the slave schedules,
And that's
Robert. What I'm
just
asking
some
about
of the
is once
slave
they're free,
schedules.
there
That's only some of the
are
slave
slaves.
schedules.
Exactly,
Because
and
some of
on
the
the
slave
Both of y'all
census
can't
list,
talk at the
once
same
they're
time.
free.
Both of y'all can't talk at the same time,
Right.
so I can't hear you when both of y'all try to talk. So what was you saying again, Dulcinea?
I was saying once they're freed, they could be on the freed inhabited. So I'm just asking as far as for those slaves
that's
for
when you find those people that descend from the slaves relatives on the census.
I'm asking about your people. Have you found any of those?
My people are on the free inhabitant schedule all the way up to 1790. Like for instance, right? The earliest records here, like where I'm from, they got records that go back to like 1760 and shit like that right there. And they got the people names of who was, as far as like on certain documents that was involved with farming the city or had land in the city that was doing things in the city. None of the slaves was named on nothing. They were just property. You feel what I'm saying? So you wouldn't find any of their names in no type of records or documents back in those times. But I can find records of people that I descend from in that time. You feel what I'm saying?
Well, I have slave, and why I asked you is because they can end up, depending on what time they have them on the Freedmen Bureau, they'll start to have them by name. They'll start having their.
That got to be after the Civil War, because the Freedmen Bank wasn't created until after the Civil War.
No,
there was no Freedmen Bank before the Civil War.
It was during the Civil War it was created.
I just said that.
Yeah.
It was during.
Yeah, but the during the Civil War would be before 1870. So we're still on the basis of 1870 where you're saying
1860 to 1865 is the time of during the Civil War, right? That's the time frame of the Civil War, 5 years. So
59.
So 1858, there was no such thing as a freedman or anything like that already. Even matter of fact, I would say there was no such thing as a freedman bank before 1862, because the damn war wasn't even over yet.
Well, the Freedmen Bank comes from a prior bank, right?
What was it called? What was it called?
Before
we go further,
the Freedmen Bank.
The
Freedmen Bank.
So it was called the Freedmen Bank, and then
it
was to the Freedmen Bank.
Yes.
Come on, man. Why y'all let them do this?
It's a Freedmen Bank that got turned into. Yes, bro. That's how it happened. It was used during the war, right? And it became the Freedmen Bank.
What was the name before the war?
Look it up.
See what I'm saying?
It's only 1 or 2 years before. But you acting like I'm making it up.
You is, nigga.
Oh my God. You just
so why
dumb,
is it so
bro.
hard to tell us the
Watch
name?
this. Hold on. Watch this. You think banks just come out of nowhere? Watch.
I never said that. You said the Freedmen Bank come from another bank that existed in the 1850s. So I'm asking you to give us the name. That's all. I am not here to argue. Teachers don't act like this, brother. And I don't have a master teacher. So when y'all say that, it kind of offends me, because half of these people that y'all be calling, I don't fucking know at all. I don't know none of you. How I even learned about this community
Let me just give you a little update on history.
And that situation happened with Nat and OTK, and that led to Smoke Signal, and that led to me finding all the rest of you. So, I mean,
right.
I don't have.
Okay, so let me school you real quick. Let me help you, because there's a precursor to the Freedmen's Bank, right? Let me help you, right? Since you don't know, the Freedmen's Savings and Trust Company, or the Freedmen's Bank, was founded in 1865, but its precursor was the creation of the Military Savings Bank during the Civil War to collect the wages of Black soldiers. These military banks, like the one established in Beaufort, South Carolina by General Rufus Saxton in 1864, served as a foundation for the concept of providing financial services to niggas. Just so you know,
brother.
You think about that'll help you out on your journey? I hope that
Brother,
helps.
you didn't mention the name of no bank that existed before the Civil War.
I did. I mentioned the
Am I
precursor to it.
deaf?
It's did you hear
Am I
the
the
name?
only one that heard what he
It's
said?
called the Military Savings Bank.
That was created during the Civil War. So that means it didn't
Yes.
exist in 1850.
I didn't say that.
You.
I said it's a precursor. It was there before the Freedmen's Bank. Didn't I say the Freedmen's Bank got created during the war?
Motherfucker, if they got created at the same time,
They
you
didn't
basically
create
lying.
at the same time. One
So they got
predates
created
the
a
other.
year apart. That what you're saying?
One was created in 1862.
And the other one was created.
1861. Yes,
And
the
the other
Military
one was-
Savings Bank was created in 1862, 1861.
And the Freedmen's Bank was created in 1865.
1865.
Motherfucker, you act like you said something.
Right. And I'm
The
just telling
point
you,
was-
you didn't know.
the
You didn't
point
know.
was
The point
there was no
was,
Freedmen's
the point
Bank.
was there was a precursor to that bank, and you didn't know nothing about it.
No,
and it
no, that
still
wasn't the
and it
question.
still comes before your people could get on to any type of census.
That's a bullshit. I got
That's the
census
point.
records that prove
Yeah,
my
your
That is
people
people
the
was
couldn't
on
get on the
census
census.
that documented
till-
as free
till
people in
1870.
1850,
You ain't
1840,
well then they
1830,
ain't
So that means they're not
all that.
African.
That
So that
mean
means
they
they're not
African.
African.
Say that again.
If they're on the census before 1870, that means they're not African. That's why we were asking about.
Oh my God,
That means they're not
we're not
African.
discussing that. That's
That's
not what
we are
discussing.
discussing.
That's what we're discussing with the 1870 Naturalization Act. So that's what
This
I
what
was
I'm
going to
saying.
get into as far as
But this what
the
I'm saying.
difference
I got relatives
that you know.
that was
That's
free.
fine, and you're saying that aren't on the census or anything like that, which would still be a thing of slavery, and you'd
Right.
have to see later
Couldn't
that
get
out
on
of
the
the
census 'cause they
1870 census,
Why y'all
that
keep talking
like
about
your
1870
example,
when I was talking about
because that's
1850?
when Africans could be on the
I
census.
didn't-
That's when
but
it formed
listen,
born.
the
So
Quicks-
Alabama, that's what I wanted to ask you about.
Oh
Can you
my
go
God.
in deeper into the Naturalization Act of 1870? And what would that mean
well-
for the people that are on the census and everything before that?
Well, see, I really don't want to keep going back and forth with an individual who has an agenda. You're going to have to first explain to me what is your intention of killing fake Indians. So I don't want you to answer that now. I want you to eventually address that because you're pronouncing yourself to be that. Now, to specifically address what you're asking, Dulcinea, would you ask that again? Because this tit for tat back and forth, this doesn't push the conversation forward. I'm always perturbed that people feel the need to stretch slavery and perpetual servitude on a people. That's diabolical, and it's actual agent behavior of enemy intentions. Now, as we've already pointed out, David Eltis, who is a preeminent scholar, who is the foundation of slavevoyages.org, where all these pan-goofy fools get their supposed talking points, right, my sister? And he said on the 1870 census, less than 1% was proven to be individuals born in Africa, which would be the argument for, under citizenship, those of African nativity, which first means there would be evidence they were proved to be born on the African continent, correct? And the second category was those of African descent. Where's the evidence? Now, you know, since we've walked this down.
The crazy part is he claiming that his people is part of that 1%. Now remember,
and it may be so, but I don't want to get hold on, Cosmo, because I want to deal with what she's asking. But before I continue on that, Dulcinea, can we, for a moment, just again reiterate how math ain't mathing? 1% of 4 million alleged. 1% of 4 million alleged enslaved people. The presumption being that African category is 100% enslaved, with no free Africans. That's the alleged. That's 40,000 out of 4 million. How about we never once mentioned those are the people enslaved? How about the Americans who are not?
Right.
As in the Constitution references Indians not taxed. What would you suggest that number would be, my dear sister? Thousands, hundreds
if
of
we're going,
thousands, millions, what, because we
we're
seem to
gonna go
continue to
by, if
make
we have to go by
discussions
the
about
time and say
estimates.
only less than 1% is 40, which is 40,000 of 4 million.
Of 4
So that
million
would,
enslaved people by the end of the Civil War. How did they come up with 3.2 million people in 1790? That's the count of the 1790 census. Thereabouts 3.2 million people, correct?
Can I explain?
80 years later is 1870, right?
Yeah.
How is it more than 4 million people are enslaved in less than a century?
Wait a minute. Say that math again. I ain't quite hear you.
No, I'm just showing you examples of how simple-minded people can't seem to understand the complexity of the discussion we're having, my good brother.
No, my phone. I'm in a
I'm
kind of
not
bad area, so
suggesting
you was
you
kind of
don't.
going out. Or
I
it could have
got
been just
you,
my phone.
brother. I got you, Mr. Fake Indian Killer. Okay. So what I am saying to Dulcinea, did you hear what I asked Dulcinea? How does the census in 1790 suggest there's 3.2 million people in the colonies? Because what is the census about? It is not about people outside the jurisdiction of the 13 colonies, correct?
correct.
Not even a century later, how is it that there are now, quote unquote, 4 million enslaved at the end of the Civil War?
They say it's going to be due to the birth rates.
Can we at some point have the actual count of the census? You follow where I'm going with this now, sis? And the
Exactly.
count
You
of
can
the
go
census.
exactly to the census.
Okay. And the count of the census is to those people who are within the colonial system in 1790, because the states weren't created yet, were they? Until the ratification of the Constitution, right? Remember how we kind of kept breaking that down, Dulcinea?
Right.
So these are only about foreigners, right? How can they tell you what the number of the population is outside of their settlements? Because these weren't states. I like the way that Bethy had projected it, using the analogy of the District of Columbia is still only 10 square miles, right, Charisse? So each of these 13 settlements, villages, were barely 10 square miles, okay?
Well, it's 10 square miles now, but I know
No, I'm just using it for an analogy, Charisse.
Oh, gotcha. My bad. Okay, go ahead. I ain't about to go into DC history. Go on ahead.
It ain't 10 square miles no more either, but never mind.
Again.
Well, we're not talking about, we're talking about 1790. We're starting out in 1790 in the beginning of enumeration of these territories and different places and how this came about.
And how are you going to count people who don't fall under your jurisdiction, Dulcinea? You don't, right?
You don't.
Okay. What would be the suggestion? Now, again, this is the thing about, you ever heard of there are liars, damn liars, and statisticians? You ever heard that quote? Liars, damn liars, and statisticians. Okay? We do understand that all these conversations keep using the word estimate. What does that mean to you, Dulcinea?
It's a guess.
It's their best guess.
How many American Indians did these criminal motherfuckers allege to exterminate, Cosmon? Is it the same number that supposedly got transported from Africa? And how did 100 million reduce to 12 million? I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking. Inquiring minds want to know. How did 100 million reduce to 12 million? And the 12 million has reduced to less than 338,000. If you saw that interview, Dulcie, with Henry Lewis, Skippy Gates, who will be the authority over slavevoyages.org transportation, pun intended there, transported to Harvard. What say you, sis? And let's stay with their estimated numbers. That's 100 million niggas, huh?
Who said 100 million?
Again,
It started out with
who said
W.E.B.
it?
Du Bois that said it was 100 million slaves that came out here originally, and there was a series
I thought it
of
was 300
historians.
million. I thought it was 300 million, and 100 million died on the way.
Man, nobody said that.
Yeah, well,
I ain't never heard
they
that.
did have an estimate. They did have an
never
estimate
heard
of
that
death
before.
rates.
That's
well,
new to
I'm
me. I mean, y'all
letting you
might have
know.
heard
Hold
it.
on.
Y'all might have heard it.
Okay,
But I never
well,
heard
I
that.
can say if you let me finish. And yes, they do estimate death rates separately from that. Well, W.E. Du Bois said it as far as in the convention in 1911 in the UK, and
He
where
said
they
it
had
in a
multiple
speech,
people
you
come
said?
and talk. Yes, he said it in a speech. And basically he was alluding to about 100 million slaves being brought here from Africa. But he was saying those estimates were upon other historians that were making different estimates. And that's been a series of till then till now
Okay,
of just
so he
different
don't know.
historians
Okay,
coming in
so
and
it's safe
trying
to
to
say that he
get
don't know.
estimates.
It's safe to
come
say
on,
that he
please.
don't know,
Wait,
and we
excuse me
shouldn't
now.
quote
I did not
those
interrupt
numbers,
you
correct?
in any of your back and forth,
I
bro.
wouldn't quote those numbers.
I did not
because
interrupt
he
you.
ain't get it from a factual source, correct?
As if you have. What's your
Nigga, you the
factual
one
source, Mr.
quoted the
Fake
shit.
Indian Killer?
Like the nigga telling the truth.
I'm not gonna ask. I'm not gonna ask for you to be
How
removed,
you
but I
got
would
those
maybe
numbers?
appreciate you being. I would
Okay, so
appreciate
the
him
point
being
of it,
muted
I would say, can
for
I
us to
say the
have
point
an
of it while
intelligent
I'm saying it
conversation.
real quick, and then Alabama can come back in from there, because Robert, I think you're missing the point. It's not something that's ended with W.E.B. Du Bois. It's going to be until 2025 that these estimates don't have legitimate backings.
Nobody never
But
said
Alabama,
that 100 million shit though. And I mean, I
the
agree with y'all
12.5
with
million that is being estimated now does not have a majority of records that is backing those estimations.
And this
It doesn't
gentleman
even
who's
have
in
10%.
isn't he in his 90s, David Elstis, or in his late 80s?
Yeah, he's
Right.
late 80s. He's close.
Okay. And it is from his authoritative position. If again you go back and research his interview, like do your homework, sir.
Yeah, they
That with
documented
Henry
about
Louis Gates, when he
600,000
spoke with him, that there is no authentication. That's the reason the word estimate is used. Sharice, could you do maybe a quick Google search and see what they have estimated the extermination of the American Indian to be? And y'all can circle back to that whenever you choose. But what were you saying, Dulcinea, before we were continuously rudely interrupted?
Old nigga right here, bitch.
I believe I
See,
told you
that's
about that.
what
Oh my bad. I thought I was
always
muted, bro. My bad.
happens.
I thought I was on mute. My bad. I'm sorry.
But
old
you
nigga.
think that doesn't happen, but that happens often when someone is just giving you information and you come out and you start calling them names, and then
Nah,
you're
my
saying you
bad.
want
I
some kind
honestly
of
thought
respect.
I was on mute. I did. I wouldn't. I mean, I did say the shit, but I didn't mean for him to hear me saying it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't want to disrespect the old nigga. That's why I'm just, you know what I'm saying, letting him talk. I ain't calling him no
Well, I'm
names.
just
He
saying
calling
it
me
happens
names, but I
often.
ain't calling him no names.
You
I
can
meant
put a
for it.
disclaimer about
And
that.
no one called you a
not
name.
I have
You
never
just
once
Nigga
got
called
keep
a
whipped
name.
by
saying all
I have
information
only
alone.
referred to
We didn't
what
keep
call
you
you
saying
any
announced
names.
on screen.
Okay.
Man, listen, I'm gonna mute up, man.
What he has under his avatar on screen, he pronounced himself to be a fake Indian killer. That is the only thing that I referenced to him. Now, as you were saying, Dulcinea.
Damn, can I respond?
No, because I have not
nigga,
spoken
put
to you.
The nigga talking about me though.
No, I only
No, it's
responded to you
so you want to
inferring that
respond
I
that
said
you
something.
have a title on your actual name
I want
under
to
Robert Lee
explain
that
why I
says
got that.
fake Indian killer, Like,
I
but
want to
you can
explain
explain
why I
after
got
we're
that.
done because you keep interrupting us and we
All
were
right, man.
talking.
Go ahead.
We were just talking about David Eltis when you interrupted about where the 100 million came
Because he
from.
said
We
something
educated you on where
pertaining
the
to
100
Don't
million
matter.
came from, and then you went to
Shut
the
up,
next thing.
fuck nigga.
We want to continue and finish this. We want to finish this conversation first, and then we can get into whatever you want to address with your name.
Hey, okay, but
So
listen, you already got a
no,
cheerleader in the
listen,
background, yo. This
nothing.
shit
We're
gonna get ugly. You understand?
Just mute
Don't let
up,
that
man.
nigga
Don't
come
nobody
up
want
here
to hear you
talking no
talk.
bullshit when we was up here giving each other
Put
respect.
that nigga in the back.
Just because he don't like what I'm saying, don't let him come up here and
Put him in the
disrespect
back.
me.
And we still have been given
Don't let
respect.
nobody
So if you
talk.
could just mute up and me and Alabama were talking, you just overtalked us. Thank you. So Alabama, yes. As far as that's what I thought was interesting in his actual interview with Charisse, because he kind of mentioned what they're basing a lot of these on, and when they have different records. Like, for instance, they say they can say where an African originates from through their ethno-linguistics that they have from the origins of. They have like some African accounts of slaves in the 19th century, and mostly
all of
after
a sudden,
slavery would
now,
have existed.
all of a
But
sudden,
that's
now,
another thing. Let's even go to the numbers because we were talking about how the numbers alone just ain't mathing. You're
right, but I'd
quoting
like y'all to, because I know
90,000.
Google and Wikipedia should never be considered an effective resource or even resource tool. But just in general, with the AI-driven propaganda that's going on, what have they suggested was the extermination of the American Indian? 100 million or thereabouts? No, the only point I'm making is, don't you find it very interesting, if not amusing, that that same number was supposedly transported of Africans wherever they supposedly disembarked? Which, by the way, if you looked at the Atlas book that he did prior to the one that Charisse is holding up on screen, less than, one more time, less than 500,000 made it to the mainland. No matter what number, and we talked about this before, Dulcinea. I don't care what the number is. 85% went to Brazil alone, right? 10% to the Caribbean island chain. 5% or less made it to the mainland. Okay, that's how math ain't mathing. You feel me? Then when you extrapolate from the suggestion he just made, he said from the census itself, they authenticated that only 1% of what was considered the enslaved population, thereabouts of 4 million, were born on the African continent, which gives the basis for passing the Naturalization Act of 1870 and extending citizenship to the second category of United States citizen, right, sis? And even today, because only the third attempt was somewhere, I believe it was 52 or whatever, when Asians went and argued to try to become Asians, red dot Hindus, etc., when all these people started arguing to become citizens, they didn't say Asian descent, did they? Or Asian nativity, did they? How did these people then become United States citizens? This is the problem that people have with not understanding simple things that are facts. The assimilation process, the marketing tool of calling America, or the United States to be more accurately, a melting pot, do you know that it has now evolved into the salad bowl? Right, sis?
Yeah.
What is the suggestion being made? First of all, we have this catchphrase that everybody keeps spouting, that this is a nation of immigrants, correct?
Yes. That
Does
no one's
that
from here.
presume that there are no original or current descendants of original inhabitants to this land? Does that make a false presumption, Sister Dulcinea?
Yes.
And would that also leave the presumption that these motherfuckers can commit identity theft without being held account because there are no authentic original Americans, like some pan goofy motherfuckers talking mixed shit on a regular basis? Why do you think that they suggest those things, my sister?
So we can be all for it, like you said.
And diluted?
And pan goofy.
And mixed up?
And
don't have ownership of the land.
No, Cosmo, I want you to do a build eventually on this because I tried to ask OTK to consider it. All of the criminality that is acting right now, and this is the reason why I'm describing the manner of how the identity theft is taking place. All land is being considered abandoned as well. Is that not true, sir? Madam?
Yeah, under Nova Terra. Yes. Not
And
only
why
is
Everybody's
abandoned,
land is not abandoned.
it's new and abandoned. They saying like wasn't nothing here. They walked
So
into
again, do they
here.
not suggest that they have effectively exterminated the American Indian? So explain to me again, two things cannot be equally true. Fucking explain to me the Native American and these reservation dogs. And if they did not exterminate, which was their intention, it's called exterminate all the brutes and the doctrine of discovery. We already know the agenda has never changed. And I say it very simply is get the nigga. Then if they did not succeed in extermination, then that means there are descendants, correct, sis?
Yes, there's descendants. And that whole get the nigga, that was made by us. Ain't no white man did that. So that whole get the nigga thing and we gone, our descendants are here. Our genealogical records ties to this land. So any other thing is mythological.
If y'all don't mind, real quick, I would love to let David Eltis answer this question about the 1% real quick, because I directly asked him this particular question. So, firstly, Professor Eltis, one of the first articles that I presented to the people who subscribe to my channel and follow me is your article entitled "The U.S. Transatlantic Slave Trade, 1644 to 1867, an Assessment." In my studies of history and learning about who I am identity-wise, there has been a lot of what I will call pushback on what we know as the transatlantic slave trade. And, I just want to ask you just some brief questions from that particular, just maybe one or two questions from that particular article. In that article, I noticed that you referenced the 9th census of the United States, which indicates that less than 0.1% of the quote Black population was African born. So how does this statistic inform our understanding of the demographics of enslaved people in the United States?
Yes, the slave trade to the U.S. was much smaller than people realize, I think. And in fact, staggeringly small when you consider that at the point of the Civil War, there were close to 4 million.
So he said that it was staggering.
Hold on, Cherie. Hold on. See, I have to further exacerbate, and I was being conservative because I knew he had said that. So the 40,000 is now 4,000, Dulcinea. Can we go and cook on that?
You gonna make her forget her point?
That it was staggeringly. I'm gonna let you get back to it, Alabama, because I think it's all on the same wavelength. That it was staggeringly small. Well, let me let him finish, and then because it's not that long.
African Americans living in the country, and the question, of course, arises: how come that number was so great if the actual number of arrivals was probably less than 400,000? And the U.S. is indeed exceptional in the Americas in that kind of scenario. And it has a lot to do with the somewhat more favorable environment in North America compared to the Caribbean and parts of South America, for that matter. So that, in fact, a relatively small population could, in fact, expand quite rapidly.
So that's what he had to say. Who in the background is that?
He had 12 tackles,
And I mean,
And can everybody
that
mute
makes
up?
sense,
Somebody got the same video playing in the background. Can y'all please, everybody please mute up while my sister talking, please. Have the due diligence and the respect to mute your damn mic up. Everybody.
So I think what he was getting at here, and I'll let Alabama and Dulcinea chime back in because I think they were like spot on, is that, you know, you can't deny that the numbers that were coming into the U.S. mainland were staggering small, stagnantly small. They were small. And I think that the way that they are trying to smack it, flip it, rub it down, or what have you, on how this population grew to 4 million from a mere 400,000 is really mind-blowing to me. I'm not sure how Alabama or Dulcinea would like to take it away, but you know, I do find it very, very perplexing when I hear these things, you know, that only 0.1% of 4 million people were in fact African born, where everybody else was, quote, native born citizens to America or come from here. Or
Do
this
you see how he's causing confusion when people can't follow numbers? This is a very difficult thing. Numbers are a visual thing conceptually for the average person to receive. They can't hear the number and conceive of the context of the number. You feel me? So he said two separate things. First of all, we start with there are 4 million enslaved as a population. Then he suggests that 400,000 that we're thinking originated in Africa got here, but isn't that 10% right there?
That is definitely.
But then
10%.
in the same documentation of the census, which is supposedly counting cargo owners, which are through land ownership, is the only way that you have people who are enslaved, correct? Because in the definition of a United States citizen, a free white person is a male over 21, white, and land owning. How can a white male own land on Turtle Island? Well, I would suggest first by theft. Second, by owning other people, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
So the presumption is these white United States citizens.
No, that ain't correct. Come on now.
Well, it
Y'all
doesn't
know
matter
that.
whether you think it's correct.
Robert
That's
Lee,
actually
shut your
what's
mic
in
up, man.
definition. You know, I mean, I get sick and tired of people keep trying to push their opinion.
Go ahead,
Alabama.
Go ahead, Alabama. Go ahead,
The
Alabama.
facts
Keep
are
going, man.
the facts are very simple, OTK. It's stated very simply in the law. Only citizens who own land were participants in this criminal enterprise called the United States. That was why they were able to vote. That was the reason why they had representation. White women had none. No white children had any. We're presuming the American, known as the Negro, is considered an African chattel slave. We already see, just from the simple math, that is still not mathing, that it has gone from 4 million to 400,000 to 40,000, and 1/10 of 1% is 4,000. Correct, Dulcinea? If we're staying on the conversation that we're having.
So 4,000.
So which is more accurate of the quote unquote the word of the day for the slow bus shorties and the Sesame Street gang is estimate. And what are they estimating, Dulcinea?
And let's go into what he said as well, because that leads into what he said about the extermination. So he says, you know, that this can be explained with the great conditions that would apply for extremely high birth rate amongst foreign people. And
that high birth rate
he's saying, but he said that also, if we're going to listen to the narrative, that 100 million Indians were killed off, not only by just war tactics, but don't they use disease? Don't they use that people couldn't survive in their own land?
No, the disease. Think about it though. Think about it though, Dulce. Now, the African hadn't been in contact with the Portuguese for a long time, so they already had to known about
immunity,
white man
immune
diseases.
system.
But the Indian didn't. This is why when the European and the African sometimes met the goddamn Indian, nigga, them diseases or the germs that the European had, that shit would kill the goddamn Indian. And y'all know that shit is possible. Because look at when COVID-19 happened. Look at the millions of people, and I know y'all had somebody in y'all family that passed away due to that shit. Because I had about 3.
What disease are they saying killed off all these Indians?
Shit, smallpox, hell, what else? I know.
Are you assuming before you get into smallpox and malaria and different things like that? How is that the case if they got the immunity through testing Indians and the indigenous here, and that's the only way they were able to get the immunity?
No, they didn't. They got the immunity from a slave. Bullshit. An African slave is the one who came up with the damn vaccination.
He wasn't an African. His name wasn't African.
Yeah, where are you getting that?
He wasn't an Indian. I don't care what he was. He wasn't an Indian.
He was.
No, he wasn't.
He was.
He was not a Native American.
They've tested. They tested on.
Listen.
Hey man, quit calling it. Hey, listen. Hey, Robert Lee, shut your mouth up real quick, because I think you be doing shit on purpose. Quit calling us fucking Native Americans, dog. Unless we use Native American when we talking about our research. Quit calling us Native American, dog. I take that as a sign of disrespect.
Nigga, I ain't your motherfucking child, nigga.
All right. Well, I tell you what. You're my bitch right now. Get your ass in the back right now. Well, you ain't got to be my child. Because once I tell my child something, they ain't going to yap back at daddy. You feel me? I ain't trying to treat you like a child. I'm trying to treat you and tell you, man, put some respect on us. We American Indians, dog. We not Native Americans. Unless you're talking about a certain date. But you don't do no research to know when a Native American is a Native American of today or a Native American of yesterday, of ancient. You don't know that. You don't know the. You don't even know the white or Native Americans. Do you know what constitution makes it?
And what I was saying before and getting back to why I said that this kind of conversation goes hand in hand with you were talking about Alabama, the extermination, and different testing and different things, because there's records, there's names. So again, we still have to apply that to people that you're trying to attach African to. Now we got to still say the Naturalization Act of 1870 is when they would be accounted for. That's when we would know their names. That's when different things as far as them being on the records.
Yeah, the records of other people. Now, I attempted to send something to you, Charisse, because it's hard for me to do it on my phone. But while the supposed Holocaust Museum, let me just share this right quick, and y'all can go back and work on this so you understand the depth of this narrative using the Native American and the imposter status. Okay? Genocide of indigenous peoples. This is from the so-called Holocaust Museum, which is based here in H-Town. When European settlers arrived in the Americas, historians estimate there were over 10 million Native Americans living here. By 1900, their estimated population was under 300,000. Native Americans were subjected to many different forms of violence, all with the intention of destroying the community. In the late 1800s, blankets from smallpox patients were distributed to Native Americans in order to spread disease. There were several wars and violence was encouraged. For example, European settlers were paid for each Penobscot person they killed in the 19th century. 4,000 Cherokee people died on the Trail of Tears, a forced march from the southern U.S. to Oklahoma. In the 20th century, civil rights violations were common and discrimination continues to this day. Now, this is the precursor on the Holocaust Museum website. Okay, I just sent this to you, Charisse. I was trying to pull up another example because, see, here's the problem when you listen to other people tell your story. The Chinese one is very interesting. It's called The American Genocide of the Indians, Historical Facts and Supposed. Now, this is coming from the Chinese consulate. Just read a couple of paragraphs right quick. The term genocide, made from the ancient Greek word genus, which means race, nation, or tribe, and the Latin kedir, meaning killing, annihilation, was first coined by Raphael Lemkin, a Polish Jewish legal scholar. Always keep that in mind. You feel me? The small hats, Dulcinea? In his 1944 book, Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, it originally means the destruction of a nation or an ethnic group, quote unquote. In 1946, the United Nations General Assembly affirmed genocide as a crime under international law in Resolution 96, which stated that genocide, quote, is a denial of the right of existence of entire human groups, as homicide is the denial of the right to live of an individual human being. Such denial of the right of existence shocks the conscience of mankind and is contrary to moral law and the spirit and aims of the United Nations, unquote. And I would finish that clause by, except when you're talking about niggas. And I'm sending this to you too, Cherie. So y'all can chop that up however you choose, because I'm sick and tired of people who keep pushing the opinions of others and even try to claim that to be intelligent or their own intelligence. But go ahead, Dulcinea.
No, that's exactly what I was getting into. So again, we just ending it on the math just ain't mathing with none of this stuff. Sharice, what do you think as far as like what he's saying? And then this, I would say as well too, before I turn it over, we have to talk about the money of aspect of it as well. To say that you would take away the people that exist on the land and remove them with foreign people as if that doesn't cost a lot of money in comparison. But go ahead,
And there is
Sharice.
not a one-to-one replacement. And one final thing, which I find interesting, particularly to the Pan-Goofies. The smallest state of the Union, Rhode Island, had 95% of the quote-unquote slave ship captains. I think that would be easy to trace those records. The other state next door, Connecticut, is where almost close to 100% of the insurance companies were housed, other than New York Life, Metropolitan Life, New York Life, and the Rock Prudential. You feel me, Dulcinea? Now, why is the discussion? We've talked about this before. You notice how you can trip up these fools who don't deal with facts and don't understand what source, first, second, primary sources are? Do you think we should see where the insurance records, ledgers, and accounting measures, which would then provide what? I'm sorry, authentic documentation that Professor Eltis says yet to be revealed? Why do you think it's not being revealed, my sister?
I think they're not wanting us to see it. They don't want us to know. They want us to just continue to listen to them. They don't want the truth to come out as far as what these records really say.
And that's why I kept saying, like, he's a part of their academia. Like, there's only but so much that we can expect him to say. But, you know, when we're talking about his numbers and his estimates, you know, those things can be argued and questioned on a consistent basis. We have the right to question it because our identity is what's at stake here. And who they saying we are versus who we know we are is not coming together in terms of this African slave trade narrative, and it's bullshit. And I just don't appreciate it at all. Like, it's weird, it's diabolical, nasty ass work. And you know, we here to straighten
Now, let me say one very factual thing from this white man's mouth. Continuing to refer to us as African American is diminishing us.
Yeah.
It is literally erasing our Americanness. And secondly, reverse engineer the numbers so the math still ain't math in Dulcinea. If 400,000, or rounding it up because Skippy Gates goes around saying 338,000. But for the sake of the conversation, that would be 10% of 40 million, right? For it to be 1%, it would have to be that's 4 million, it's 10%. The 400,000 they're claiming that made it to the mainland. But he also then in the same breath said it was only 1/10 of 1%, right? But for that 400,000 to be 1% would have to be 40 million people. You feel me?
Yep.
Anywhere you look at it, you could reverse engineer the numbers is the point that I'm making. So it's either going to be 40,000 or 4,000, because 1% of 4 million is 40,000. 1/10 of 1% would be 4,000. And I yield. And by the way, that would mean there's another 3.5 million. And notice they never talk about any other category of people being enslaved. So the only two options is one category of niggas or another category of niggas. Is that what the presumption is?
And truly, it's been one category. Pretty much, they've made slaves synonymous with one group of people. No matter how many sources you try, no matter what you say as far as the history on Negro goes, and our knowledge of knowing that other groups of people have been enslaved across the Americas, especially when we get into different places in the Caribbean and South America. But they still want to narrow it down to we're only talking about Africans. And usually they talk about it based on the conditions. Oh, if it's this certain type of slavery, then it means it's happening to a particular racial group. But that's, again, with you not looking into the records, you not looking into the law for them to even say as far as there's these different forms of slavery.
And I think it also goes back to the notion too that boom, slavery is the universal thing and it was going on all over the world. I think what's perplexing is the idea of Western Hemisphere transatlantic slave trade narrative bullshit that kind of has the whole country, this whole Western side of things really, really confused about slavery on a larger global platform or scale. And I think that is really, really weird to me. And like we've learned that it was one way and then come to find out it's another way. And I do think that it leads to a level of misjudgment. And then we have people who can say, oh, they're the top scholars in this field and they've done all the research, but even they don't have all the answers. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a lot of questions being ran away from in terms of certain aspects of the slave trade narrative. For example, the idea around these historical accounts or eyewitness accounts. Why haven't we heard in history that people saw all of these millions, gazillions of people getting swept off the coast, kidnapped and shit, and being put on a boat under decks and brought over here? There's a lot of things that got to be explained that hasn't been explained, and it's a real issue.
Curious One made a curious comment that there are 12 million free people of color on the 1830 census. Did you see that, census?
You said Curious One did what?
He said that there are 12 million free people of color on the 1830 census.
Yeah, and that's why I was touching on the idea of, well, not the idea, the actual factual business about white folks being enslaved on the same American colonial land, just like any other people that they would claim was enslaved. I think that the idea that it was just us is the issue here, or them saying that we were the slaves and everybody else is indigent servants. No, I would beg to differ and say that white people were just as much a part of slavery, just as poor, just as inefficient, and whatever else. So
everybody in America at one time or another was enslaved. Everybody. That's why nobody.
I'm gonna spank you with post-millennium, Cosmon. We're gonna start walking on post-millennium. By the way, did any of y'all see those major plantations burned to the ground? One just 2 or 3 days ago.
I was trying to talk about it on Smoke Channel, but ain't nobody had nothing significant to say about it for real. About the Nottoway plantation being burned down. Yeah. I said, oh, destroying evidence. I see. The fuck going on? Because they must be destroying evidence. Because what's the reason? Or somebody trying to get a huge insurance payout.
Or it could be all of the above, but usually, leaning towards destroying it for evidence, for purposes of hiding information is always the number one probability. I'll say that. They've really been burning down a lot of land too, which is always signs of trying to have a plan, new cities,
And they've been
different things like that on ownership.
And they've been burning down the meat producing plants. You know what I mean? The grape farms with the beef, the pigs, all that. All of them just been burning up. You dig what I'm talking about? Out in the middle of nowhere where nothing can hit it, start it, light it on fire. Everything burned. All the cows. I think it was over 100,000 of them or 500,000 of them burned all at once in 2 different farms at the same time.
By the way, another fast fact, or I guess a current event. According to the mayor of St. Louis, 5,000 buildings were destroyed in a 1-mile wide tornado, causing over $1 billion of damage in the last 24 or 48 hours. That swept across Missouri, Kentucky, and Virginia. 28 dead is what I heard earlier today.
Lucky, do you want to hit the panel, Lucky? They was playing with you. For real, okay? The girls had you on a motherfucking whoop. I'm sorry, Ali Bamboo. When I saw Lucky, I just thought about that shit. The girls had him on a tight noose. Woo! But hey, Lucky, peace to you. You know I ain't got no problem with you. But anyway, Ali Bamboo, carry on.
No, I was just saying, just a quick current event about the tornado that was over 1 mile wide, and I think it was EF3 or possibly EF4, and took out 5,000 buildings in St. Louis alone. So, Dulcie, are y'all going to go with the round 2, or are you and Sharice going to get Eltis back together? I'd rather prefer to hear you two ladies.
You know what? I know he said he had another book he was ready to release or something real soon. He's gonna release another book. And I said, all right, boom. I guess when he released the other book, I'll go ahead and ask for him to come back, because it's like some other guests that I'm working on right now, like people who actually work in Indigenous education and things that I'm working on. Obviously, Cliff and, others as well that I'm trying to work on getting up here and having these conversations and continuing to talk. But I would, I told the professor I wouldn't mind having him back. I think we had a good dialogue, and I would love to have Dulcie join in and make him.
Yeah, I'd like y'all to
jargon that memory.
But have you seen? Now, I sent it to you, but Dulcie, have you seen his interview with Skip Gates? And I would love for y'all to go point by point with his conversation with the professor, because I think, well, of course, he's in the academia. He's going to keep pushing the narrative. You all are revealing points that he has to address. I'm talking about Professor Eltis. And they are already saying he's the cornerstone. You feel me, sis?
Definitely, especially when he's putting out that boom, more Africans came in 1992 than the entire slave trade era combined. Okay, so why are you saying this if they're saying all of this happened? And yeah, there's a lot of things that got to be questioned and taken up on, you know what I'm saying? So I mean, I do need to watch the interview with him and Skip for sure. I haven't seen it yet, but I do I know I need to
Oh,
watch
let
it.
me drop this other lug. He claimed him and his father were the most genome sequenced father and son on the planet, and that he suggested, whether it was joke or not, that he's been the most genetically tested, quote unquote, black male, fit flag on the plate, in history. He also suggested the original price tag for the genetic sequencing was 600 grand, sisters, and that PBS got a deal for 50,000. He also said that he's 49% European, 49% African, and of the African part, 30% Igbo. Dulcinea, you got to cook on that.
But then he turned around in his book and say they wasn't calling themselves Africans or Igbos or any of that shit. So is that more of a recent terminology? Because
Exactly.
fucking questions I ain't get a chance to ask the professor.
Professor
Like,
Elta said there are 370.
don't see how many questions I have for the professor.
Hold on, because this Igbo stuff implies Nigeria, or what we call Nigeria, the west coast of Africa. He said there are 375 language groups in Nigeria alone. Dulcie, could you clarify that, please?
Yeah, so that's one thing I definitely wanted to speak with him about is these ethno-linguistics. Because again, you have to get into the fact that these works of ethno-linguistics is happening prior, or not prior, like after the slave trade ends. So this is happening really in the late 19th century. So when they're going back and saying these people would have came from this place, or giving these linguistics analysis and comparisons to evaluate where these people are coming from, we're back to the numbers of how many people you're even saying that you have as far as reference points to your qualitative versus quantitative question, Sharice. So now we have about, he's saying 90,000 to 100,000 representatives. How exactly is that giving us the ethno-linguistics for many different people in different regions? And how exactly are they tying these different regions as far as prospective places that slaves would have came from? And then these aren't even words that you're saying they would have used at the time. So it's a lot of questions that come with the narrative for sure.
Woo, Dulcie.
How do you rate a ranking of slave catchers? Is it more Dahomey, or more what group of the Nigerians? Or why we seem to completely overlook Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, which is noted to be American colonization. And that's back in the 1820s. Sierra Leone was designed and authorized the same year of the Organic Constitution of 1787 and the Northwest Territory. Excuse me? They were already organizing niggas to be vacated from here to Sierra Leone. At the same time, they're barely organizing the United Snakes of America. I mean, make that make sense for me, sis, please, because this nigga seems to be a problem for these people in the chat. I'm just asking simple questions. Inquiring minds would like to know.
And this is all before they're even doing the research. So they don't even have the different languages at this time. You're talking about the American Colonization Society. They're doing all that beforehand, before they're gathering this information of languages and which reasons languages are attached to, and then attaching those into American people that don't speak the language, but we can say that Creole is a form of it. even when it's not, and they don't share different languages or words.
I guess he done fell off and dropped into the honky hole. But I was gonna say,
But what do you think about those ethno-linguistics and how they use that, and even in comparison to Creole?
Girl, I think that they are full of shit. I just think that when it comes down to, well, Creole, I think it's a totally different culture, and obviously they have a different type of. I mean, I ain't gonna say it's completely different because it's obvious the people in the deep south of Louisiana. I'm not gonna say they have a completely different culture, but I think in some aspects it is a bit different. Even their dialect and how they speak now, and I know that that language is a little bit different. Some of that shit I can't understand, honey, because I know it's like a combination of like French and like other things. So yeah, I think that as far as whatever was going on down in that bayou is completely different from what was going on in like where I'm from in Virginia and DC. But I think that when it comes to like the Afro linguistics and all of that shit, I think that when those people came here, I mean, they saying that they came here. It's hard for me to believe because none of that language exists in terms of us speaking it. So I think
And that's exactly my point. Whether it's different, the Creole and anything, and knowing the origins of it, it's not mixed with African. Where are they finding the linguistic brackets or linguistics to say that this is where you're getting this from Africa? They're not. They're making suppositive, oh, these people are in these regions, and because of things like DNA, because of things like estimations as far as where people would be coming from, trips or anything like that, they're saying, okay, we think these people would be these people in the region. Well, why isn't the languages a mix between it? Why don't we have those linguistics where you can see where they actually tie into each other? What do you think, Alabama?
But before
Are you back from the Humpy Hole?
Right, but before Alabama answered, I literally had said this on another panel that I go on. Shout out to the Sites Room. But I literally said, like, if we were snatched from Africa and we were brought here and all of this was going on, whoop-de-whoop-de-woo, there's no way we're going to lose our African culture, African dialect, or African language. No matter how much somebody beat your ass, you're not going to lose that. English is probably one of the hardest languages to learn out of all languages. English is the hardest. So you mean to tell me that they would snatch 300, 400,000 folks off that coast, bring them here, beat them to death till they know that they speak English? I think it's weird. I think it's really weird. And like some things they have to go ahead and answer up to real live. But go ahead, Alabama.
That's a fact, Sheree.
First and foremost, it's an interesting thing how you can point to the quote unquote white man as an authority on scholarship. And because you, the colored man, says something, other niggas check you and say you're lying. But you're repeating what Master Charlie has said. But just because it's coming out of your mouth, that shows you the debasing behavior of being termed black. You understand me, sis? So again, it is stated on the Noah Webster's website that Webster's dictionary and the father of education in North America, called Turtle Island or the United States, he is considered the father of education, right? Remember what happened when I rolled up on Jane Elliott, Dulcie, and how offended she was
Yes.
for me just to share the basic definition of the tools she used for over 60 years teaching little babies in elementary school, right? before she did her blue eye, brown eye experiment, right? I would imagine Webster's dictionary was her main foundational tool, right? But pointing out what the definition of American was, her belligerent response was, we got to do away with American. What? Because this nigga said so? She went on to say how we're cousins, right? Because she loves doing that, rolling up on you girls, you gals who were loud and obnoxious. You remember how she got triggered when I pointed that out? Oh, no, I should say it was Freedom who got more upset with me for suggesting she was saying you sassy gals were loud, angry black women. Just because she didn't say it in the words that I just used, you do know when Fiddler was admonished in Roots, what did he tell him? Lauren Green, Fiddler, mind your tone, correct? So are we to continue to be lorded over by supposed white men? And the only authority of our conversation and the basis of our knowledge is what white zaddy suggests and dictates? So I'm saying that to preface responding to what you're asking, Dulcie. When we are deciphering these things, when do we ever come at it untainted from our frame of reference? Where is our scholarship? Not black scholarship, not Negro scholarship, not colored scholarship. Where is American scholarship when American English is based on 26 American tribal tongues? Now, in Nigeria, what is called Nigeria, which the white man drew on a map and put boundaries up, how did it turn out to have 375 language groups in Nigeria alone? Did y'all hear him say that in his interview?
Yeah, I watched the one with Skip Gates. I got that part in the ethno-linguistics, but I didn't finish it completely. But yes, I heard that.
But American, this is not British English. This is not white folks transported some fucking tongue over here, because we evidently hear the difference with a British accent, don't we? American English is not British English. American English is American. And by the way, British English is not the coin of the realm. You know, with all the transactions of money, we were talking about math ain't mathing. The
British
dollars that make
English is
sense.
Shakespeare English. It ain't no other fucking English but Shakespeare English. Go ahead.
Come on, wild Indian, goddamn it, walk with me. So again, all these digital ones and zeros all over the world that are doing global financial transactions in the US dollar, not the British sterling pound, the US dollar. Do you know that its language is American English, sis? Do you feel me?
Yeah.
The connotations, the culture. Go ahead, OTK. Walk with me, brother.
Wasn't it for rights to be redeemable for gold or silver?
That is going to transition that's going on in the background. What I'm suggesting, there is no culture from any place else. Tell me what other culture is bought and sold worldwide as American culture. Fashion, language, music, whatever you want to call it, hip hop, etc. Tell me what other culture. Shenyang comes here. You know what Shenyang is? Shenyang? That comes around at Christmas time? That supposedly in dance chronicles the 5,000-year ancient history of China? I'm sorry, Manchuria. Other than this, what used to be considered substandard marketing and production of goods and services, which has happened to get accelerated by us propping them up. Tell us what culturally everybody over the planet buys from China, other than Chinese food, which is not Chinese. Just like pizza is not Italian, you feel me, sis? A burrito. Do you know what a burrito is, Dulcinea? In Spanish, a little burro is a donkey.
Mm-hmm.
A burrito is not from Mexico. You feel me, sis?
Right.
So all these things that we're talking about that are culturally from these other nations, they have been modified here in what is called Americana. And what do you think is that actual essence that's causing the alteration of literally all other cultures? I'm sorry, because what are these motherfuckers all trying to do? Get here? Huh? Name me one other spot on the planet close to having people drawn to it as the United States is. Not Canada, not Mexico, the United States. It's not North America that everybody is trying to get. It is the contiguous 48. Tell me where other than here is everybody trying to get. I'll wait.
We obviously can't say there's any other place. We all know it's here. There's no other place to compare. It doesn't even get close.
But they all agree to shit on the nigga, to get the nigga, to debase the nigga, to say he or she ain't shit, ain't about shit, had your African tongue worshiping God, language, culture. Isn't that what the pan goofy motherfuckers tell you? The white man stripped you of all of that shit. Oh, it can't possibly be they attempted to try to remove your Americanness and have not succeeded.
The thing is, if the white man stripped them of all their language, all their culture, how the fuck they know they from Africa then?
But OTK wasn't
Because
Africa
as
a
the story
colony?
goes,
But Africa was a
as the story goes, OTK.
Strip them of
But
their
Africa
language,
was a
culture,
colony on the
everything.
northern shore. What was Africa? What is the origin of Africa?
The origins of Africa, well, the origins of Africa will be Africa first. So we would just be talking about the northern part of Africa. You know what I mean? That western from north, south, east, west, but the top part of Africa or Afrique. That would then you had a language also called African in South Africa that they were speaking called African. So the African people don't even call themselves African.
But wait a minute, OTK. That's Afrikaans, not African. Are you a Mexican or a Mexican? Said Johnny Depp in Once Upon a Time in Mexico. Are you a Mexican or a Mexican? Are you Afrikaans? Kafir? While they bringing their ass over here.
And I'm glad you say that, Alabama, because the reason why Alabama was saying that, y'all, because it's Afrikaans with a K and it's Afrikaans with a C. So I'm glad you said that. I ain't even gonna break it down. They need to do their own fucking homework. But not us, our people's them, but everybody else need to do their own.
Yeah, as I was about to say, if everybody
you absolutely, they moved the Church of Africa to the Africa AME Church in South and Carolina. Nah. The African on the AME came late. Oh, go ahead, Sister Reese, you back. Go ahead.
No, I was just laughing because you said no. No, you just said nah.
Nah. The African and the AME came much later, cause they was the ME first. They were just a Methodist Episcopal. But after he went to the Pope and you know what I mean, the Catholic Church to try to start his own shit, they say put the A in front. The A really did stand for American Methodist.
But is that are you responding to the comment that they're talking about Absalom?
Yeah.
Absalom Jones?
Yeah, Absalom Jones. Yeah, Absalom Jones, them boys. They, you know, that Paul Cuffey, Absolute Jones, Richard Allen, all these Masons is another story though. Hassan Tahir show, man. Peace and love, bro. Go ahead.
Yes. Do you do a show over there where you are? Anywho, because it's definitely 12 o'clock. We've been rocking. Shit, 6 hours, 10 minutes. I'm here for it. I'm banging on straight information. That's how we gotta keep it going, man. Gotta keep it on the info, keep it on the real. Because everything else, man, subsides when we don't stay on our information, when we turn around and we spend our time arguing and fussing, you know what I'm saying? But if we gonna deal with contention, we just gotta deal with contention the right way. So I felt like we handled whatever contention, whether it was or not, the correct way tonight. So I'm proud of everybody up here on the panel. Especially
Sharice, the only problem is people trying to, first of all, we got an N-word problem, whether we keep using nigga or not. We have people who believe a nigga is the property of others. We have a belief, I keep using the word belief, we're supposed to be in the age of Aquarius, which is to know, not to believe, to know. And by the way, knowledge is not power. It is applied information. Because we got all of this knowledge, it seems, right here. We ain't doing shit. So until you apply it, applied information makes you powerful. But the knowledge that we have has been given to us by the miseducation of the Negro. That's the book's title. We are battling miseducated Negroes on a daily basis. And start with the one in the mirror. Now, as far as
Charles Clark,
Africa,
hit the link. Go ahead,
when you ask
Alabama.
these people, they're cowardice. Cowards like to throw rocks at my hand. But as far as Africa, the colony, it is those lands that are on a map today in the North African coast of Tunisia, Algiers, Morocco, up into bordering Egypt. That was a colony. Africa was a colony. How did it get stretched across an entire continent? Then you have people say it's Al-Kabu land. According to whose language? How many thousands of ethno-linguistic groups we're saying now in 2025, Dulcie? And again, I keep reiterating what the white man
I
said.
can have it, but I'd have to look it up as far as the exact number. But it's thousands.
It's thousands.
For sure.
Okay. So who called
And
the continent?
Kubalan is going to be Arabic.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be where they're saying like it's Islamic ties.
Okay, so who called the continent what? And by who's? And Africans don't call themselves Africans in Africa. They call themselves by their groupings, right? Not even the names of these nations. And this is really the infuriating shit for me. And I'm gonna say this and yield. This would have been the 100th birthday of Malcolm X. He is the reason those nations are at liberty to call themselves the names they got in the wake of the civil rights movement of the 1960s. None of those African nation names existed before Malcolm called them to become unified. Correct me if I'm in error, Dulcie, OTK, Sharice. Do they utter Malcolm X's name? Do they pay homage to El Hajj Malik El Shabazz? And do they ever say, well, here's your ticket back home, my wayward children? Tell me what African head of state has ever gone to the United Nations and stated that. I'll wait.
All right, y'all, because my butt getting tired and I'm ready to shut it on down. So if everybody want to go ahead and give their last little closeout statements, I would really appreciate it. Cosmon, I don't know, Cosmon eating on that.
Since y'all didn't do a build on the Omaha, Nebraska son of a Garveyite, blessings to our shining black manhood, according to Ossie Davis in his eulogy. Malcolm Little, whose father was decapitated on a railroad track, would have been 100 years old today.
That's
And
right.
I'm this old nigga finna tell y'all, not the left cheek, not the right cheek. All you United States citizens can kiss straight up the crack of my black ass. And I yield.
Damn. I guess that's your closing statement.
Yeah, right. Hey Charles, when was the first church? What was the first church built in Africa too? It's controlled by the Church of Africa that you talking about. You have to pull that up too. I guarantee that motherfucker was a mixture of all religions. But I'll stop there. You know what I mean? Yeah, I put you in the back, Robert Lee, because you were destruction.
He done went on over to
He's still waiting.
side. Nah, he probably he back there.
You know, once we put him in the back, they go to other people's channel and say, "Yeah, the pussy ass nigga OTK put me in the back and all this right here," but they never say nothing about this pussy ass nigga information.
They're functioning. What did he say?
Half of these niggas broke as fuck. And they put the same looker shit that they see within their own family on other people.
Non-profit organization.
That's why they be up on
Or what they don't see in their family, like Robert Lee saying it's not in his family, but he knows some other people's family. But I think that was the main thing as far as like, and I think Powhatan was kind of getting into it, like that people can find themselves in the story for real. And yeah, if you can't find yourself in the story till 1870, maybe you are the African. But other people can find themselves in the story before then. So,
or maybe you are a descendant of a white European indentured servant. You might be the descendant, and I think that's the problem, Dosey. A lot of these motherfuckers might be descendants of white Europeans, indentured servants or slaves that mixed in with American Indians later on, and got that birthright. And they're ashamed of claiming they white heritage now.
Shame.
That's why when Sister Sharice bring that shit out, like it's a possibility. Motherfucker, like nah.
Yeah.
But
They always magically get that white man name, don't they? They don't want to claim that that's their granddaddy.
Hey, and hold that shit. Well, I got my name from my plantation, from my slave owner, my great grandmama slave. Boy, you happy about that?
You know he raped your great grandmama.
That's his story with this raping, this graping shit. Remember, that was the story that went along with this narrative for the transatlantic, that all the so-called African women was raped by Europeans. That's why they had white, green eyes. That's why they look more lighter than the other. All this was part of the narrative, but we don't hear this narrative no more. Hey, shout out to OTK for killing that South Carolina narrative about all these fucking slaves coming through Charleston. Now it's Gadsden Wharf. Now, y'all, they done moved it to Gadsden Wharf. All right. Shout out to OTK for killing that shit, because I'm from here. I'm right next to this shit. That 300,000 done turned to 30,000. I told y'all that 2 years ago. That 30,000 is no longer 30,000. It's like 2,000 now. But I'll stop right there.
And that's good because that's what people got to start questioning, all these estimations and getting factual information. Because at the end of the day, we can. It's out there. Like, we just got to do the research.
Cosmo.
Hey man, y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share, man. Make sure you thumb up the video. Shout out my dog OTK. Shout out my baby sister Cherie. Shout out my sister Dulcie. Shout out to my boy Wild Cabbage and the OG Alabama, man. Hey, Sharice, you could do something for me?
What is it?
Could you just breathe in and let that light in? Because I'm Cosmon, y'all. And I'm out. Peace.
Peace out. Good night.
Peace, bro.
Wild Savage. I don't know where Wild Savage ass went.
You probably over there fighting with them niggas on
Peace
smoke.
and love, family.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, I know him. The boy get quiet. They fighting on another channel.
Man, yeah, I ain't doing no Indian raids right now. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, man. Peace and love. Appreciate you bringing us up, Sharice. Great show, always. See you later, Dose. All right, OTK.
See ya. Peace, Wild Savage.
Yes, y'all.
Peace and love. Good night, y'all.
Good night, Dulcie. Thank you for joining the panel, sis.
Yeah, and y'all make
Of
sure
course,
y'all
of
find
course. And that's what it's about. Information, and you're laying it down, Sharice.
Tell them where to find you at,
Thank
sis.
you. I'm trying to.
Oh yeah, y'all know, come to Unscrambled Minds. We not really like I can't give you the next day we'll be live. We'll be on the lookout because we're coming and we're gonna have something special coming up, me and Dot. So we'll let y'all know before that point.
Yeah, shout out to all of my sisters over there, Unscrambled Minds, Dulcie, Dots, Big Mama, Sister Freedom, and Nisha. Shout out to the ladies, okay, getting that business handle, period. Okay.
My sister.
All right. OTK, you want to close out?
Yeah, sis. Another beautiful one. Another beautiful one, sis. Shouts out to everybody who came and showed up for sis and for this information, man. The reason why I put Robert in the back, because stick to the information. If we're gonna get into something, let's keep it with the information. I don't got no time to deal with your personal belief, and I'm not gonna let you bring that to my sis. You can bring it to my show or whatever like that. I might indulge with you, but don't bring that over here, dog, and just try to railroad her bill. Don't do that. And that's a warning to all y'all. That's all I got to say, sis. Peace and love. Until the next time. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Love you, sis.
Love you too. All right, American Indians, y'all know what it is. I'm gonna land y'all out with a song and then shit, I'm out of here for the night. It's been 6 hours. I said I wasn't doing them extreme long bills. I didn't mean to go 6 hours for real, but I love y'all that much. And, you know, I love to build on this information and trying to get an understanding of what these people writing and what they saying about our history and who we are, you know, and we got to be able to discern and decipher that shit. So, you know what I'm saying? We just got to keep it moving, man. Y'all stay blessed out there. Y'all be safe. Please protect yourselves, protect your families at all costs. You know, don't get caught lacking out here. And y'all be good. Peace.
What it look like, man?
Listen, you know what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel.
Word.
I just don't want to rush, man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and then know where you're going first. Just chill, baby. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, well, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you show you.
See, we don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life? Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug? Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Say if you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I mean you, all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm model wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool with my tool. Lock it down just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there.